6'3", so working it out eye level at 6'3", and not taking into account the fact that in that body of water between myself and those islands, there will be waves in excess of 100 meters high.
So
Or 100 feet. 100. I'm getting mixed up between feet and meters. But so just going by that simple calculation at 125 kilometers, standing at with the camera basically 6'3" off from sea level, those islands should be hidden behind. It's around 2,500 meters of curve.
I'm
And
not so sure because I've done an experiment myself in person before I was a graduate student in geology class, where we went out across the Great Lake up here in north of Chicago, and we took two lasers and leveled them to the water level. And we had a person way out on the island and the person on the shore, and we proved the curvature right there. We measured the curve with lasers.
So it's interesting because I know of a doctor, like PhD God, what's his name? Can't remember what it is. I think it's Dr. John. They went and did the same thing in the UK and proved there was no curvature. So there's also somebody that's done it. Somebody that's done it in Canada over a frozen lake and proven no curvature there. It was like 3 miles. It wasn't 3 miles. Ignore that. But it was It was a big lake, huge, and there should have been measurable. It should have been measurable.
Yeah, but
and
they
weren't
do a study
able
showing
to.
how they calibrated their lasers to the water level.
There's whole videos on it, man. I don't know. It was such a long time ago I saw him. Boston Ray, dude, how you doing? I can't hear you, mate. I can't hear you. We got no audio. Nope. Nada. Nada, 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 nada. Can you hear me? Put your thumb up if you can hear me. He's muted. I haven't muted him. I haven't. Maybe go out and come back in again, dude. Maybe reset the browser, come out, come back in again. Squirrel Sniper, how you doing, mate? I love it. We've got Glenn from Boston and Boston Ray. So, you still there?
I'm saying, yeah.
You hear Glenn from Boston here's humming. That might just be the fan in the background. See if it disappears.
I think it was whoever else was in here.
So Boston Ray's in here, and hopefully Callum's going to join us. I see Callum here in the chat room.
So how would you suppose that my whole entire class, we did this probably 50 times, because kind of everyone did it, and we double, triple checked our leveling measurements and how the laser is set up. And every single time we got curvature. How do you reckon that we did that repeatedly so many times, got curvature every time, but these other people are not getting curvature?
These other people are getting similarly repeated results, but that just prove to them that there is no curvature.
Yeah, but how do you suppose that we're getting such opposite results?
I don't know if you're going to like my I don't know if you're going to like my response. It's pretty. I feel that we live in a realm. This is a realm, and it's some people are calling it a simulation. Somebody calls it a simulacrum, and it's basically it's reactive. It's a reactive realm. The way it works is a dielectric. The way I see it is the way this realm works. It's all about this north and south. This two opposing or two opposites, polarity, north and south, polarity kind of thing. That's how everything moves, because the realm is about vibration, frequency, energy, frequency, and vibration, basically, as Tesla said. I don't think I think that what I see, the way I perceive it, is that our perception, the way we perceive things, is. I wouldn't have known who that was if it didn't have the avatar there, dude.
It's Seth from Soest. It's not Ray from Boston. It's not Glenn from Boston. It's Seth from Soest.
I love it. I'm glad you got the same avatar though, because I was like, Seth from Soest? Who the heck is that? Anyway, because LC Black is a random viewer. He just put in for live stream, see who was on live, and came on. Do you remember how what's his name? Oh God, what was his name?
Yeah, I heard the same construction the other day. Yeah.
Somebody
just typed in live.
So LC Black. Well, these two gents here. I'm going to put my camera on because Ray's got his on. These two gents here are regulars, and we still can't hear you, Ray. Still can't hear you, dude.
Well, now I can hear you.
There we go. Now I can hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ray.
Good
morning,
day to you, sir. Good day.
Good day.
So, guys, this is LC Black. He doesn't have a camera, but he's a professor. He teaches. I don't know if you heard when he joined, basically, and we're having a discussion, man. And
I've been listening.
I'm really interested in these experiments that you've done, observational experiments that you've done, that have proven to you the opposite of what we've seen and done in experiments and observations that we've made, like the observation that I've made myself, not using lasers, just using observation, just being able to see that you can clearly see the whole island. If you zoom in with the P900, you can see the beaches.
Yeah. But LC Black has done experiments with a different result.
With a laser, he's done, and he's repeated the experiments, and those have actually shown curvature.
Curvature or drop?
Curvature.
Drop, right?
No, curvature.
Curvature.
Yeah, you can actually measure how the laser bends, too.
Oh, so wow, that's interesting. So, because lasers are known for the fact that they go straight ahead. Right?
Yeah, that they don't bend.
That they don't bend.
Oh no, they do.
Oh, they do.
I mean, I guess if you don't believe in gravity, gravity bends everything.
Yeah, that's.
We don't believe in gravity.
That's a nasty way to start an experiment, with a belief.
Yeah.
That's how you start.
Yeah.
But
if you have a high level of, forget what my professor at the time called it, a high degree of measuring ability. Let's just say that you can measure the bend of a laser out at a couple miles.
So
I don't even know how to react to that, to be honest.
I got a video about the chemtrails. If you guys want to see, I mean, it's a
go on.
It's a documentary, but we could talk over it.
How long is it?
It's like 27 minutes long, dude. But it's good. I mean, we can watch the beginning at least, some of it, if you want.
Let's watch the beginning of it.
All right. You got me on the screen.
So somehow, I mean, there's bendy lasers and there's straight lasers. That's what I get from it.
I'd say they're all the same lasers.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking like, it was like 3/10 of a centimeter at 2 miles.
We got no sound there, dude.
No sound?
No.
No, that's good because we want to talk over it, right?
Do you want to talk over it? What do you want to do?
I
watch the beginning, right?
I want to hear the bendy laser. I mean, that's gonna come handy in
Send me the link. Send me the link.
That's
And
gonna come in
I'll be
handy
able
in
to show it.
combat, right?
Well, you should be able to.
I mean,
measure, if you have the devices necessary to measure it, any laser powerful enough to go that far, you should be able to measure the bend.
I mean, to be fair, that's because like, how far can a laser go? Like, what's the when they do their laser guided missiles and stuff, the laser's being painted from the ground. It's most of the time, and it's not that much of a distance. That they. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just speculating. I don't. It's not. It's not like they don't fire the laser from the aircraft, do they? The laser comes. The paint. When they paint something with a laser, they're painting it from a different location, aren't they?
Yeah. Usually it's ground troops.
Yeah.
Generally, like in the U.S., it'd be like the Army Rangers.
I put the link in private chat.
Cool.
It's a good one, and they get right to the point, and they show a lot of good evidence. And they allow me to share their content too.
And so I'd like to know, what at what rate does it bend? You said like 2 millimeters per mile.
No, if I remember correctly, it was was it 2/10 of a centimeter?
Yeah, that is 2 millimeters
at 3 miles.
Yeah, so 2 millimeter. That's a bend and not a diversion, right? Not a diversion.
No, bend. It's
a bend.
That should just without going through any other medium than air.
Yeah.
This is also correcting for any sort of bend through humidity.
Yeah.
This is the bend it gets in a vacuum.
I would say that like it would make sense to me that the laser could potentially bend in humidity because of the refraction through the water.
Yeah.
Would actually bend it a little bit. So it does make sense that, but I never heard of a bendy laser before. Like I thought that was.
It wouldn't bend it. It would diverge. It would break up the light, right?
How do they? So like the laser that they think they fired onto the moon. What about the? How did they calculate that? Surely you would have been able to see the bend there. That would have been really noticeable. They would have, because it would have been quite a huge bend.
It has to do with how long it's perpendicular to mass. Right, so if you're shooting the laser straight up, you're going to get a lot less bend.
Because
the only bend is going to happen within the atmosphere, and then once you get. No,
I get it.
Yeah.
If you shoot it straight away from the source of gravity, it's going to have less bend, but it's going to travel slower, right? Because gravity.
No,
it doesn't travel slower. It goes just
light doesn't seem to travel slower, just from gravity anyway.
So how does
that doesn't? Hang on.
Well,
that doesn't make sense.
Space.
If gravity is able to pull light down, right? And if it's moving horizontally, it can the gravity will pull it down and cause it to bend. But it won't. If it's going straight up, the gravity won't have any effect on the speed of it.
Yeah, its speed will stay the same in a vacuum, regardless of if there's gravity or not.
But if the weight, if the gravity is able to change the
I don't even believe it's a vacuum. I don't even believe
gravity
it's a
can
vacuum.
change the path.
No, it's not. I don't believe that. I don't believe this vacuum bullshit myself.
I believe
personally.
it's water. I believe it's water. All around.
See, gravity can change the path of light, but it can't change the speed of it.
You know what can change the direction of light and logic too? Fantasy. Fantasy is also very, very powerful tool to use.
What
Have
you
you
mean?
ever heard of
I
fantasy?
think. No, I think what you mean is belief.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like imagination.
That's a part of fantasy.
Yeah. So, like.
The power of fantasy, dude.
It's the power of suggestion.
Sometimes it even overpowers gravity. That's what fantasy does, dude.
But it's the power of suggestion, isn't it? Really, it's like because of imagination, the power of suggestion, and also the diegesic willing suspension of disbelief.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's all. So what I was saying, LC, what I was saying before Boston Ray joined was so perception. I think that they've known for a really, really long time that how we perceive the world is what actually plays out in reality. So if you can change the perception, what plays out in reality can change. And they've managed to basically corner our perception. They did it originally with religion, through fear, and that basically just evolved into media, Hollywood. They took over the science, subject. They took over science, and they shaped everybody's perception from such an early age. As soon as we go into it, they insist that we get sent into school and they start teaching us. They're not teaching us shit. They're indoctrinating us. They're filling us with these preconceived ideas that then shape the way we perceive the world, and then that in turn limits what we're able to do because of our perception of what we can do. We can only perceive ourselves to be able to do this. All we're able to do is, grow up. You get your education, you get your qualifications, and you get a job, and then you meet a woman, you get married, and you have children, and you do right. That's what it was when I was growing up, and now it's completely different. Now what they're teaching children is completely different. The indoctrination's different. They've changed history. They've actually rewritten the history books in the last 3 years, and they're teaching them a different history to what I was taught when I went to school. They've made it. They've injected their ideologies about frickin' gender and all that crap. I mean, mate, what they've done to the education system is just absolutely unbelievable.
So, what do you think about that, LC Black? About the education these days?
Well, I think it's always been tuned to the lowest common denominator.
Do you think that that's a good idea?
I don't know. Probably, it's a good idea for its goal. Its goal is to provide some basic level of education to as many people as possible. Which means if you're smarter than, someone with an 80 IQ, you're not getting all that you could out of this situation.
And per definition, more people are smarter than 80 IQ.
Yeah, but the classes have to be tuned to like 80 to 100.
I don't think so.
Otherwise, you're going to be talking over like half the population.
No, that's not even fair stating it like that. Of course, it's not tuned to 80. I mean, do you even know how low that is? 80?
Yeah, pretty low.
No, that is not pretty low. That's almost imbecile, dude.
That's
almost
that's
imbecile.
pretty much retarded.
Yeah, that is an imbecile.
Well, I mean,
80. That's just.
When you take an IQ test, people have usually upwards of a standard deviation in difference over time. So if you take the same IQ test, 20 times in 1 year, you're going to have a 15-point swing on average.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So let's say you're someone that's normally like a 95. There's going to be a couple times that you score an 80.
I don't think
it's not super clear cut as in these people are imbeciles.
No,
I think it just depends on what they smoked or drank the night before.
You're wrong there.
Yeah, a bunch of things go into it.
No, those are not facts.
Drugs,
those are not facts that you state there. That's just you're just alluding to numbers which are incorrect.
How are the numbers incorrect?
Well,
because they put out the numbers that they want to put out. They don't. If anybody believes that what they're putting out.
And by the way, I never heard of anybody doing a test.
The statistics they put out. They only put out the statistics that prove what they want those statistics to prove, and you can get statistics to prove freaking anything. You can get.
Well, sure. I mean, and the point system is arbitrary. It's adjusted every year.
I mean, do you think that IQ? Do you think that IQ actually is a true measure of real intelligence?
I'm not sure what that means. Like, if people say real intelligence, but IQ is just intelligence quotient, which means they're measuring people's ability to assess patterns and apply information from those patterns in comparison to their peers.
It's very male hemisphere.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. So, I think true intelligence is something that's measured across the emotional scale as well. Like, emotional intelligence is incredibly important, and because that's what leads to, social skills and being able to. Hang on a sec, my computer's doing something funny. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I know what you're saying there, Richie, but then again, you can be so socially skilled, right? And maybe it's better if I lie here, that's socially acceptable. I just lied because he's a retard and he can't handle the truth. But is that really a way to deal with people?
No, this is.
So there should be a balance, right? Because I know what you're saying. I totally acknowledge it, and that emotional intelligence is also a factor. But it's not everything. It's totally not. It should be based in truth, right? And social skills, and they very often tend to drift into lying and omitting and deception, just for the greater good, or just for their own good, right? I'm not going to tell him the truth because he's not able to perceive it, or he will get emotional if I tell him the truth. Is that a good thing? I don't know. I think it is a good thing, but in other cases, it's not a good thing. So we need both. We need the emotional intelligence and the actual intelligence.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
One without the other is pretty much useless.
That's what I'm saying. You need both.
Yeah.
It's basically the intelligence of both hemispheres, a full brain, both hemispheres kind of thing. Whereas education and IQ and all of that is all geared towards the male hemisphere, logic, reason, you know.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, logic and reason.
Yeah, logic and reason. I mean,
Well, I would say emotional intelligence is just your pattern recognition as applied to your experience in social situations.
Yeah, I think that's.
I think it's the same thing.
Yeah, I think it's a fine definition. Yeah.
I think pattern recognition is obviously part of it, but I think it's also a familiarity. I don't know how to explain it.
Let's say, that's what I said, your experience. So your people, for emotional intelligence, you would be someone would have lots of experience with dealing with their emotions and other people's emotions and how people interact in the social environment.
Yeah, yeah. Martin, how you doing, man? And Callum, are you going to join us? Manu, shout out to Manu in New Zealand. And DJ Emo as well. Hang on just 1 second. Let me just shout out the chat room. We've got 17 people. Who are we? Martin Haley, Callum, Manu, DJ Emo, Creating a Homestead, Magavelli.
And the one that's not really here.
Tomei, not really here. Are you going to join us? Not really here. Are you going to join us? Now you've got your sweet setup, I think you should definitely join us. We need some divine female energy here and on the panel. And I think I saw Dolly Daydream. Did I see Dolly? I'm having to skip. Squirrel Sniper, shout out, mate. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. The link's pinned. Everybody's welcome. Dana, good to see you. And if I've missed anybody, I do apologise, but basically it's because you ain't said nothing for ages in the chat room. So I'll tell you what, right? We haven't managed to hear from Glenn. He's not Glenn. Glenn, where did I get that from? From Boston Ray.
Glenn from Boston Ray. That's gonna
Yes, he is. Please.
That was his nickname in high school.
Gentlemen, please, if you just please just stand and be make not really here feel welcome. Gentlemen, stand up when a lady approaches the table.
Oh, you've got
they
such
stand
a
up.
royal hand.
Hopefully, somebody's gonna. Well, obviously, I'm.
My sister taught me that it's so that you don't get dinner lady arms.
Yeah. Excellent. Yeah.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
You're sounding good there as well. Nice and clear. So yeah, we've got this video from Ray. About the chemtrails. Should we just have a quick look at the first 5 minutes, and then we'll go back. We can because we started on chemtrails. Myself and LC Black started talking about chemtrails, and we've bounced around and digressed into different subject, so let's bring it back. Do you mind? You just got to mute up just for a sec, just while this is playing. Otherwise, you're going to echo.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
All of you can start looking up and seeing this. The United States government, NASA, the U.S. Air Force, is sending up canisters into the atmosphere filled with chemicals.
Another example is the array of technologies, often referred to collectively as geoengineering. One that has gained my personal attention is stratospheric aerosol injection, or SAI. A method of seeding the stratosphere with particles that a fully deployed SAI program would cost about $10 billion yearly. As promising as it may be, moving forward on SAI would also raise a number of challenges for our government and for the international community and other geoengineering initiatives.
We shall propose further cooperative efforts between all the nations in weather prediction and eventually in weather control.
What we're seeing now, and I first could not believe it, and I started looking at the skies, and these are not normal. They're not natural. There's something going on. I don't know who it is or why they're doing it. All I can testify is it's not natural and it's not normal. It's got to be some outside influence doing that.
I'm here to give you testimony that
Right, I'm going to pause it right there. Are you going to deny chemtrails still? With
I don't need to deny it. I just need evidence of it.
Is that not evidence enough for you just right there?
No.
You think that's natural? You think that's? Do you think that's that's a contrail, not a chemtrail? You don't think that that's them spraying out of the back of a plane, and you've got footage there of the plane turning the spray off, turning it on again, then turn it off, turn it on again, but you're still going to say that that's not happening?
If you're, well, for one, if you're spraying something from a plane, it wouldn't be coming from the entire plane.
So where would it come from?
Wherever they're spraying it out of, which it wouldn't be the entire plane. That would be insane.
But if the nozzles are all along the wings, then it would appear like it was coming out of the entire plane. If it depends how many nozzles, how many spray nozzles are set up on the backs of the wings.
But I think that LC Black also has to acknowledge that there is planes that spray stuff, right?
Yeah, experiments have been done.
Yeah.
In fact, they're still being done over Nevada.
But you think it's only happening over Nevada? You don't think that it's you don't think when there's photographic evidence of it everywhere else across the entire Earth, and then if you look at footage from the 90s versus footage now of certain regions, you can tell there's blatant differences between the sky, and there's this. On one side it's a really nice blue sky, and on the other side it's this blanket, this uniform blanket of grey cloud that's just sort of like that, what's coming out of the back of that plane.
I can't take anything from that. So but in this video so far, right? They had the guy test or in front of the one of the UN councils, wasn't it? He's talking
CFR,
about
Council for Foreign Relations.
Yeah. So they're talking about geoengineering, or they're going to spray stuff in the atmosphere to control the weather. He says the stratosphere. This plane's not in the stratosphere.
No, this one isn't.
Yeah.
So
the higher up you are, the more useful it is.
So where again is the edge? Where's the border again from the atmosphere and the stratosphere? How does it?
It just depends on how much you want to delineate it.
No, but according to you,
the stratosphere is about 60,000.
It just depends on where you want to delineate it at. There's
so where do you want to delineate it? That's what I'm asking.
It's arbitrary. There are atmospheric particles.
What is your arbitrary decision in this? Because you just
I haven't made one. That's why I'm trying to explain to you.
Listen. You just said there's a difference between stratosphere and atmosphere. I'm asking you. I'm asking you for the definition, or what is a stratosphere? What's an atmosphere?
A stratosphere is in the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's
so
the stratosphere is part of the atmosphere. It's a level of the atmosphere.
According to you,
height from the ground.
So what height?
I have to look it up to get a precise number to see.
Is it the ionosphere is below the stratosphere though, isn't it?
So he's pretty much suggesting,
or is it above?
Words,
is it above? Because the stratosphere is where
having a conceptualization of it.
The stratosphere is where you get
typical for globies, but
the stratosphere is where you get cumulostratus clouds, right? Which are the white, wispy clouds that are really it's high up. It's higher than your cumulonimbus and those that are lower down. So the ionosphere is above the stratosphere.
The ionosphere is not. I don't think it's a particular layer, but it refers to the area in the atmosphere where the radiation from the sun interacts with the atmosphere, right? It makes ozone, and the ozone goes down in the atmosphere into a layer, right? But I don't need a concept of exactly how high each layer is to know that commercial jets go in the troposphere and they don't go in the stratosphere.
Mm-hmm.
They used to. Concorde used to.
Yeah, the few of them used to, like the supersonic jets that were passenger jets used to go in the stratosphere, but they don't have those anymore. It wasn't economical to fly. Spy planes can go up into the stratosphere. Weather balloons go above the ozone layer in the stratosphere.
Well,
see, now we're on a totally different topic than the actual chemtrails happening, right?
Well, that's how it happens, isn't it?
Did you notice
That's how
that?
it happens. That's how it happens, man.
I mean,
that's
this is
organic.
the point I made.
That's organic conversation. That
No,
is,
I don't think so.
Well, this is the point I made. The reason why he said stratosphere is because the higher up you release the particles, the more useful they are. Right, so releasing them from a passenger jet just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but we're not saying they do release them from passenger jets.
Well, this is a passenger jet right in front of you.
Is it? How do you know that?
Well, generally, passenger jets have engines on the bottom of the wings.
Have you seen how many planes that are up there that are painted up to look like passenger jets, but they haven't got any windows?
Yeah.
You seen
they
those,
have closed
those
windows.
ones? They've just
And cargo
inside. They've
jets
just
don't
got
have
these
a lot
huge,
of
great big
windows either.
canisters containing God knows what.
Right, but very simply put, these types of engines that you see like here on the thing aren't meant for a stratosphere.
Yeah.
not
Oh
up
yeah,
there.
no. I think that the highest they can get is like 40,000, 45,000 feet or something. But I don't think that all of the aircraft are actually spraying. I don't think they're all manned. I think they're using UAVs.
Of course.
Because they are putting them in the stratosphere and the ionosphere. So basically, it's much simpler to put a UAV up there than put a pilot who's
Pilots,
there you go.
pilots aren't
If
even
you-
allowed. Pilots aren't
you-
even allowed there because
So
there's
if
too
you-
much radiation.
If you got a video recording of a unmanned plane, like a smaller, it doesn't have to be tiny, but a smaller UAV, up in, let's say, around the ozone layer, which there wouldn't be, you could fly one up there, but there wouldn't be any point to fly one up there, and it had this same trail behind it, then I might believe you.
Wow, that's so kind of you. That
Well,
you
yeah,
actually,
because there
so
generally
kind
isn't
of
a
you
lot of
that
moisture.
you might believe us. You're not
Well-
going to be convinced because of the facts. But
no. Well,
we-
the
but
thing is,
we-
no.
we-
But hang on.
we
hang
might
on.
just say words that you want to believe. I think that's very kind of you.
I'm just asking for evidence.
But let's
Yeah.
let's just
Evidence
let's
will make you
remember-
believe.
let's
Yeah.
remember
Yeah.
that all of us, we've all got our own experience that gives us our own unique perception, and we're all entitled to it. And like I can't make somebody see what I'm seeing in the same way that I see it. And for me, I've seen enough. I see enough. I don't need any proof. I don't need anyone to prove it to me. It's proven to me as far as I'm concerned. It's already proven. So, and I don't need any scientific fucking experiments to prove it to me. I can see it with my own eyes, and I know what I remember when I was young. And I just know that I'm very, very observant, and I always have been. And I've been very observant of the discrepancies in this world, and the inconsistencies, and the continuity fuck ups, and I can't make anybody else see it. I find myself in a group of people that all see the same sorts of things, but it's all for their own reasons. They've all reached these decisions themselves. I haven't brought them to these conclusions. They've already got there themselves. So that makes me feel less weird, because, wow, we've all come to the same conclusions from completely different directions. But there still exist in this world people like yourself, Elsie, who still don't see what we're seeing and don't accept it, and will only accept what they're given by the system as being, you know, having any authenticity or validity.
Well, I gave you some things I would accept that wouldn't come from the system. I even asked you to do them, and you said you didn't need to do them.
And I told you that there's no point in. I don't feel the need to do it, because I don't feel the need to prove anything to you. I've seen other people that have done similar things already on YouTube, and they've been deleted, and because they're very, very hot on the subject. They have been ever since I started talking about it. They were deleting my videos. Before, like, I was getting videos deleted before they started deleting videos and giving people strikes. Right, they were just deleting my videos, and it's like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? If I'm talking shit, then it would obviously be easy to prove that I'm talking shit and I'm a lunatic and I should be ignored. So why would they need to secretly delete the video? Or more than one video. They've edited 2 of my videos. They've changed the upload date of one of my videos to make me look like an absolute fucking plonker, because I was doing it I was live streaming on the day of the eclipse in 2017. It was a full eclipse in America, and I was live streaming from the beach, and it was sunset where we were. But you could see it, and there was no moon. There was no moon anywhere. Nowhere fucking near the sun. There was no moon.
I know what you're talking about, and I didn't see it.
A full eclipse in America.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
They changed the upload date and said I streamed it live in December. I didn't. I streamed it live on the day of the eclipse in August in 2017. So they did that. They deliberately did that.
What, YouTube did that and gave you a strike on it?
No, they didn't give me a strike on that. They just changed the upload date on that. So I just looked like an idiot. I just looked like an idiot that stood out there on a random day in December going, "There's a full eclipse in America, and I can't even see the moon here." And I looked like an idiot.
Yeah, my upload dates change too, Richie.
Sometimes. How does the upload date make you look bad? When does it just make you look like you uploaded it on a date later?
I streamed it live on the day that it happened, so it proved that I was filming the sun at the time of a full eclipse in America, when it should have been partially visible here in Tenerife. It should have been a partial eclipse here in Tenerife, and the moon was nowhere near the sun at the time.
No.
And so by changing the upload date, by changing the stream date, they say that I didn't stream it live on the day that it happened. They say that I did it in December when there was no eclipse.
That's 3 months later, so that's the issue. I'm sure you can understand that, LC Black.
Wait, did you not? Was there no eclipse in your video?
There was no eclipse. The moon wasn't anywhere near the sun.
No. And I was in America, and I was
staring...
staring...
I want to say you probably didn't live stream on the eclipse day.
Say again.
I want to say you probably didn't live stream on the eclipse day.
Wow.
You must appreciate.
Wow.
I must appreciate.
Wow. Fucking hell, mate.
I must appreciate.
Seriously, I'll try
can
not.
I say something?
I'll try not to take that personally, man.
You just must appreciate this man, this LC Black.
No.
You know.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
incredible.
he's funny.
And you're a professor as well. You're teaching people.
He's a
You're teaching
professional.
people things.
He's
I've
a
been out on plenty of
professional
eclipse
troll.
days. Never once
He's
failed
a
to see an
professional
eclipse.
troll.
Dude,
And I'm gonna tell you.
I stood there on the day of the eclipse
you're-
when it was
you're doing
happening.
you're
I
doing
stood
a
there on the
mighty
day of
fine
the
job.
eclipse when the eclipse was happening. At the time it was happening, and it was being broadcast as happening on live on the TV, on BBC TV, on the news. It was saying the full eclipse is happening now in America, and I was stood there on the beach in Tenerife saying, "Is it?" Because I can see the whole sun and the moon's nowhere near it. So how is the eclipse
it's no
happening
use.
there?
It's absolutely no use having this man
Well, also, wait. So
in
you're
a
saying
discussion.
Hang on, hang
No,
on, boy,
it's
boy,
kind of
boy.
it's kind of useful because we could go back and forth, and it gives
No,
us
I
something
want
to
his
talk
name.
about.
I want his name and his address.
Why?
That's what I want. That's
he
what
seems like he has some hurt feelings.
I want your badge number.
He
So
thinks
if
he thinks
there's-
that you're a professional troll.
So wait, you're saying that the news was saying there's an eclipse in the U.S. and you're not in the U.S. trying to find the eclipse.
Wow, I can't believe I need to explain
what
this to
you're
a
saying?
professor.
So don't. That's the
No.
whole fucking
I'm
trick.
not going
that's
to bother.
that's
I'm not
the
going to bother.
gravity. There is
Elsie,
that eclipse.
Elsie,
that eclipse.
dude,
I
if you don't
was
get what
out
I'm
there.
saying, if you don't get what I'm saying, right, and you don't just take it at face value of what it is that I'm actually saying to you and what actually happened, right, and you don't accept that and you're still going to, then, mate, don't waste your time on my
But
channel
is
anymore.
that what you're
Seriously,
actually
don't
saying,
waste your
though?
time on my channel anymore.
He's
Don't
not
waste your
wasting his
time.
time.
Don't waste my
Very
time.
He's very
'Cause
successful.
You gotta
You're
be
wasting my time.
open-minded. You gotta
He's
be
very
Is that what
open-minded.
you're
successful.
claiming, though? That there's an eclipse
That's why I
in the
want
US,
his
but you
name
didn't
and
see
his
it
number
somewhere
and
else
his
on the earth?
address.
Dude,
I want his address.
you're wasting my time.
Is that not
I
what you're
don't
saying?
think you're qualified to be sat on this panel, to be honest with you.
I'm not sure
don't
why
think
you're
you're
being so
qualified,
sensitive
mate.
about it. Is that what you're claiming, though, that you didn't see the eclipse somewhere else?
This individual.
I didn't see it
words.
in
He
America.
doesn't use
I was
reasoning or
staring at the
concepts.
eclipse.
Hang on a sec.
Okay, but where
Go
was
on,
the
go on,
eclipse supposed
Ray.
to be?
I know. I remember the eclipse he's talking about because there's not that many eclipses that they say you can see during the day, right?
Yeah.
So I was outside with my fiance, and we were both staring at the thing. I was looking right at the sun with my naked eye, and I
Don't
didn't
do that.
I didn't see nothing happen. And then on the news, they were like showing all these videos of stuff
full
that people
eclipse.
seen it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it was
Where are you roughly located, and where was that?
I'm in
roughly located?
Boston. I'm right near the airport.
Okay, was the eclipse supposed to be on that?
Yeah,
end
it
of
was
the US?
supposed to get dark for a
Dude,
little while.
listen. The
I
way
seen one when I was
eclipses
a
work,
kid.
the way eclipses work, Elsie, the way an eclipse works is that when it's a full eclipse visible to certain parts of the like on the path that the sun is taking, they will see a full eclipse. Everybody else will see a partial eclipse, or they'll see
No.
the moon near the sun.
Yeah, they might see the moon near the sun sometimes.
Right. Okay.
But
So in
you don't get an eclipse
1999,
everywhere.
in 1999,
Yeah,
I was
I
in
don't know.
Greece on the island of Paros in Greece, and I was stood on the roof, and there was a partial eclipse, and it was well advertised that it was going to happen, and I stood there and watched it, and I watched it with my naked eye. Fuck all those fucking don't look at the sun.
They were like
I'll
they were
trust-
making
I'll-
people buy these special things that you had to like put
you
together
gotta make
with
this
tape.
thing. No, I looked at it. I looked straight at it, right, and I looked next to it. And when I watched the moon approach it, and then I watched it basically cover the moon, and then pass over it, right. But you saw the moon. You saw the moon do it, and I remember distinctly. I remember they said the next eclipse is in 2024. Because I remember thinking, I'm going to be like 47 years old. And I was only 21 years
Yeah.
old at the time. Right?
There was
and,
one.
and I remember that. And then they come out and say there's going to be a total eclipse in 2017. I'm like,
I couldn't
Eh?
believe it.
what? And then I watched it. I watched the footage of it, and it moves, and then it stops. It stops for about, I forget how long, but it stops. It doesn't just move, pass over, and then it frickin' stops over the sun for an unnatural length of time.
Yeah.
It stops there. It was unnatural.
Yeah,
how
I
long
remember.
it stopped there.
that was when I was in like the 4th or 5th grade, because I remember in my head what baseball field we were in at the school. Like it was like a big soccer field. They brought us out to see it, right? When we were kids at school, right? And it was a real eclipse. Like, and what happened
that was 1999. That was 1999. Yeah.
And what happened was it like got really cold and dark in the daytime, and almost looked like it was like nighttime for like a few minutes. And then
it goes like dusk, doesn't it?
And
it's
it feels
like
cold. It's like cold, you know. And then all of a sudden it goes away, and then it's daytime again. It was like actually dark for a little while, where I was.
I'm looking up. You said you're in Boston?
Yeah, it was when I was a kid.
Okay, because the last partial eclipse in Boston was 1875.
No, they had one when I was a kid, when I was in school, in the 4th or 5th
Your
grade.
next total eclipse is in 2200.
Well, they're wrong, and they said that they were having one a few days, like a few years ago too.
It's
and
not
Guys,
that,
actually,
right.
he's
not that
actually
they're wrong.
looking up the charts as we speak. And
It's
treating
not actually that they're
he's
wrong.
Oh
treating-
yeah. He was definitely
actually
sent.
looking
He
up
was
the
definitely
charts.
sent here.
He's
Definitely.
actually looking up the charts as we speak. This is not in his mind.
You
Well, to
could
give- to
I
give
could
what the-
watch that
to
the
give what
first
the
5
official-
minutes of that
and
video.
you
Hang
guys
on,
still
hang
take this
on.
guy seriously?
Right, listen,
Oh,
because
I'm having fun.
hang
I'll be
on.
dropping out.
Elsie Black takes everything from the official result, the official narrative,
Well, the
what's been
official thing
presented
is
by
based
the
on
accepted
it's
institutions.
based on a flat Earth observation, isn't it? So
Well, just only accepting what's being presented by the accepted institutions.
I should believe.
Why is the moon out during the daytime? Half the days. Answer that.
How is there a crescent moon next to the sun?
Because the moon's not on the same track as the sun.
How is there a crescent moon next to the sun? Right, where there's a crescent moon here and the sun is here. Like at sunset, there's a crescent moon here and the sun is here. How does that
Gravity, dude. Gravity, dude.
I see that
happen? Like,
wouldn't be
what
gravity, that'd
causes
just be the location
the
of
shadow
moon.
on the
Gravity.
moon?
Gravity.
It'd just be the location of the moon in direction.
You know, and
All right, can you
also-
do us a favor, sir? Can you please demonstrate the Big Bang using like the scientific method for us? Can you make the Big Bang happen? Make an
I don't
explosion,
think you
create
can demonstrate
something?
the Big Bang using the scientific method.
Why not?
Because it's literally just a hypothesis that explains why we
theory.
see things moving away from each other.
theory.
Nothing like
Theory,
gravity.
just like gravity.
No, nothing. No,
No,
dude.
completely
Like-
different from gravity.
Yeah.
Well, you can't really
Fucking with your minds,
demonstrate.
guys. Come on.
You can't. What
Come
always
on.
bent, what always bent my mind about gravity. Hang on. What always bent my mind about gravity was that gravity was so strong that it could pull.
Say in a certain tone.
Gravity is so strong that it
I'm
can,
making this guy a lot of money.
it can pull planets and comets and meteors. It can pull them in, and it can cause, you know, if I were to fall off a ladder, it would cause me to fall at speed and hit the ground hard because of gravity and my weight. But it's like, but it can't stop, you know, butterflies and birds and stuff. They are so strong that they can overcome that unbelievable force that is that powerful. It can pull planets and hold moons in orbit.
It can hold oceans to a.
It's just
Oh,
It can hold
it can-
oceans of water.
It can
to a
hold
ball.
water and cause water to bend around a fucking ball.
But a butterfly
Wow.
can just.
I
Incredible.
forget the gravitational acceleration on Earth. It's not a whole lot, but it's going to apply that to everything of any size. It doesn't matter. If there was a planet 30 times the size of Earth next to Earth, it would still pull on that planet at the exact same speed.
You believe that? You could say that with a straight face?
Yeah.
All right, that's cool.
Measure
Cool
the
story.
acceleration
What'd
of
you
gravity
base,
story, bro.
What'd you base that face on?
I can walk outside and drop an apple and measure how fast it accelerates.
Yeah, but that could just be relative density. And why is that? Why does that have to be
Well, it can't be relative density because you can take items that are different densities and they'll still drop at the exact same rate.
Is this what you're teaching at the school?
So
No,
if
you
it's
can do that
not
outside
relative,
right
if
now.
it's not relative density, how does iron float on Mercury?
How does iron float on Mercury?
On liquid mercury, how does iron float on liquid mercury?
There's a bunch of ways to get things to float on liquids. I don't remember how they're related on the periodic chart. I'd have to look it up. Chemistry is not my field, so we'll see.
Well, dude, I do appreciate having a conversation with somebody that is actually completely on the other side of the fence.
I don't mind.
It is.
I mean,
it's
how
just,
do you
the
get...
way it's just look. That is the world that we live in. Everybody has got their own perception of what's going on.
So you think according to the math that they give us, 8 inches per mile square, right? You think that like the horizon is 3.1 miles away, dude? Like you can honestly like 3.1 miles away. That's where the ball is supposed to drop down.
Well, first
I think that measurement's at ground level, not eye level. But yeah.
You believe that?
Yeah.
So you can see the curve of the Earth 3.1
Yeah, I see the
miles
curve
away?
of the Earth in all directions from wherever I'm standing.
Well, it's a topographical plane.
Why can't I see the curve of the Earth? Why
looking
can I
out
see,
at the water?
Why can I see islands that are what's 125 kilometers? So that's what 70 something miles away.
Are you measuring it from ground level or eye level?
I've already answered you that. Yeah, I'm measuring it from. Dude, listen, I've already pointed out the fact that if you're measuring it from ground level, then you are absolutely proving that there is no curvature because of the body of water. The fact is that because of physics, there will be points where the body of water is higher than ground level where you are. So it will obscure your view. But that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen.
That's why you just level it on the water. And then
But
raise
that
it above the
doesn't
water.
happen.
Level, yeah. Level. It's level.
But it doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. You can still see. I can still see the beaches of the island 125 kilometers away. If I set the fucking if I set it up at eye level, 6 foot 3 inches from the ground, which means that the curvature would be 2,500 and whatever it is meters. Which means that the island that is 2,600 meters tall at its highest point, I would only be able to see, if I were able to see anything above the water, it would be the very, very tips of the mountains. So that would look like just 2 little blips, 2 little tiny fucking blips. That's all I'd be able to see. But the fact is, standing at eye level with a P900 camera, I can see beaches.
Forever. You can zoom in on the moon.
They're at sea level, beaches at sea level, 125 kilometers away. That disproves their model.
You can watch a boat.
It doesn't prove that the
over.
Earth is flat. It doesn't prove the Earth is flat. It disproves their model.
Yeah.
It disproves that the Earth is a globe of roughly 25,000 miles circumference. Because if that were the case, I would not be able to see those islands.
I'm not wholly convinced.
End of story. End of story, mate. End of story. That is the end of the story there.
The horizon always
there's no
rises to
debate
eye
in
level.
it. There's no. Hang on. There's no debate over this with me. There's no debate whatsoever. You either accept it or you don't accept it. Okay, that's fine.
You don't have to accept it.
You don't have to accept it. I don't care if you accept it or not. Right? It's just
I would
amusing.
love if you went out and measured it though.
What's amusing to me is that there are people walking around with a complete misconception of where we are and what's going on.
Stick around, buddy, and
total
you'll
misconception.
See. There's plenty of research that we've done that we've proven.
I've seen plenty of videos on it, and they always make a mistake in how they're calculating what they're doing. That's why there's so many channels debunking the videos that you're talking about.
So scientists never make mistakes when they're doing their math?
Oh, no, plenty of mistakes. Yeah.
Exactly, so mistakes can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Well,
that's my paper.
So you believe that like there's like entire oceans, there's entire cities, there's people hanging upside down in Australia, and it rains up?
Upside down as compared to what?
If you're on a globe and they're at the bottom of the globe, they must all be like this, and it must rain
the
up.
trouble is, when you're on a globe, what is up, man?
Yeah, when you're on a globe,
just
up
out,
is just
isn't
away
it?
from the center of the Earth.
Up is out. But anyway, listen, this conversation now is not going to go anywhere. It's a pointless conversation now. You know. we'll agree to disagree.
The first 5 seconds of that video
proceed.
proved the chemtrail thing to me. But if you went on, they show the canisters, they show everything, dude.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
Dude, I've seen. I don't think I've seen this one, but
It's
seen
a good one.
This one's just a compilation of videos that I've already seen.
Frankenskies is a good one. I have it on my Odyssey.
I like that.
Not really here. It's been so quiet and demure, sat there in the background. She hasn't made a peep. She's been so quiet. Have you got anything to contribute? Is there anything you wanted to say?
I don't
Not
usually
really
waste time on the shape of the realm myself.
No. Yeah.
I'm not invited to the big party where we get to see with our own eyes or go to the places that prove or disprove.
Yeah.
So there's just bigger fish for me to fry at this point. Once that will affect me.
That's also so ultimately, I see the entire subject as an absolute. You know, it's interesting to know, but it isn't fundamental to how you live your life, other than to be able to appreciate that they're lying, that we didn't evolve from monkeys, we're not on a spinning ball flying through a vacuum of space. What it is, who fucking knows? Who knows, man? Personally, I think it's a realm. I think it's a realm that reacts to the collective perception, the collective intentions. It's all about frequency, vibration, energy, and we're the ones that are creating that energy through our emotions, and they're playing it. They're playing us. They're playing our emotions to create the reality that they want to exist, which is one where they're in charge, and we are basically the servants serving them. And everything that they've done, they've been displaying the same modus operandi the entire time. Everything that they've done has been to change our perception and give us an inaccurate perception of what's going on to keep us corralled, basically divided and corralled and easily controlled, because we can't decide what's going on. We can't decide what reality is. We're all fighting about what the fuck reality is, what shape the earth is, it's chemtrails, all of it. We're fighting about all these things, when really what we should be doing is focusing on building an accurate and true future that reflects our, that reflects us, not them. Build the future that we want, that we deserve, not the fucking future that they want. Where, I'm sorry, I'm done being a fucking slave for some fat cat sat in a mansion, one of many, who's telling people that they shouldn't eat meat, and they shouldn't drive cars,
here, guys,
and they should live in 15-minute cities and just eat bugs and rah fucking while they sit there eating fine quality steak, flying around on their private jets with their fucking thousands of acres of land. I'm done with all that, man. And all of this, everything that we're living now has come from them. Everything the way we perceive the world has come from them. That's how they want us to perceive the world.
The police are here with the housing inspectors, so I'm just gonna leave.
Right.
If you need to go full screen, put me on full screen. But I'm going down to
Listen, so we're pausing now, ladies and gents, because Boston Ray has got something going on. The police have turned up with the landlord, because the landlord has been an absolute arsehole. And Ray and his fiance basically notified all the different agencies basically get him inspected. So on Monday there's going to be an inspection, and his retaliation to that is to say that he needs to come in on Sunday, and he's coming with the police. So Ray said, "Yep, no problem. You can come with the police, come along, but it's all going to be on camera. We're going to be streaming live on YouTube. And this is going to be on camera. So we're just going to basically witness what happens. We are witnesses to this event." That does look like a nice place, doesn't it?
Yeah. I kind of wish he would come in on a second screen on his phone so he'd have both perspectives.
Well, the thing is, this is going out on Ray's channel as well. He's linked his channel up on here. So for the benefit of Ray's channel, just while we're just going to keep it on big screen. Or I'll tell you what, we can put it down, and I'll put it up on a big screen if they come in.
I'm going live on my channel too. If you want to share it, whatever.
Right, that's too small. This is where my computer goes really slow. Oh man. Oh, come on. This is taking forever. My computer is like, it's lagging so much. The processor is obviously going 90 to the dozen. Put some music on in the background here. Just noticed that voice gone. Elsie, I'm going to say thank you very much for joining us, mate. It's been interesting talking to you, but I don't think it's going to be a productive conversation moving forward. So I'm just going to say my goodbyes, mate. Thank you very much for joining. You're welcome to continue watching, but I think our conversation's come to an end.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
This is the thing about having just the one fixed camera. He hasn't got his phone. He needs his phone. He needs it on his phone, really. Filming what's going on right now. They might not agree to, actually, they might say, do you know what, we're not coming in. Talk to me, not really here. We can talk.
I was trying to be quiet in case the action started. I didn't want to take away from it. I don't know exactly what's going on here. He's being inspected by, what, like a child protective? Or
No,
building
it's I think it's just he reported the landlord, So multiple agencies have organised an inspection on Monday, tomorrow, and as retaliation, he has said he needs access to the property today, before the inspectors come. Like, I think that's quite interesting that he would need. Why do you need access to the property? What do you want to come in and? What do you want to come in and change or do? What is it that you want to, why do you need access?
Situations.
So
I did have to report landlords back in the day because I feel like paying my rent continuously and faithfully, and had those kinds of problems that you just can't have, like non-working plumbing and stuff like that.
Yeah. My situation here is that it's all off the books anyway, so I can't, it's like, what can I expect? I can't expect any more because it's all off the books.
Yeah, there's really nothing you can do at that point. But on the bright side, it also means that you can pick up and run whenever you want to.
Yeah.
And I am in that situation now myself, and while I can't do anything about how I'd like stuff to go, it is kind of nice to know that at any point that I choose, I can just pick up and run.
Someone's just noticed that she's on camera. Sweet. Can we hear them?
I hear them. It's a heated conversation. And I have that urge to lean in closer so I can try to feel better. I still haven't gotten used to the fourth wall yet. I'm like, if I look closer, will I see what's around the corner? No. I don't know.
You want to be able to put your ear closer to the doorway to be able to hear. Will I be able to hear if I get my ear closer to the doorway on the screen?
I'm resisting the urge right now to creep closer.
Well, if you've got earphones on, that's quite funny.
It totally is. It's another one of the things
you
you
can
gotta get past.
You can just turn the volume up.
Oh my god. That's so brilliant.
Because I've turned, but it means we'll have to whisper because it'll be really loud. So I've turned it right up. I've turned his mic right up.
Oh, you know what? This is so fancy that my mic volume and my earphone volume are entirely separate. This is so far above my pay grade. I didn't need this shit, Richie.
It's good stuff, man.
Yeah. Fuck it, I was bummed. I was having a rough day. So I bought the good stuff, and so I brought my nephew up here the other night. And I was like, what are you doing, buddy? Will you show me how to use this and actually get something out of it? Because I figured out how to turn on the YouTube and the email. And he came up and he looked at it for a while, and he was like, what do you need all this for? I don't know. He's like, this is cool. Can I use this sometime? I wanted to start streaming. Your setup's really good. I was like, yeah, sure. Just, come on up. So we sat up here. He's also my herbal delivery boy. And we had a great time. This is like Minority Report. I've got the full touch screen computer now.
Oh, brilliant.
I didn't know that such things existed.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That like at a dollar amount that could be in my house.
It's crazy. It's crazy what's available now.
Oh, I've been under a rock for a while on purpose. So this was.
I was blown away by iPhone. Like the iPhone 6 when I got that. I was like, crikey, I don't even need a computer.
No.
what do I need a computer for? And then I started streaming, and I was like, all right, I need a computer to be able to share screen and do all that sort of stuff, and do this, to be able to do this. Yeah, all right, I need a computer.
Yeah, I had my laptops in boxes for years, and it was just when I decided to start doing video therapy that I dug my laptop out of the box. That was over the winter, just this past winter, and got all that hooked up so I was trying to make that decision. Do you go back on brain killers or find another way to get through what you know is happening in the world around you? And so I got the video thing on my laptop going so I could attend these. What do they call that? I'm already baked this morning. Teletherapy. And then I stumbled into YouTube chats instead, and I was like, oh, this is so much more fun.
You're getting louder.
I can hear it a little.
Do you know the mention of the almond latte from Callum? I think I might just make a coffee while I might use this opportunity for coffee break. Don't know if you need a hot beverage. I don't think they're coming in. Right, I'm going to make a coffee. I just stopped for a second then because I didn't like what I was hearing. Thought for a second maybe something was going on and it was freaking the child out.
That's a shiny head.
I just got to finish making my coffee.
You're live over there too. You're live on a bunch of channels. See? Say hi. You're a YouTube star. Joe Gregorio, 31 Fuller Road, Middleton. You have an $800,000 house, and look at this place. And then you're trying to go up on it, right? Take a look at it. Go ahead. Let's look at it. Let's look at it together. You really think it's worth more than what you're trying to charge us? It's not even worth what you're charging us now. This is dangerous. Hey, huh? Look at it. Look at the mold on the wall right there. Look at the mold. This black mold. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What about what's under these drop ceilings and what's behind those that wood panel? Let's check. Check it out. Go look at the beams in the front house that's holding this place up. You think you're going to get an office? $800,000 house in Middleton? Alright, show everything going. Yeah, you can't really. Alright, don't worry. And the reason why it's so cluttered is because we don't have any closet space. None of the closets work. You just didn't want to figure out what's on rent. That's all you had to do. Just not be a slumlord. That's all you had to do. Be a decent guy. Wouldn't be no problem. See the little kid? See the baby? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Joe. You're the man. Eddie.
You're a YouTube star now. Going out on 2 different channels.
I really, really wish that I was set up to do that too, but I haven't got that far yet, like figuring out how to stream things from my own channels. I will get there.
Are you going to join us there, Mr. Callum Wilkinson, sir? I'd like to see your face.
I heard my phone beep, but I haven't used it in days since I have a computer now. So I have to find it. Just a moment.
So, hang on, let me... Oh, you can't hear this, can you?
As a slumlord. He's a slumlord millionaire.
It's going to echo. If you talk, it's going to echo. Because I realised you couldn't hear.
My girlfriend's being the talk police. My girlfriend's violating my First Amendment right now. The front lock is broken too, you know. Yeah. It locks me in the house every time I lock it. It locks us out of the house. No, I want to get him on as much as I can so people know what he looks like, so they know what to look out for. Look at him. I got him good. I got him good.
Slum landlords come in all different shapes and sizes, man.
As soon as they leave, I'll stop. Don't worry. Thank God for my YouTube family.
I need to turn the I need to mute the volume for me because I didn't realise I could hear it, but you guys couldn't because I wasn't looping it. So that whole thing, you couldn't hear it, could you? He was talking the whole time, but I forgot that you couldn't hear it because I hadn't looped it. But anyway, here we go. Boston Ray came out on top. That's good to see. He basically said, you know, knowing your rights. If you know your rights and you affirm them, because that's basically what he's done. Is it about money? With the landlord, no, it's about, well, I think ultimately, yeah, it's about, you know, they're paying good money for rent, and he's not, the place is dangerous, you know, there's black mold on the walls, and there's, you know, the water, like the shower didn't work properly, and there's all kinds of problems with it. How's it going, Joe?
Excellent, buddy. How you doing, man? I came in rudely. I apologize. I was picking a fight with Ray, but this ain't funny, man. This sucks. I feel bad, man. I've been in these situations before, dude. People walking around my place when my kids are small, you know, and I don't own it. And dude, it's a bad feeling, bro. Ugh.
Yeah.
So what's he gonna do? Is he okay?
Yeah, he's okay. He kept them like they came in, and the guy walked around with a clipboard.
Big dude.
And Ray followed him with the camera. And at one point, we did have a two-camera view of what was going on. It was pretty cool.
Interesting.
I didn't realise. I wish I'd shared his channel sooner, because he did actually start streaming his interaction with the police. So that is all on his channel. If anybody wants to see the actual interaction that he had before where I actually put it on. But then when I switched it on, I forgot to share the sound. So everybody got they could see what was going on, but you couldn't hear what was being said. So to hear what was being said, you need to go to Boston Ray's channel.
But he's going to be able to stay.
Well, I mean, personally, it's not nice living somewhere where you know the landlord wants you out, and is also a nasty little, you know, backhanded little shit.
I know in California it takes like 6 months to kick him out. Hi, Real, after all.
They're planning to get out. They're planning to leave. Are you muted? I can't read. You're still there, aren't you? Yeah, there you are.
I'm just an expert lurker. I am ninja bred.
She's a lurker, like that's what I call my brother, a lurker. He's always in the background, like watching.
I've been such a quiet lurker for such a long time that I'm not sure if I can.
Like you're still in the chat, huh?
Yeah, except that like I got so paranoid for a minute there that I stopped. Even like normally I would sit here and talk to myself when I'm reading the chat, like truckers.
After about 2 years in the chat, I'm like, is this world real? Am I like? I started like questioning everything. That's why I had to get on here and just, like talk to people. Be like, okay, I'm real and you're real, right?
I'm still having those moments where I'm pretty sure that a lot
Because
of
we can't,
people,
like, if I could shake Richie's hand right now, I want to shake his hand someday, you know, like, and I don't know, there's something about it, you know, like, it's crazy, you know.
Oh, dude, one day, hopefully, you know.
Yeah.
It's weird when you think about it because we are all so far apart. We're
Far, dude.
Dotted around all over the place.
Which is cool too.
I think it all fits into my paradigm where we're all anchor points. You know,
from angles of the stars
for energy, for anchor
that's
points
a fact.
for energy,
Yeah,
like conduits for the energy to come through for the. And
I agree totally.
All really, and we're just meant to watch what's going on, just watch it, observe it all, take it all in.
It's something like that.
And you know, like where we can, if we can affect change in some way, even if it's just in ourselves, then that's what we're meant to do.
Yep.
That's what I've been attempting, but it's frustrating and it's personally very painful at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little
expressing.
There's a bit.
Pain's got to go through it, express itself, man. The learning and the epiphanies.
It's a bit insulting.
Oh, it's incredibly insulting, and I've played along with a very big amount of things for the sake of others. I have played along with being made a fool of, and I know. Oh, but
That's every day for me.
Not to be a dick. However, I know, and
I did, however, find a good TV show through watching Normie stuff, which is that Steve Martin one and Martin Short called Murder in the Buildings. Have you ever seen that one?
Is it old?
No, it's new. The third season's coming out, but
wow,
it's so good, dude. Because I don't really watch anything.
I love
sports.
Martin Short.
I'm still, dude. He's so good.
I love
he's absolutely.
Mate,
and then with that singer girl,
Jiminy Glick is one of his best characters.
Oh, totally.
My best friend in high school was Jiminy Glick. I miss that guy.
That's funny.
Oh, man.
That's funny.
Oh, he's gone. Well, maybe you'll come back in and come and let us know what's going on.
It's weird too, because I get like mad about stuff, and I'm like, I was literally coming to pick a fight with Ray, and I'm like, then this happens, and it's like a lesson for me. Like, dude, like it's just not worth it, man. You know what I mean? It's like,
do
you know what? I appreciate that.
I'm gonna make some people cry.
Like I don't.
Yeah.
I don't like you know picking fights.
Right.
Like
it's bad. It's my bad quality.
We can have disagreements about stuff, but picking fights isn't constructive.
It's not, and it's my problem, man.
Here he is. Here he is. He's come back.
Yeah, I'm back again.
Because
Seth from what is that? Explain your handle, please.
Oh, Seth from Soest. Because we had Boston Ray. He's back. Here he is. Here he is. How you doing, bud?
Hey, the Conqueror. Muted.
Can't hear you. You're muted.
Def and mute from Boston. No,
still muted.
Not.
I'm muted over here in Boston. Park my car at Harvard Yard, And then I walked over to the bar, and I had a beer.
Is that your Boston? Your Boston's your Boston accent?
It's not my best one.
Listen, I thought someone from America would have a much better Boston accent. Than,
Exactly.
You know,
I'm a West Coaster. There is such a difference.
I mean, Boston. I mean,
it says muted by the host. It's not muted by the host, bro. I'll mute and unmute. It's not muted.
Yeah. Now you can
There
hear
you
me,
are.
right? All right.
There you are.
I think I did pretty well. I went live on my channel too.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I know you said that, but I thought you were talking about the fact that you were already live, and I didn't realize until.
If you wanna play it and you want to see what happened, you can. Like,
cops left. The cops left.
They left.
Boston.
I
Cool.
was.
That's always good. That's
but the thing is, like, I don't know. Now they're telling the landlord he's gonna have to go to the court to get an order to keep me out of here or get an eviction, which either one is bad, you know. But like, whatever.
No, Ray. We talked about this yesterday. I think you're gonna. I'm not saying that you should not oppose. I mean, I think you should oppose. But then again, you know, the things that I have in mind for you might actually end you up, you and your family, in a better place. Since you are a family, you have 3 children. You know, there's rights to that. Okay.
I know.
So here it is. We won't be able to have the volume because Restream can't. The only way I can share the volume is by looping it, and then you'll all start echoing. So 1 second. Well, unless you all right, I'm gonna loop it. All right, so just mute up.
Your badge number. I want your name and badge number. Hill.
Officer Hill, number 163, whatever police.
Everett Police.
You're gonna have to go
whatever police. Is that what you think of the Everett Police? Whatever. I think it's a great police. I think the Everett Police are a great police.
Ma'am, you have a lease here, correct? A tenancy at will.
Yeah, but we don't have to let the cops into our dwelling. We don't have to let the cops into our dwelling.
You rented this along with your daughter. You have allowed your children. You have allowed him to establish residency here.
I don't live here. I'm homeless. I'm here to protect them today.
I like that. I don't live here. I'm homeless.
I don't, but I pay for everything because that's my responsibility.
Dude, that's a smart move.
This stuff sucks, Ray. I've been through it too, man.
What happened to the sound, though? I didn't get it.
I hear it.
Restream, you're a fucking piece of shit when it comes to audio. Fucking hell. Right.
Yeah, somebody sound like they got a faucet open.
Right. It will be looping at the moment if you try and talk. We'll just go back to where I... Shit.
He kidnapped me. A YouTube streamer. I'm a 1A auditor. Yes. No, I don't want to talk to no one. I don't answer questions.
So I'm talking to you again. So you're allowed a guest. If you allow him to stay here, he does have the right to stay in your place. However,
and also, it's my responsibility to pay for the kids, and I pay for everything.
Ma'am, as I'm talking to you, however, your landlord wants to come in.
He can come in. He can come in.
Okay.
Why is he afraid to come in by himself? Why is he afraid to come in by himself?
Sir, I'm trying to help your girlfriend.
No, I'm asking you a question.
If you're so concerned about her, would you please allow me to give her some information? You're more than welcome to go on Google and go on wherever you find your law.
No, ma'am.
I won't allow you. The last thing I want to do right now is come into your house. If you don't let the landlord come in and do his due diligence,
he can come in.
As a landlord.
But why is he got to bring the police?
And fix the things that you need fixed in your home.
Yes, let him in.
We're only here to help you. Let us in. Let us in. We have guns and spray.
Okay, let me finish. Listen, he's been trying to talk to you.
I reported him to the Attorney General. This is a retaliation. This is a retaliation.
Contact with your boyfriend. Okay, so he's okay.
I'm streaming. I'm documenting.
Oh, please stream, please.
And I have the First Amendment. I can say whatever I want.
So let's do this. You're gonna give the landlord while he's here your phone. So from now on, you can deal.
Are you a supervisor? Get me your supervisor.
Let's.
Get me. I asked for a supervisor.
Yes, you can. We're more than welcome to go.
Don't let her near the door.
Excuse me.
Don't let them in. No, you have to, or they're gonna come in. You have to. If you open the door, they can come in. No. No, she's trying to get in. Being a sneak.
Okay.
Where's your supervisor? I want the police out of here.
So, again, you just said you're homeless and you don't live here. You don't.
I pay for everything here. I pay for everything here.
So you're saying right now that you live
I don't live here. My kids do. I have 3 kids.
Oh,
I have
she's
3
funny.
kids here. And I pay for them. And that's my responsibility as a dad. I'm doing my responsibility as a dad.
happy you're being a good dad.
Are you telling me that like I'm doing something bad for supporting my kids and paying for my kids?
I don't know why he's not saying. The whole thing is, okay, the landlord wants to walk in here.
He can come in. The landlord, we never said he couldn't come in. We told him to come in.
The police in here, and I said,
No. Yeah, because it's a officer. What's your badge number?
Relax. I already spoke to him on the phone.
I know.
Listen, it's a retaliation. I reported them to the Attorney General, the ADA, and he's retaliating. This is against the law. This is illegal.
I'd ask you to calm down.
No, my kids are stressed out. This is our day of worship. We're Christian. This is Sunday. My baby's sleeping right there, newborn.
Hey, ma'am, can I speak to you?
Can you just let him say?
No, I'm upset now.
He called the station earlier and asked the police would come down to his property and do a walk.
Why does he need the police?
I'm going to speak to you because she's calmer. I explained to him that it's civil and we don't do walkthroughs.
Okay.
That if he was looking to walk through, he could either set up appropriately a civil...
They're coming on Monday anyway. The fire inspectors and everybody.
Just talk to the
Come back on Monday.
And I told him that he could set up 24 hours notice, like it takes, to go into a tenant's apartment, if you're a landlord, and do that.
Watch out.
If he doesn't do that...
You guys are scaring my children.
He needs to hire a constable, that the police don't go into people's apartment.
Yep.
Okay, so there's no just cause for us to go in.
Okay.
So we are not going to come in your apartment today. And if he doesn't have a 24-hour notice and he didn't arrange with you for him to come into his apartment, then I'm going to tell him to leave and go get a court order to come into your apartment. Absolutely, ma'am.
Right. Now we've talked to the city, the board health, everybody. We have them coming tomorrow, so we don't know why he's coming today.
Okay.
The city,
Then what I'm going to do is, if that's already arranged, I'm going to tell him to leave.
It's arranged. Call City Hall.
Sir, you need to realize to come out.
Okay, I'm sorry, officer. I'm protecting my children.
I understand, but we're trying to make this as peaceful and as civil as possible without riling up your children.
Thank you, officer.
So I'm going to go tell him that I was the sergeant he spoke to on the phone, and I told him he couldn't use the police to come into your apartment, and I'm going to ask him to.
This is a retaliation. Tell him that.
But let me also explain to you that
It's against the law.
It's civil. We don't enforce civil law. Landlord, tenant, rent, none of that stuff.
Well, I'm getting a civil rights attorney.
And that's because they're officers, they're not constables.
And let them know you're being harassed, and then it'll become criminal.
And I'm FOIA requesting this.
But we don't, but the landlord wanted us to come in.
So
and
I
told
will
them we
explain to
can't.
the landlord.
I cooperated. I was going to the landlord.
Okay. And you don't want to anymore. Am I correct?
No, we want him to come in and do his inspection. No police.
I will go take care of that. He already spoke to me at the
We
station.
want him to look around.
And I told him
Flat
that I
thumbs,
wouldn't come out
buddy.
here. So the fact that he called us out here now and tried to get it as
I don't know why.
Then I'm going to tell him.
Listen, I texted him the laws, the housing laws, and he said I was threatening him. If the laws are a threat, you're doing something wrong.
I will address it, okay?
The laws are not a threat.
I will address it.
Actually, both sides of the law, you know what I mean? Because they have rights, we also have rights.
Yes, and I'm telling you, and none of it is criminal or police worthy. So we're going to go address what I addressed.
And it's unconstitutional.
I'm going to address what I addressed with him earlier. If you have any further contact, or if you feel you're being harassed, then you have the right to go over to court and explain.
We
that
are
you're
going to
being
court.
harassed as a tenant, and then it will become criminal, and then the force and the police will.
And I want Eddie Soboleski arrested for kidnapping me in the bathroom.
That's enough. Can I explain that?
He's not bringing the guy that kidnapped me in the bathroom in here.
Wait a minute. No, that's another issue. Because
He did. Tell him. I have a witness. And my kids were scared. Plastic bags in the wall instead of insulation. And they charged the landlord 11 grand, and then they went up on our rent.
It's your right.
Can I have him arrested? It's my right. Can I have him arrested? I have a witness.
Explain why he's acting like that. Because
Oh, all right. So what? All right.
And you're allowed to report that incident. But I would,
All right. So how do I report it? I'm gonna have to come down to the station. All right. I'm going to.
Let's handle this civilly right now. You allow. Who do you want in? Who don't you want in?
well, we were
The landlord and Eddie, the young one, his son, because he's cool.
It's not a welcome. Everybody else will be removed from your property, and they'll make arrangements with the city or the courts to get in here properly. And that is it, okay?
Thank you, officer.
And I urge yourself and them not to involve the police in civil matters going forward, okay?
Yeah,
No, I understand you
know,
didn't, and I'm gonna tell him the same thing down there, that this isn't a police matter, and he's making it one.
Yes.
But we'll explain that to him, okay? So I'm gonna leave with the officers. And if you don't want to let him in, you're also not required either. If he has an appointment tomorrow and you want to stay with that, that's
I'm sorry.
nobody-
that loud, but I thought you guys were trying to come in.
I told you I didn't want to come into your house.
Well, when you guys come with a big force, as many cops as you got, I mean, look how many cars you got out there. You got like 3 cars, 6 cops. Why? What?
Dude, I'll tell you what, man. I appreciate
Yeah.
hearing you say that. You know, hearing you realise that they weren't like this. This is a difficult one.
Yeah.
This
It
is a
is.
difficult one because they were. The trouble is, like, you had a lot of energy. Obviously, you were really
Yeah.
fired up, man.
I know,
Understandably so. Understandably so. So it's just a really high energy situation.
Well, what I do is I match their energy. When they come at me with high energy, like you see how I started saying to them, like, yeah, I'm sorry, like when she started talking quiet, I start talking quiet. When that's what you got to do. Like, if they come at you with big energy, you go back at them with big energy.
But
you know what I mean?
But can I just say something in between? See how it's better not to exchange energy with these fools?
Yeah.
Maybe better keep the door closed, you know?
I like the tactic, though. It's kind of cool.
Well, I wanted to get everything on footage, everything they were saying, because it's going to go to court, and I want to have it on tape. That's why I would have
all of this conversation, right? We could sort of just about hear it, and when you got louder, when obviously we couldn't really hear what was going on down there.
No, I show it though after they walk out. I mean. I got
but then I realised you were streaming, and I went and got it. And you were walking around with the landlord. You were talking.
Yeah.
You having a go?
Yeah.
Ray's the best at that.
That's the first time that the landlord has stepped
He
foot
didn't
in
even
this
know
place.
what he was looking for, man. He didn't know
No,
what to look
he's
at.
never
he
been
had,
even
he
in
had his
here.
clipboard and he was trying to make it look like he knew what he was doing, but he didn't know. He didn't have a fucking clue what he was going to look for.
Can we also address Michelle? That's not in the picture, but it's actually in between the two forces that we see and hear. You know.
Yeah, but the problem is Michelle's disabled, and they've been taking advantage of her
Yeah,
for a long time,
Michelle's-
15 years.
She's really a cool cat, you know, in this whole situation.
I'll tell you what, dude. She is a rock, mate.
Yeah.
She is a rock.
Yeah.
She kept her cool. She was completely chilled.
She was in a bad car accident, like, before I met her, like, and she rolled over. She was, like, she flew out of a window for windshield, like, 70 miles an hour, rolled over, like, ended up, like, in a coma for 3 months. She finally woke up. She had to do physical therapy. She had to learn how to walk, talk, eat, bathe herself all over again. And now...
That worked out.
And now she has, like, they showed me at the hospital. I was there. They showed me under the thing, like, one of her... There's, like, 2 main tubes of oxygen that go to your brain. And, like, one of them is sealed off, and the other one, like, changed to give her enough oxygen for her whole brain.
Yeah, dude.
Got bigger, basically, expanded, sort of dilated.
It happened in my leg.
And she can't feel her left side like that well, so like she needs my help with the kids, like pushing the carriage and everything else. It's like it's a lot of work taking care of 3 kids under 5.
But, you know,
can't,
I want to
put it all on her.
I want to thank Michelle, you know, for standing in between there, you know, because she is the thing.
Yeah.
She's actually the rock.
Shout out to you. Like, that's the first time I've ever seen. I've never
She's
seen
the one
Michelle
you
before.
don't
I've never
see,
really.
right? I mean, she's the one that you don't see literally.
Yeah, she's the one that
That's
I was.
Michelle
I've
L,
seen
right?
you
Your
speaking
channel,
to her.
your channel?
Seen
Yeah.
you speaking to her off camera and stuff, but as that's the like really got introduced to her through this, and what I saw was a very cool cat.
Right?
Yeah, she doesn't like to be on. She doesn't like to be on camera.
No,
she
I
doesn't
completely understand
And
that.
she was trying to keep me like calm too, you know, from flipping out on them.
Dude, and she's a true force to be reckoned with, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to
And
say
beautiful children, by the way, as well. Beautiful,
You know,
beautiful kids, mate.
just
Beautiful.
before we do the exchange, you know, I want to know that I appreciate her.
Boynard said he appreciates you, and you're the rock, and you stood in between us, and you did a good job.
Tell her we're all agreeing.
They all
Ray's Rocky and she's the Rock.
They said I'm Rocky, and you're the Rock. she's rolling her eyes.
I can see it as well, man.
I can too. My
for
wife
God's
does.
sake, just shut up.
So now
will you?
she's rock and roll.
You're rock and roll.
Michelle L, rock and roll. I love it, dude.
No, you're a lucky man. And
Yeah, but now they're saying that the landlord's gonna either try to go get an order to keep me off the property, but I didn't do anything wrong, so I don't see how he could do that. Or have to evict us. But either one, you keep me off the property, and you're not gonna get your rent because the rent comes from both of us. You know what I'm saying? She can't do it on her own. And if you evict me, then you ain't gonna get your rent. So either way, you ain't gonna get your rent. Like.
Well, either way, no, if he evicts you, he's going to have to spend a lot of money on the place to get it up to par to rent it out to someone new.
He has money.
So-
He just
I
doesn't
know,
want to
but
fix it for us.
Either whatever way it goes, it's all just a massive fucking inconvenience for him, man.
For him,
Because
yeah.
one way or another, he's going to actually end up having to spend money on the place.
Yeah, he just wants to sit on his ass and do nothing and collect rent and take. He takes advantage of disabled people, the elderly, immigrants who can't, that are illegal and stuff like that. That's who he rents to. And he like anytime anyone asks for anything to be fixed, he goes up on their rent, so nobody says nothing. And they don't know any better. They'll live with bugs, they'll live with rats, they'll live with anything just to have a place to live. But like all they need to do is report him, and then he'll have to fix the place. Like I did. Like I spoke up. I called the Attorney General's office. Well, I sent them an email, and they got back to me, and it's on record. Inspectional services, the DPH, the Board of Health, and the ADA, because that's in Washington D.C. That's the Department of Justice. I reported them to. So that this is a retaliation, and this is against the law what he's doing.
Keyword, man, slumlords, man. I had one guy, I referred to him as slumlord. That's it, to his face and everything. What's up, slumlord? Come in, and just so that it's a legal thing too, and it just sounds so shitty. And then all of a sudden, that's their name, dude, slumlord. You know?
Yeah, that's what I called them.
But you already had the police telling you that this is actually not a matter for us. You know?
Yeah.
That
That's good. I got him on camera saying that.
Yeah, I mean, so why did they attend? So why did they come to your door to tell you that? I mean,
I know they were surrounding my house with 3 cars, and they probably have a car in the back too, on the back street, and they were surrounding my house, and they were coming in, and that's what they were planning on doing.
They tell you like we actually have no reason to be here because it should be a constable and other.
They need to justify that job somehow.
And they just
that's a waste of taxpayers' money.
So, and they tell you in your face. They tell you in your face. We actually shouldn't be here. He has
We've got no
right.
power. We've got no
But
power.
Still,
this is a civil
but
thing.
still we came. So, but still we came, and still even when we say that we have no reason to be here, we're still talking to you. So
the thing is,
so why did you come?
They came because the landlord asked them to come. So, like they're covering their ass. The landlord's said, look, I want the police to come. For whatever reason, he can just say in a court of law, it's because I felt unsafe. I thought that Ray was going to attack me. You know, whatever he wants to say.
Cannot.
I never threatened him or anything.
They cannot say that because they already
he's
stated.
He's bigger than me.
They already stated themselves. We have no reason to come here. It should be a constable, not a police officer.
That's what he
but
said.
Still.
So he said that the landlord was making it a police matter.
Okay.
So they went down there in prediction of that happening. I mean, come on, let's be honest.
Yeah, no. Okay,
there was going to be a confrontation that was going to end up with the police being called one way or another. So.
Well, no.
You know?
If he had just come by himself with the other guy, I would have let them in. But since he called, and the thing is, he called the cops on me the other night too. This is the second time he tried to bring police, and the cops already told him the other night that there's nothing that they could do. So, like now I FOIA requested that one. I'm gonna FOIA request this one, and now I have 2 incidents of him calling the police trying to intimidate me
with false intent.
With false intent. Yeah,
right.
filing a false police report. Yeah.
90% of police action.
And then so he tried it yesterday, and then.
Like last week, like 4 days ago.
And then he found out, oh, this is what I did wrong, so I need to portray it like this, and then they will come. And now they came, and they found out it's not about this or about that. It's actually about something else. So then they said, we have no reason to be here.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, you got a solid case there. I got
a case. I know. I've been building the case for a while because I've been living under these conditions for like 15 years, and I've been praying about it. And I think I have God on my side on this one.
You definitely got God on your side with this one, bro.
Nice.
You got God on your side with this one, mate.
And they use so many words like the devil, man. They come in and they're like, blah, 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 blah,
Dude,
they want to do all the talking. Like, you work for me.
Yeah.
My tax dollars paid for you.
90% of police action results in nothing.
They're public servants.
You know.
All they are is public servants.
They're supposed to be.
I'm never that confrontational with you know, in that situation I might not have been as confrontational, high energy. I might have been a little bit more. I would have just been a bit, like I don't know.
That's
in the situation,
just my style, I guess.
No, but dude, in the situation, I don't know, man. Like, because it's not just your own energy that you're dealing with. Like, everybody there's energy. So even if you're keeping your energy down here, those police their energy is probably quite high. The landlord's energy is quite high. The guy that he's with, you know, all of that energy there is going to be.
But at first, as soon as we opened the door, they were trying to just walk right in. So I had to like keep them at bay.
Right.
You know.
Right. That sucks, man. When they do that.
Yeah.
When they do that,
if they had just walked right in and started looking around at everything, like who knows? Like, You know, like I
yeah,
don't
you got
want them-
God on your side and Michelle, mate. So
It's an
you're
invasion of my privacy and
You'll be
my
alright.
family's privacy. So
There was one point where one
And
of
they
your
don't have
children,
permission.
one of your children started screaming. It was before I'd realised that you were streaming and had another
Yeah.
camera, and we
Yeah.
were just listening. And we were going to make coffee, and as I was going to make coffee, I heard one of the children started screaming, and I was like, "Oh
Yeah.
shit!" So I came
Yeah,
and
they're up-
sat down and listened. What was going through my mind was that they were suddenly trying to arrest you or something, and one of your kids was going nuts. So I was like, "Shit." I hope everything's cool. And then I heard them calm down. Then I heard your voice, and it was like, all right, nobody's getting arrested. All right, I'll go make coffee now.
yeah,
I got raided and arrested one time by these two big old plainclothes cops in South Dakota. I got arrested with no shirt on, a pair of sweats, hooked up, and tucking in just like that. I was in their book with no shirt on. That was back in the days where they found a beeper.
You must be a dealer.
That's what they're like. Is it coming from California? The shipment.
I was watching those like video adverts from the 90s and stuff, and one of them was for a beeper. And I remember the beepers. Like I'll say again, when I had a phone at the time, I had an analog mobile phone that you couldn't get signal for anywhere. And my mate had a beeper, and he was getting signal everywhere, and he was getting his beeps everywhere.
And the codes upside down.
I said, wouldn't it be cool if you could like merge the beeper with the phone and have a way to send messages by the phone? And then about a year later, they came out with digital.
Bill Gates heard you.'s like, oh.
Well, I think it was on the ether.
This guy's onto something here.
I think it was in the ether, man. It was definitely in the ether.
That's how these ideas work. Dude, I've written songs. Well, not completely, but you know.
And someone else sings it.
Me too.
And someone else sings it like a dude.
I did it
Yeah.
with Patience. I wrote a song called Patience in 2006.
Yeah, you must have been in a similar situation. Yeah.
And then take that. Gary Barlow wrote Patience. Guns N' Roses did Patience. And it's
I know, dude.
I have.
Dude, it was just about the time that my virgin girlfriend said, "No, all we need is just a little patience." Right? And I'm like, yeah, but come on.
Did she remain that way, or just
my patience is done now? Okay?
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's
the
even a
Virgin
song
Consuela?
about it. Can we actually do it now? Start to do it.
No,
patience is over now.
Yeah.
I took Patience and I changed it to Spaceships, and I have it on one of my channels, but I'm also gonna redo it and make it better.
Spaceships.
Yeah.
Just some spaceships.
Yep.
So, Voy, you can't leave the story like that, bro. Come on.
No, it's short like that. It's short.
Okay. It's short?
It's very short.
Never mind.
Yeah, she was very disappointed.
There's a lady present. I was trying to. I'm not gonna.
That's short. Yes. That.
And listen, this is very very demure lady as well, because is that like a holder, or is that a vaporizer? Really fancy vaporizer.
This fancy doodad. Yeah, this is one of my it's like Audrey Hepburn smoking.
It's your that's who I was trying to remember who it was, because I was gonna I couldn't remember who it was, so I said just very
You
demure.
say hello, darling.
Very demure, but
That's
yes,
right.
Audrey Hepburn.
That's right, 00.
Audrey Hepburn. And do you know what? Listen, I think that they are genius, because they keep the cigarette, or the joint in your case, so far away from the lips that none of the all the smoke and everything stays over there, apart from what you inhale.
We call it a crutch
And then
in America.
you get none of the smell attached to your hands, and like your hands my fingers. I actually quite like the smell of like when you've been smoking, and the smell on your fingers. I quite like it, but not like when my girlfriend didn't smoke. When I had a girlfriend who didn't smoke, I was so conscious of that fucking smell, and I'd go to the bathroom and scrub my hands,
My wife makes me hold it for her.
To be with her.
It's rude to put it on other people, and that was something that a girlfriend shared with me when we were young. Also, it helps to maintain the lipstick if you're a makeup wearer.
Oh, yes, yes.
Many advantages. Supposedly.
Any boys will like that.
It cools the smoke down as well.
It's so elegant.
But at the moment, it's
huge
added to
in
my
terms of.
supervillain flair. And
does it
Nothing
make
beats.
does it make the
Yeah.
smooth? Does it make the
Cruella
smooth
DeVille.
smoother? Does it make it
Yeah.
smoother?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
'cause
does.
it cools
and
it.
weakens it a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's
Less
basically the same,
toxic.
same
Like-
principle as you know, as a lung pipe or something.
Yeah,
You need a long glove though.
Wizard.
With it.
I have some somewhere. Oh my God, what a fabulous idea. Look how big this thing gets.
That is
That is.
Hello.
huge.
Classy. It's so classy.
Telescopic, even.
Yes. And I have a silver one someplace. But
We're all excited by it.
Right.
you can get these for like under $10.
If you went to, like, you could go and stay in a hotel,
I
right?
even have a
Go and stay in a
silver one.
hotel, a no smoking hotel,
It's
and
a
you
Sunday.
could poke it out.
We're living on a Sunday. You're
you
not
could-
smoking the silver one. So when do you smoke the silver?
Yeah, when do you smoke the silver one? That's just Christmas.
No, it just depends on the wardrobe for the day.
Oh,
mean,
of
you gotta-
course.
you
If
know,
you're wearing an evening, gown,
Yes, exactly. And there are certain outfits for which you want bling.
Wow. I mean, wow. You have so much qualities. Style is one of them, isn't it?
I am good at characterization. Yes.
Ah.
It's all going to be very fun.
Beefstick Jones.
I'm with you. I'm learning too how to do all this stuff. I'm with you. Slowly but surely.
I've just noticed Beefstick Jones in the chat. I just want to say welcome, Beefstick.
That's
What a name! That's quite.
Beefstick Johnson.
Beefstick. But yeah, dude, welcome. Maga, I don't think Maga was. Dude, boy, I think Maga was just. He wasn't siding with the police as such.
Yeah, I know. But still, I had to call quits to that kind of.
Lurker.
I had to call quits to that kind of reaction, right? Everybody wants to play let me play the devil's advocate. Like, I really don't appreciate people attaining that character. Like, but let me play like I haven't played the devil's advocate.
And you know that's something that I openly say. Look, sometimes I play devil's advocate because I feel I have to, because nobody else is, and there's always more than one side.
Yeah, I will totally agree with that. But that there's always that might suggest that there's two sides to the story.
At
but
least.
there's multiple sides to one story, not just two sides. There's
Exactly.
always multiple.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you say two sides for someone that's stuck in one side.
Yeah. Yeah.
One step at a time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't tell them that it's actually a multifaceted mirror world.
I'm
not
the
one
one
side or two sides. There's
I hear you, but I'm the one to tell them. Well,
billion.
it's not one step. It's not two steps. It's
Spectrum.
not three steps. It's like many more steps. Okay. Yeah. But I think we're all getting this.
That's literally
Yeah,
the
that's it.
multiverse
Maga's just
madness.
saying he's not playing devil's advocate. He just wouldn't have talked to him. He just would have said, look, just go, just fuck off.
Yeah. We are on the same decision there. He would have just not opened the door and said, can you please leave? I'm quite offended by the police at my door. I feel attacked now. And if you're gonna talk to me any longer, I'm gonna call the police.
The trouble is, unfortunately, because he's saying he doesn't live there, he's just a guest, and so that means the police really do have to direct everything to Michelle. And if Michelle opens the door, man.
Yeah.
I don't know who opened the door, but.
And I think that's such a smart move to make from Ray to say, "I'm homeless." That's actually such a
but still paying the bills,
paying
man.
for my children here.
Like basically, Ray's homeless because he has to give all his. He can't afford to give all his money to. To pay for the children and for his girlfriend, for the house and everything, and have his own place to live as well.
I started looking right through cops. Once I started waking up, man, once I started figuring stuff out about 5 years ago, I totally ignore them, literally look right through them, act like they don't exist. And I haven't had one contact with a cop, man, all these years. And I used to have all kinds of problems. And I couldn't avoid them before. Now it's like they don't even exist, bro. It's crazy.
I guess my perspective is very different as well.
Attack you in the back, you know.
Yeah, my dad was a cop. My oldest brother was a cop, so I know all about them. I know lots of them. They're just people.
There's a part.
Well, if you can break them down to just people, they're just people.
Yeah.
The problem is the hiring process is worse now. It's more sociopathic, the hiring process.
Oh, dude, they've dropped all of their previous.
Like I don't think my dad and my brother could be cops anymore nowadays.
They flipped.
A lot of
what they've done is they've flipped
a lot of the
it.
good ones have left.
They flipped it. All of the things that they wouldn't allow it because you're displaying signs of this, this, and this. You will never be a police officer. That is now what they're looking for. If you don't show signs of this, and this, then you're not going to be a police officer.
There's a certain intelligence level and a certain
sociopathic,
psychopath.
You know what he used to say on the cars?
Demoralized, perverted, demoralized, perverted.
One good measure is, do you remember a time when police officers weren't allowed tattoos, particularly sleeves? There's no way a police officer would be a police in the British, and also in the army. I think used to be in the army. Like you wouldn't be able to be an officer if you had sleeves, tattoos. You know. You couldn't be a policeman in the UK if you were covered in tattoos.
And you do know the new rules that they made in Australia, right?
No. Bane Bear, shout out Bane Bear.
Australia or New Zealand, like there cannot be any motor gangs. You cannot have any tattoos on your face or on your hands or arms. If you have any tattoos that will show affiliation with former gangs, which are, how do you say, dissolved at the moment of that statute or of that stature, of that law, you're going to be a criminal, right? So the only, right? I mean, you might have.
Re-execute you.
What's that, Callum?
Re-execute you.
Re-execute.
Da.
Yeah. Slowly.
Well, that's a nice word.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
That's a new law in New Zealand, or that's what?
Yeah, they're gonna have to use makeup, right? These people are covered in tattoos, and they're not allowed.
Well, the cop that came and talked to me today had tattoos all over it.
Yeah, because that's
gang tattoos.
No, just tattoos.
Not that I can help.
I got a question for real.
But there's hidden gangs as well, or gangs that don't exist, and stuff as well, right?
Well, the Freemasons is a big one within the police force.
Real, what did it used to say on the police cars in the United States?
Everywhere.
Like
to serve
20 years ago.
To serve and protect.
Yeah, there you go.
There's no serving anymore.
They took it off, man.
Yeah.
Did they take it off?
Yeah. I know years and years ago. I noticed when they did it because my dad was a cop. To serve and protect was gone probably 20 years ago.
Do you know? I think it's because it's not that they've taken it off. It's just that the cars.
Oh, they took it off.
Those cars still exist. They're just somewhere. They're not out because those are for the police constables.
It used to be a cursive writing
to hold to maintain the law, to maintain the natural law of the land.
Have we checked this? Wait. Have we checked this? Is this not a Mandela? Let's just be sure about this.
Wow.
Is there residue? Are we just looking at residue?
I'm extremely observant, and that one was obvious as hell when it went away. Because I think my dad was still in the force. My dad passed away, but my brother was still in the force.
They can't match reality, so
they get new cars all the time, so they just stopped doing it at a certain point when they started getting Dodges, and they go through every different kind of car and stuff.
I've got tats, but I've not got tits.
Same here. Same thing.
Oh, yeah. Same.
My tits are up.
I got my last name across my back in Old English, all big, when I was a kid.
Nice. I've got my arms and I've got my back. It goes across my shoulder.
I got this when I was a kid. My mama's name,
Back of my
Grace. 16 years old.
Wow, dude, that's like the only place that I would get my one and only tattoo. If I ever got one, it would be on my right arm, on my shoulder.
That's
there.
right.
Yeah.
It's the easiest place. It's the best place to get your first tattoo is on your shoulder because it doesn't hurt too much and it's easy to hide and whatever. And that's what I did as well. But I got addicted. I was like, I loved it straight away. I was like, yeah, I like this. I'm going to get the other one done. So I got the other shoulder done. And then I was like, no, I'm going to get my whole upper arms. I want to get my upper arms done. So I got my upper arms done. And then when I was in prison, I was like, I'm going to get my back done. When I get out, I'm going to get my back done. So I got a guy to design one for me in prison because he did really nice drawings. And I said, could you design me a tattoo? So he did for two pouches.
Cigarettes.
Basically 25 grams of Golden Virginia tobacco. And that's what's on my back. And it's like it's all tribal, like tribal sort of.
I think that's kind of a cool story.
Huh? Yeah.
25 grams of Virginia golden tobacco for.
Oh.
I mean, that's a good story. I mean, it is.
Well, that was for the design, but then when I got out of prison, I got the outline done. That took 3 hours to do the outline, so that cost me. It was like £60 an hour, and then I got it filled in, and it was like 4 hours worth of work. But he only did 2/3 of it. He only filled in 2/3 of it. It's still not finished, and it needs to be completely redone now. Who are we seen it? He laughed when he saw it and said, "Yeah, it needs redoing." The guy that did it, he scarred my back doing it.
Dude, I'm so happy to say that I never, made that decision.
I don't regret my tattoos.
It's cool not to.
I don't regret them.
By now, I wanted to do it like in 1988.
But now you're cool.
Before it was cool, to.
Oh, dude, I did it before it was cool. Right? I did it before it was cool. And my reasons for getting my arms done was because I was going to prison and I wanted to look tougher.
Uh-huh.
I didn't want to look like a fucking little soft blonde bit of meat, I wanted to look a little bit tougher than that. So I got my arms tattooed and I went to the gym and
It used to be crazy to have a tattoo when I was a kid, man. Like a face tattoo, that was literally, you had to have like killed somebody to have a face tattoo.
Oh,
like,
yeah, get a teardrop.
It was literally a teardrop for killing a guy.
Teardrop,
it's the only type of face tattoo.
Everyone you've taken.
That's the only thing anybody ever had.
That people didn't have tribal tattoos when I got them on.
Now you see people, having teardrops next to their eyes tattooed.
Not just that, they get fucking
they
get spiders webs.
I know.
They get spiders webs done on their foot.
Which is hardcore. Spider webs are hardcore.
What about the neck tattoos, man? What about the neck tattoos?
Is
When they all popped up,
Space?
everybody getting these brands on their necks, getting sigils done on their necks. And I'm like, all right.
Chinese writing and stuff. They don't even know what it says.
Who owns you then? Like, yeah.
Fruit
So
and vegetable.
You're owned then, basically.
Yeah, I didn't do anything down here. Nothing here.
A guy who made trouble with me on the terrace, and he had this Uzi, this gun tattooed on his neck, and I'm like, dude, did you ever shoot an Uzi?
The weapon from Israel.
Dude, he didn't even know that. There wasn't. But I shot an Uzi. I said, and I shot several other guns, right? So an Uzi is like, dude, that's just like that's an Uzi, right? It's like it's like a blow gun. It's like a blowpipe. It's not really a gun.
Small bullets.
It's like small bullets. It doesn't have any.
It's
aim.
effective at short range.
effective at 30 meters. You know, that's it.
I never shot one. Dude.
And then you only have this tiny magazine.
That's an Uzi, dude. That is an Uzi.
32 bullets. 32 bullets. That's it.
Boston Ray shot one. He was like 9 in Boston. They were like shooting each other with Uzis. No, shit.
What's much
better? This guy was standing up to me like, "What the fuck are you? Who are you?" And I said, "Dude, you have an Uzi tattooed on your neck. How can I take you seriously?" And his dude, the whole crew of him, they just laid down laughing like, dude, and this guy was totally knocked down just by this remark of mine. Like, dude, that's an Uzi on your neck. That's nothing. And all the, how do you say, the crew that he brought along, they just died laughing. And I was like, okay, you know, done. You know, I don't even have to hit you. You're not gonna hit me. You know.
Yeah.
What would you say would be a better gun to have tattooed on your neck?
A Volta PPK.
PPK.
357 Python with the ribs on top, man. That Magnum 357 Magnum.
Actually,
my dad had the last 6-shooter on the San Jose Police Department. The last freaking 6-shooter.
Not guns,
samurai
man.
sword on your neck.
No, two. Like X marks the spot. 2 samurai swords. On the neck like that.
Cut me here.
Maybe leaving a little trail of blood where they've cut into my skin slightly. That's really cool, man. I like that, actually.
Yeah.
No, I think it would be the best decision to have no tattoos in your neck, especially not of guns. You know?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
The Kalashnikov, man.
What
that
is
gun's
an Uzi?
reliable.
An Uzi, Dana, is a little small bore. It's like a 9mm rapid fire
handgun,
fully automatic handgun.
Full auto.
That just it sprays out bullets at about, I forget how many it is a minute. But it's pretty fast.
Or it's a semi. I think it's a squeeze. A squeeze is like
but
10
it's
or
not,
something,
it's
isn't
not
it?
It's not very powerful, and it doesn't have very good range.
They had
and it's not
submachine
very
guns
accurate.
too. The submachine gun. It's kind of like a little bit bigger, I think, right? Like the next one up.
But you know, the Uzi was developed for being able to go through water and mud, and then
It's a killer. Yeah,
right?
it's like a 38 snub nose.
It's
the
very hard.
The
It's hard.
Kalashnikov does a way better job at that, dude.
The Kalashnikov's meant for more. Uzi is like only meant to kill a guy. That's it. It's like a 38. A 38 gun is. There's only one thing you do: stick it in a guy's
Uzi
stomach.
is
They call it a belly
submachine
gun.
All right.
They call them belly guns. You get close so you can shoot them in the belly.
Yeah, I would agree.
They're the ones that have like a barrel that have like little circles on it, like a round thing.
That's to keep it cool.
I really like those little snub nose.
38. Every cop's got one on his hip. You don't even know. Walking around, plain clothes.
They're beautiful because they're brilliant for crime scenes because there's no, there's no shell ejection, so you don't have to go scrambling around looking for where the shell is.
The bullet costs $1
because it's there in your thing. You don't have to, when you're trying to leave the crime scene
Neat.
neat and clean. Saves with that, man. But
one time I saw this guy. He had the same gun that they used in 007, whatever that gun is. I forget
Walter
what it is.
PPK.
Yeah. He had one.
Yeah.
I seen one. I was like,
they're small. They're really small. It's like, wow, how would you kill somebody with that gun? Like you'd have to go and put fucking 7 bullets in their head like that to be.
They look cool though.
Yeah, they do look cool, man.
Callum, do you know the decibels on any Walter, any PPK? I mean, they're loud.
Ouch.
They're loud.
Ouch.
Walter's a junk, dude.
Surprisingly loud for what a small gun it is.
I got a little Ruger.
That's just loud.
High pitch.
The dude didn't even have it locked right. He had like a padlock around around it, like.
Good.
You know what I mean? Whatever works.
Yeah, a trigger lock on it.
It was just like he used like a master lock, like like you could tell it was like it wasn't.
He didn't pass his test. He wasn't allowed to have his lock off.
Right. I used to work as a barman in the officers' mess in the army base in the UK that dealt with doing the maps, making all the maps.
You guys like Walters.
Cartography. And I was working one night, and there was some officers playing snooker, and both of them had put their pistols on just on the table, and they both had, like, they were 45s or something. I don't know exactly what they were, but I think they were 45 caliber. And it's amazing how much presence 2 loaded pistols on a table have in a room.
Can you guys buy guns?
Dynamic slightly, yeah.
It's insane, the energy that was coming off of those 2 fucking guns. Every time I went in that room, that just like, it was weird, man. It was
Americans don't feel that way about guns. We're more scared of dogs.
No,
guns.
it wasn't
I don't.
It wasn't a fear. It was respect.
I don't like
respect.
Can you guys buy guns where you're at, Richie? Can you buy guns?
No.
How about you, Callum? Can you buy a gun?
There are legal ways.
There are legal ways.
Yeah.
There's
ways to get them here.
I wouldn't be able to buy one legal.
I moved 4 hours from a place where you can't.
As well about what and how and everything. It's basically
1,000 euros. 1,000 euros will get you a clean Glock.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Clean but dirty.
Well,
hot but clean.
Without papers.
No, you can, like, I don't know. It's the better of the 2, basically. Like, you can get one that's, you're not sure about the history, and you can get one that is going to be okay. It's going to be clean.
I moved over a imaginary line from a place where you cannot buy a gun. Grew up with guns, are just, you get totally thrown in prison for it. To a place where everybody has them on their hip walking around, and you're supposed to have them on you.
I hear they do that with plants as well.
California and Nevada, dude, it's crazy.
I know what you're
imaginary lines everywhere.
Silly.
I cannot talk about it, because
don't talk about it.
Because it's not been enough years yet. So.
Interesting. We all got issues.
I do, like, that's one.
It's not an issue, but I don't want it to become one.
There you go.
Let's keep it. Yeah.
I'd love to live in America, like, just
for
the gun laws, to be able to live on a ranch with a shooting range on it and be able to just.
You get your side by side, go out in the desert, man, shoot up.
I don't do the. I'm not going to do the hunting thing. I don't know. Yeah, if we're gonna eat it.
Do we take stuff out the desert that we want to shoot for the fun of it? Like, think of something you want to shoot, and we could just drive out to the BLM land and just blow up like stuff.
I'd have a fucking YouTube channel, mate, and I'd be shooting acetylene. Oxygen. I'd be blowing up.
Dude, I could make 100 videos a day, all this shit out here, but I just want to keep my channel focused. But there's so much fun shit I could make videos of, dude. Of, like, the desert's nuts, bro.
Yeah,
it's new to me too.
I had an oxygen tank on the property that blew up.
Whoa!
And the caretaker from below, everyone heard that and felt that too.
Yeah.
Whoa!
They felt it through the ground as it exploded.
So
how big of a
that's interesting, isn't it? Like in Maui, in Maui, that guy was saying about how he went back to his place and there was all oxygen, there was propane, oxygen, acetylene, and they were all fine. None of them went. Considering the temperatures that it got up to.
The LPG gas next to it, there was 4 or 5 empty bottles. And none of them went off or anything.
Because they're more likely to explode when it's empty as well, aren't they? It's like when when you I used to fuck around with aerosol cans, right, and pierce it, and then like set fire to it and have it like a blowtorch. Yeah, right. And it did it with lighters as well. But it gets down to a certain point where that flame goes in, and then it's bang. And explodes, man. Like, for a while, the pressure and everything's keeping the flame outside the container, but then it reaches a point where that flame does come in, Yeah, it's that point where the pressure drops and the flame sucks in.
And I know because of magic. I remember nearly burning a house down with a flamethrower coming out of my hand, sort of thing. That was a fun night.
It sounds like you've been doing some Jedi stuff.
My whole life.
Blowing up.
My whole life.
You're gonna burn your beard off.
Favorite books was Mickey something's Flashes, Bangs, and Puffs of Smoke. One of the best books I've ever owned. Amazing. So much fun.
Everybody's got black powder around here.
I can see
blow stuff up.
My entry into alchemy.
In my mind's eye, I've got this because you told me that you stood there on the hill watching it burn, right? And in my mind's eye, I've got this picture of you stood there on the hill watching it burn, going, poof.
Are you an alchemist, Callum?
I was appreciating the sunset.
Are you an alchemist though? Would you consider yourself?
I love that. I love that. House is burning down.
Oh.
Somebody wanders out and says, "Yo, Callum, how you doing, man? You know your house is on fire." And Callum's just like, "Yeah, I know, mate. But have you seen that sunset?"
It is what it is. But it's something
Shit
different
happens,
to you
bro.
than it is to me, sort of thing.
Oh, I see.
Are you? That's what I was going to ask you. Are you insured?
You create your reality.
Are you insured?
No.
Right.
The building and contents were.
Right, the building and contents were insured, so you're going to get this is going to work out all right for you because the things that were in the place, they weren't things that you need. There might have been things that
it's worked out fine for me. It is what it is.
There might be things that like.
But yes,
I'm sure in the future there's going to come a time where you're going to be like, oh, and you're going to think of something that you want, and then it'll be like, oh shit, that must have been in the house, or it must have been in my place, and there are things.
No, it's all detached.
You're already detached from it all, so you don't care.
Why would you even contemplate? Like, what's the need? Right?
Yeah, that's it. It's ifs and
feeling
buts
any
and,
of that bullshit, dude.
No, exactly. Like just detach from it and say like.
Yeah, it's gone.
Shit happens, man. Boom.
You know, there was a few things I was thinking about, but the fire happens, and it's like, oh, the final little threads of detachment right there just vanished.
Yo,
Wonderful.
6 hour. I just saw 6 hour.
I remember I worked for a rich guy, and there was a fire approaching his house, and he was so scared for his stuff. He loved his stuff so much, dude. He was I had to run in there and get some stuff for him. Put some of his stuff in the thing. I was so annoyed by it. I was like, dude, it's just, stuff.
And it is. You know, it is.
I have nothing. I have a mountain bike. That's what I own. It's like,
yeah, I have nothing.
I don't want nothing.
I have a lot of stuff in here.
Hey guys, sorry, but I'm just paying attention to the background of Real after all. She's got this fucking live.
Mm-hmm.
This live plant. This
it's a monster.
It's a monster, dude.
It's from Little Shop of Horrors.
It is from a Little Shop of Horrors.
Feed me,
That's my
Seymour.
office assistant, Barb.
Right, hang on a
What is
second.
it called? What is it called?
What is it?
Feed me.
In the movie, one is Barb,
Audrey, that's
and
it.
she's my office assistant. I made her on Valentine's Day this year.
Hang on.
A little salty.
Wow, it's very impressive.
Oh
Epic.
my god, I can't believe I didn't even notice that.
Oh yeah, she's,
And now
she's
I
fun.
want to know
I
what the
need that.
pictures are of.
It's not like
they
she's
look
hiding
like they're drawings. They're. Is that your artwork?
Oh, you like my set design?
Yeah, we're not boring around here. We like this stuff. This is good.
This is Jelly Bean. That's the mini me.
Yeah. Yes.
Absolutely brilliant.
I
I
do
do
doll
see
work.
the resemblance.
And I'm a seamstress and a costume maker.
That's what my mom was.
Among many other things, some of these are my artworks. But in addition to being the mini-me jelly bean whose hair is made from sheep's wool, the black sheep, she also has a mini of her own.
Oh, yes.
Her hair is the
Yeah,
wrong
I
color,
just-
and it needs to be painted so she matches jelly bean
Right.
hair. And she has a little squirrel on her shoulder
Oh, yeah.
because she's the queen of the Illuminati.
Brilliant.
But you can see that fine fabric selection. It's got little pink squirrels and acorns.
That's fantastic, man.
I like the look that your enemy has. Like, your mini-me's mini-me.
That's in the ether, the Illuminati.
Oh, she's got a great wardrobe too. I'll tell you what, that chick's got good clothes.
Awesome.
I don't skimp on her at all.
Absolutely awesome.
I'm actually curious to find out what a wardrobe looks like. I mean,
Yeah, that's
it's not like Barbie's, but
I just love the fact that she's got a wardrobe. Like a whole
Fancy.
wardrobe, man.
She's smaller than a Barbie doll, so all of her clothes are custom made.
Of course.
So that doesn't
That's
make
I think that's the tip of the iceberg. We're gonna see some interesting stuff.
Now
Well,
I'm more interested. Like you're telling me,
now,
oh,
now what I want. Now
Voynich has a mannequin, so you know. Yeah, he does.
I used to have mannequins, and I have dress dummies over there. I just got
Don't
rid
they
of
freak you out
one
at night?
because I got, you know, I
Don't-
had
Is it a boy or a
full-size
girl?
human dress.
Probably
Boy's
both.
mannequin.
The mannequin. Whose mannequin? What? Voi's or?
Yeah, Voynich
Because
has
the
they both have-
dress,
yeah.
the
Dude,
dress dummy. Does the dress
reason
dummy
that
have?
I like mannequins is because there's always seamstress. You know, there's always seamstress. You know, in the area. When there's a mannequin, you know, there's people like not really here at all. You know. in the
Yeah,
area.
all I remember is that Kim Cattrall in Mannequin, the film Mannequin,
Yeah.
played by Kim Cattrall, I fell a little bit in love with her when I was like 12 years old.
Oh.
I was a little. I walked around with a
I
picture of
remember
her
that
that
movie.
I'd cut out of the TV guide. I'd cut this picture out that was in the TV guide and stuck it in my wallet and carried it around with me at school, man.
Do you know what I have stuck in my wallet?
That's my girlfriend.
I have stuck in my wallet something that says "Don't panic."
You've got the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy
yeah.
stuck in your fucking wallet.
Yeah, dude.
Is it like a little miniature version of it?
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's just amazing. I must pocket listen now. I'm homesteader.
Yeah.
No worries, Valley Parks. And Sig, I haven't seen you for ages. Sig Sauer. I remember.
What's up?
I remember. I remember Sig Sauer from before. Must be from my other channel. Because the gun. The Sig Sauer is a quite a.
So, but I really want to talk about your creations. Not really here. I mean, since you're a seamstress, how do you call this? A sewster? Sewster.
Oh, you're saying seamstress. That's what we call it.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, seamstress. Yeah.
Yes, I sew.
Seamstress. Seamstress.
Mm-hmm. What do you? What was your?
I want to know what you've all created because, you know, there's many designers, but nobody knows the seamstresses. And
Right?
yeah,
Sometimes it's all in the subtleties of the set design and the wardrobe. So many little clues.
I must confess that I've murdered 3 sewing machines and 2 overlockers in my time in costume.
You haven't just
So,
destroyed them.
Oh,
You've
I
freaking
picked up
murdered
that you've
them.
done some theater work. You know, from watching. I didn't know that you'd done costumery. Hooray!
When I was at the acting school, because we had to do pretty much everything. We had to be in every department, and for the first
That
2
is what
years,
they
I
required
got put into costume, and I loved it. I loved it. It was awesome.
Yeah, I enjoyed learning all aspects of my degree is in studio arts, but I had a minor in theater and in history, and it allowed me to just get my fingers in everywhere. So I did a whole lot of like hair and makeup and set design and stuff for. They'd work towards my credits, but then also just super fun, and I got to do what
experience
I wanted.
too. I mean,
Yeah, and I got to learn so many processes.
Set design must have to work with lighting as well.
Yeah, and
Well,
then
they
so I
all
learned
work together to a
basic
degree, yeah.
prosthetics and working with silicones and latex. So then you had to learn mold building. And by the time you come out of that, you are a very good fabricator. Like you can think in the back of your head, how do I make this thing that I now need?
You're a MacGyver. You are a MacGyver of
bubble gum and
of the clothing world.
All day. Yes.
So basically, to make the outfits in this dystopian future, right, where we're all running around fighting zombies.
Oh yeah,
Not
and
really
I
here
can
is going to make us some
crochet
really
and knit.
awesome outfits.
Oh my God, you guys are gonna look so fly. Oh,
I like the
funny.
One wizard cloak, please.
What's his name? It was Wesley
Oh,
Snipes.
mine is fabulous. It's full fur on the top. Oh my God.
I like
It's very warm.
I like the
I just wanna get my
Assassin's
hat.
Creed style. They brought out a whole clothing style, Assassin's Creed sort of hoodies and stuff, and
Pretty
that
dashing.
is I love
Yeah.
that.
I've seen those hoodies. Oh
I
man, I have to
fucking
have
love
one.
Yeah, that's it.
Are they any good?
Because the thing is, the only one that's going to actually legitimately pull off, what was his name?
Facial recognition. Oh.
No, the character in Assassin's Creed. Well, actually, there's more than one, isn't there?
The main guy, though.
I have no clue, dude.
The main dude was the guy in Avery's Bar.
Is it the same guy in different bodies, isn't it? Assassin's Creed. My son used to play that one.
It's the same. It's the same. Yeah,
that's
it's
right,
the
that's
same
the story, isn't it?
consciousness. It's the same consciousness playing each character. Yeah.
The movie wasn't very good though. They had a
Oh,
movie.
mate, they're never going to be able to do the same thing with the movie.
Video games don't translate. It seems like to
The video
very
game
well.
is a little movie in itself. It's like
Yeah,
24
totally.
hours long. You know,
I watched my son. Have you? What's the new one with the big guy? He does Odin commands him and stuff, and he goes around. He's giant. He's got a red thing. He has his son, and he goes around. God of War, I think. God of War,
mate. Kratos.
I've been watching that lately.
Kratos,
My son plays.
God of War. Ragnarok, mate. Watch Ragnarok.
Look
That's
at
fucking
the background, dude. The scenery is real places.
Right, I was sat there in like 2000 and I forget when it was. There was some point where I was watching my nieces and nephews watching video games being played, and I could not understand it. I was like, why are you watching somebody else play the game? Why aren't you playing the game? And now I get it. I got to a point where I was like, do you know what? I really want to. I can't play it because at the time I didn't have a console, so I was like, I can't play a game, but I really want to see one of these new games. So I just sat and watched somebody else play it. Oh, Gandalf!
I was hoping you actually did have, because you got the look going.
That is sick.
Oh, I'm real.
The thing is, what nobody knows is that beard has always been fake.
It comes off.
It's all fake, Richie. It's all.
That's awesome.
Actually, he's a little Indian girl called.
It goes with that top too. I like it with that top,
I
dude.
called you Gandalf. That's great.
That's a nice outfit. Very erect. That's sick, dude.
This
I
is the
absolutely
move.
love it.
Ready? This is the move.
Oh.
I pointed to button, by the way.
What I want to see. What I want
Yeah,
to
get
see
the
though.
flex in when you do that for sure.
That's masculinity.
Hot wizard.
What's going to give it real gravitas is if you've got one of those little, you can go like that and have a little bit of flame and smoke, just a little bit of flame and smoke.
Dude, but you can get those quiggly right stakes anywhere else but in the midst of Australia. I mean, how can you find a totally little straight stick like that and then end up in a fiery flame?
Ganjalf.
I mean,
That's right.
else can do
Sure.
that. I mean, come on.
Ganjalf the Green.
Yeah.
I love that. Ben Flat, shout out, mate. Thanks for the sub.
While we're on the subject of wizardry, the first several days of quitting smoking, I got myself these licorice sticks, like natural root licorice, and someone was asking about that. And this one started off, really big. So, because someone said that licorice will help to pull toxins out of your body years ago, and I'd used it for other like infections and things. So anyway, so like for a whole week, I was walking around with licorice instead like this. And I was working on doll stuff and coloring and sewing, and I looked around one day and I was like, I am the most ridiculous wizard God ever came up with, because I literally have a licorice wand.
No, but it is. I mean, it is very tasty, and it is like it's not the texture in your mouth. You know, that experience is not the best, but the taste, the idea, and the look of it, you know, it's like it's pretty much better than a cigarette.
I'm trying to figure out how to get them to fit in the cigarette holder so I can enjoy a milder experience of the flavor and the toxin pulling effect, the way that some people use vaporizers and things like that. But I'm too lazy to sand them all down individually, and I need somebody else to do that for me.
Whittle.
You're still thinking about it. You're still thinking about the concept. Okay.
Yeah, I'm working out the design in my head right now, and when I have it down, maybe I'll just sell licorice wand extensions for your smoking sticks.
Wow, that sounds like a good
that
idea.
other people can enjoy.
Oh yeah.
That sounds good.
I mean, I like licorice flavor skins. I like the flavor, but I don't like the paper. The amount of paper that it tastes like you can't get.
Licorice. I mean, don't talk to Dutch
Real
people
licorice. Licorice.
We actually drain the licorice of all the liquor and just be done with the ish, and then we take the ish and we eat that, you know. And nobody else likes it. They say, "Oh, you like that stuff? Yeah, we like that stuff."
Ish.
Yeah, we do.
So is that like the super bitter, almost ammonia tasting candies? Is that what you're talking about right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. When I was
almost ammonia
college
tasting.
years ago, there was a guy from the Netherlands.
I think those guys have
their
salted
candies
stuff
to
as well.
share, you know.
Sorry, what's that? I didn't get you. Because you were talking about the licorice and about the salty taste.
Well, the Dutch like the salted licorice and the double salted licorice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so she compared.
Not for me, that one.
Yeah, she compared it with like ammoniac, and I think that,
ammonia, man, that's pretty.
That was not like what an American's idea of candy was, but in college we used to play these funny jokes where, you know, someone you have only a little bit of knowledge of, we're kind of friends through clubs or whatever, you go, oh, come with me, we're going to go visit my friend, you know, we're going to have a great time, and this friend from a foreign country has some of their candy just waiting. You don't want to be rude at your friend's house, you know, when you're with your friend going to their friend. You are a guest of a guest. And I had the licorice candy thing pulled on me, and there's a candy that the Chinese people enjoy that is made from prunes. And it's so disgusting to my American palate. Oh my gosh, I just wanted to vomit.
I don't like lychee.
And they pulled that on me in college with a professor. Like they took me to his office because he used to do karaoke with us. So they'd be like, we're going to go up and, you know, to Dr. So-and-so's office for just a minute. Come on up. Okay. Yeah. So we're up there talking to him. Yeah, you're going to be there, you know, Thursday we're going to sing. It's going to be fun. And they're like, Doctor, you know, Jenny really likes those candies. I know she does. Do you have some of those candies here? And I don't want to be rude. you know, and then the doctor's all like, yes, oh, he's so happy that we come to visit him as friends. You know, he gives me this candy and I put it in my mouth and I'm like, oh my God. I didn't want to, like, you know, spit it right back out. That would be the best.
But you didn't want to chew it and you didn't want to suck it either, right?
Oh, I was so screwed. And they made me stand there. They just kept asking him more questions, you know, and talking to him more. And I'm standing there going, oh God, I gotta go. Yeah, it went on for a while, you know.
Did you see what I would have done is I would have just chewed it up really quickly and be like,
it was so bad. I was afraid
wow,
that if I allowed the
nice.
spit to get into my throat, that I would hurl. I was that worried about it. It was so bad.
Right. In the UK.
So you just gulped it all up, all your spit, like, I'm not gonna.
I sat there until I'm pretty sure my cheeks were like, and then I finally had to swallow. I had no choice. And that was about the time where my friends were like, okay, yeah, well, we'll see you later, you know, and, you know, we steered our way out of the office and went downstairs, and I'm just dying. But then I got to use that joke on other people too. I'd be like, let's go up and visit Dr. So-and-so. And,
in the UK, there's these sweets that they're clove. They're made from clove or something, and they are absolutely vile, disgusting. Some people love them, but really horrible, man. But that's the only bad candy that there is in the UK, really, I think. But I had salted candy from it was from America, from Utah or somewhere. It was like salted candy.
oh, we love salted caramel and salted dark chocolate.
Yeah.
Lovely.
The best stuff from America is the cinnamon stuff. That's amazing.
I love cinnamon.
I never really
love
heard
cinnamon
of that
chewing gum.
sort of thing as a candy. Yeah, the chewing gum.
Cinnamon chewing gum is just the best.
It's kind of the hot stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a novelty for you?
No, I think that's hydrolyzed cinnamon. Right? It's not real cinnamon, but it's hydrolyzed. Yeah.
It's aspartamized.
Yes, it's fireball. Yeah.
Nothing's real anymore, boy.
Saltwater taffy. That's what I'm talking about. Saltwater taffy.
Good. Yeah, saltwater taffy.
I like saltwater taffy, mate. It is freaking like I was so gutted when I ran out.
Right, I'm going to have to make a magic potion, so I'll be
Coffee.
back.
Coffee break. What are we going? We're going 4 hours and 47 minutes. It's 3:30 in the afternoon here. It's Illuminati confirmed. Coffee.
3:33 coming up. Let's all do a little ritual. Let's start rituals. 3:33.
If anybody in the chat room, if anybody in the chat room has anything that you'd like us to discuss or take a look at, or you got any videos or anything that you'd like to share, or if anybody on the panel, if you've got any videos you want to share, you pop them in the private chat, and we'll just go and take a little coffee break and make coffee, because that's what you do on a coffee break, and roll cigarettes and stuff. But we'll see you soon. All right. If everybody turns the camera off, and then I'll take the avatars out so that we can see the Be Right Back in the background. But you've got to all turn your cameras off. And I'll put some music on. And we'll have some Ram Dass.
And all the should I or shouldn't I? You know, I recall I was traveling with a Swami, who was a very beautiful man, and we traveled around the world together. And then I came to his ashram, and it was a very big ashram, and he sat on a throne, and he had many wealthy devotees and many poor devotees. And he created a little throne for me next to his throne. And thousands of people came to see him, and he made all of these people touch my feet, and there were judges and wealthy people, and they gave me coconuts, and they put flowers around my neck, and he had me have attendants, and he gave me special rooms. It was really lovely. People came up to me and they said, you know, he's never treated anybody like this before. You had a guru up in the mountains, him, but you know, he was nice to start you going, but this is clearly your master. And I thought about my guru up in the mountains who had a blanket that kept falling off. Now, in most relationships, the relationships are based on a conspiracy to stay separate. It's based on the idea you're you and I'm me, and we will interact. We won't merge, we will interact. So the merging is a whole other game that is not part of the usual social contract at all. And when you come together in a marriage or in a relationship with a partner, even that isn't based on merging usually. It's based on a partnership of egos. Of I won't threaten your ego and you don't threaten mine, and we'll do very well together. Thank you. To do it as a technique for merging is very difficult because it involves a surrender that has and a relationship that attempts to be a relationship that is a yoga form often walks the fine line between chaos and cosmos, because it's very scary since it doesn't have the protective device of a conspiracy to keep separate. It starts to get dealing with the issues of surrender. And very often, if you start to choose a yoga of relationship, that becomes your primary yoga. You can't use that along with other yogas. It's just, it becomes your main method because it takes most of your time. You can't have a relationship and put it in the back burner and then go do other things and call it the yoga relationship. Most people have relationships that they find make as comfortable as they can make, and then go do some other yoga like meditation. So the dance, as I said earlier today, is like a triangle in which there is the two that come together in order to know the one, and then the one dances as two. So it's a very vibrating thing. It's the two energies bringing them into the one, and the one dancing as the two. And it goes like this all the time. So when you make a marriage that is designed to be a technique to bring you to God, you are using the other person to see through the veil of separateness. So then what do you look at? Because you come together attracted by body, or attracted by personality, or attracted by comfort or security or whatever. And then through meditation technique, you have to look through that veil to see beyond that and see beyond that. And you practice looking through the veils of other people. That's the yoga of relationship, roughly. And so the art is to extricate yourself from identification with your somebodyness and extricate the person you're seeing from their identification with their somebodyness. So it is really nobody meeting nobody. And then when nobody meets nobody, there is a merging. And the minute there's any somebodyness at all in the whole thing, it can't happen. The minute the awareness is identified with anything, it makes it solid. And you can feel after a while when you meet a liquid consciousness and when you meet a solid. It's amazing. And after a while, you walk in and you meet people, and you can feel the liquidity. You can feel that the awarenesses just keep merging all the time. And yet there are forms, but nobody's invested in them. Nobody's playing them. Nobody's seriously involved in form. And that becomes the yoga you're working with all the time. So your job is to keep working on yourself to extricate yourself from your somebodyness, and at the same moment seeing through the veil of somebody else's somebodyness to the one that lies behind the many. And you can practice levels of this. For example, you can look at me now and you can see my body. You can see me as a 58-year-old, attractive, balding gentleman. Then you can shift your gaze and see my personality, and you can see me as a teacher, as warm, as charismatic, as whatever, as slightly neurotic, whatever. Then you can shift your gaze once more, and you can see that I'm an Aries. You can see that I'm my astral, mythic identity. Then you can shift once more, and you can look, and you can see that I'm a fellow soul. You there? I'm here. What are you doing in that one? And when you see me as a fellow soul, you see me as a soul packaged in this astral personality body matrix. Just a soul that came into this. And all of us are just souls hanging out in these funny packages. And each package has its own trip to live out. And then if you flip it once more, you look, and you're looking at yourself, looking at yourself. There's only one of it. This is the yoga of relationship. Yes. And how does it compare to a monastic or a single life? I think that you've got to really get over the cultural models that everybody is to have a partner or everybody is to be alone to get to God. I think relationship is a very hard yoga. I think it's a hard yoga because it's so easy to get caught, because it gets so frightening to get so close to the void with another human being, because you feel so vulnerable on the way through to your invulnerability. And so that most yoga or most relationships end up agreeing to settle for something or other. They run out of will to keep breaking through. And they can settle for some very beautiful things, but it's a really hard one to keep at it all the time. And so marriage and family, I think, are certainly roots to God, but they are difficult roots. They're difficult roots. But what you've got to do is you've got to hear what your own incarnation's role and function, what your soul needs from a birth. If you are to marry and have children and you resist it, you will feel out of harmony with things. If you marry and have children and you are really a single yogi, you will feel out of sorts with it too. And you've just got to listen and feel your way through that, because there's just no rule for the game. Each person has their own unique dharma. Question?
Time and energy on many different relationships. And my question is, do we have such a thing, do I have such a thing as a soulmate? And I was just wondering if perhaps you could give me a telephone number.
There'll be a sign-up list for this gentleman outside. First of all, when you say wasted, you didn't waste them. After a while, you begin to see that your journey, spiritual journey, as you awaken more and more, you begin to understand what was going on in all the stuff beforehand. Like, I had periods in my adolescence that were hell realms for me. I mean, that I was extremely unhappy and miserable and lonely and isolated. And now, in perspective, as I look back, I see the way those things drove me inside to certain parts of my being. And they deepened my compassion, they deepened my awareness, they did a lot of things for me. I wouldn't lay them on anybody, and I wouldn't want to repeat them. But I now see that it was process.
.007.
Hey, Pop. Hey, Scotty. How you been, sport? Whoa!
I'm sorry, can I stop you? Can you just take a couple steps back? I'm allergic to nuts.
Jesus Christ! Did you find? Oh, do you find me sexy? Oh, look at my titties. Oh,
Oh, my titties! Ah!
Is racist, it's homophobic, it's transphobic, and by the way, you will not be successful. Any comedian who thinks they're a free speech and a freedom fighter, they will not be successful. Okay, you will fail. Nobody's watching your stupid sketches, okay? Nobody's making fun of you. They're making fun of you. That's what they're doing. You're gonna be poor, okay? You're not gonna have a house or anything, okay? So just stop it.
What are you looking at? Honestly, your weird dead eyes. They are weird. Super weird. It's so funny.
We had, together with my leadership team, when we started in 19, the first week we met in January of 19 in California, and to set up the goals for the next 5 years. And one of them was by 2023 we will reduce the number of people in the world by 50%. I think today this dream is becoming reality.
How do I approach this matter? How can we see the truth?
Things that are going very well, things like reducing childhood death, and improving the nutrition. So travel to Africa, meet with scientists. We see a lot of things that are going very well, things like reducing childhood death.
So I don't think I'm being dramatic when I say that the Global Pandemic Treaty and the amendments to the International Health Regulations will allow the WHO to declare a public health emergency of international concern a fake.
How about now? I keep smashing my head against the wall, and I've got a headache. I don't understand why.
007.
This doesn't cost them anything because you know who's paying for this? We are! You know who's paying for this? We are! You know who's paying for this? We are! Oh, wow! You know who's paying for this? We are! Oh, wow!
Yeah, I mean that's gold. That's gold.
Do you like that one?
Yeah, dude, you know it. I mean, you made it for me to love it, and yeah. Emotional damage, emotional intelligence. Oh,
how about no?
How about no?
So, camels in Nevada. From our friend Joe King on his channel. Please go and give him a sub. I didn't know he was actually. I didn't know you were videos, dude. I didn't know you're a content creator. Where is you at anyway?
Damage. You need to stop the echo because you're still sharing the video.
Right, put this in the chat as a link. Oh, you've done it. Is this one we risk our lives for a 10-second video? Right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Oh, there's going to be echo. Well, that yeah, the loop's still on, so.
Address. You got this thing right here, 31 on it. Okay. Oh, I see. There's a dude right there. Animal. This thing. Big ass red door. That's how big the door is. Can you see? Okay. Does not fit the construction. Look at the blocking. It's a monster there. Who's blocking? What the?
It's me.
So, what do we have here? This is camels in Dayton. Camels were imported into the United States for military purposes in the mid-1850s. Lieutenant Edward Beale of the U.S. Army tested the animals for possible caravan operations in the deserts of the Southwest. The experiment was not successful and the camels were auctioned off. Some were brought here to haul wood and salt to the mines and the mills of Comstock. They were corralled behind the stone hay barn known as the Leslie Hay Barn, used extensively between Sacramento and Nevada points for some 10 years. They were later abandoned to fend for themselves. Few were seen after they...
So let them free in the desert, is that thing. Look at this building, dude. Big stones, dude. Big old monster stones. For camels. I was just driving by and I seen that place. Look at my Boston Ray shirt. So the idea is this, have you seen, everything's like inverted, right? Have you seen all the stuff about just migration patterns and stuff being totally inverted? Everything's like west to east and the origins of everything being in North and South America. Have you seen all that stuff? And, you know, a lot of stuff online like that, and including stuff like animals and stuff, like camels coming from here being imported, you know, taken out there and stuff like that, and finding fossils of tigers and stuff in the United States. So that's what my thing was. It was mostly in my head. I guess that's always tripping when I saw that thing. But you know what I mean? What they do, put them on a boat, and they're like, okay, here, it's you know.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting. Nobody watched it. This right here is.
This is one of your videos. I'm just coming back. I had to take care of stuff, but what's going on? Fill
This
me
is
in.
395 on the freeway. Super dangerous. Cars are flying. My wife's listen. I tell a story at the end. This is the Ophir stamp mill, and it's got water on the other side, so I can't get to it. It's in Washoe Valley in Nevada, and so that's like old ruins right there. I've been trying to get that for 5 years. That video.
Wow.
And so I run back, and I tell a story about when my wife was young.
One day you'll
got
get
away from
there.
the cops.
One day you'll get to the ruins, Joe.
Yeah.
If you've been trying to do it for 5 years,
yeah,
you're gonna do it, man.
Cars are flying by right now, and my wife got away from the cops back in 1989.
What if you
I tell
flew a
story.
drone? What if you flew a drone in? What would happen?
I have one, but I can't get it to operate right, man.
Get a better one.
Yeah.
Get a better drone. Get something good. It's worth it. 5 years, that's commitment.
Well, it's flooded on the other side. That's why I can't get to it. It's Washoe Valley. It's where they hang glide. Now look at this. This is cool right here. This is on the side of 50. Oh no, this is something else here. Oh yeah. Look at this little cave. So this is another stamp mill. That was a stamp mill you just saw. This is the other one in another city. It's called Dayton, where the first gold finding in Nevada was this place called Dayton. And this is a massive, massive place. It's 2 videos I got of this place.
They say they mine that for gold right there?
What it is they take the ore and they supposedly this is where they take it and make it all into coin, bars and stuff like that. And these,
they smelt it in there basically.
yeah. You
what
ever
is
heard
it
of the
called?
stamp mill? That term stamp mills? Anybody ever heard of that?
No.
Because that's what's all around here. The stamp mills. This is the
What
first little cave.
So is it like melted on the inside? Is it like glass? Yeah, it is, right? Is it?
So I don't know what in the heck this thing is, but it's right. So to my left is Highway 50, which goes into South Lake Tahoe.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the place is just fascinating. Little satanic stuff. You got to get that on there.
Well, that's what was there. I couldn't really see. It's a little blurry, but
Yeah, that's funny because sometimes they're good and sometimes they're not.
well, it's when you stream it.
Oh, gotcha.
Sometimes
Yeah.
it glitches out. It might be my computer. Who knows? I'm
Right.
looking at a small screen.
But the equipment that you'll see here when I go to the left, and it's like what was here before was massive. I'm talking just an absolute factory, dude. And it's just like, let's see. And I accidentally posted the second part first, so everybody watched the second part and nobody watched this first part. So I was like, oh man. But you could probably go ahead. This is just like little. This is where ducks could hang out.
It looks peaceful.
Yeah, like right there's 50 on the left there, and that's that goes right in through Nevada into South Lake Tahoe. And those are big old footings for some other giant thing that was right here. I mean, what would be on top of there? I have my wife and my dog too. So Mona Kay's in this, and there's Sam. He's a truther dog. Yeah. It's like watch those videos, dude. They're like, it's just impossible. It's an impossibility because they have the signs there, they have the time frames, and they have all this stuff, and there's no way physically what they said happened. Everything's in 1860 in the whole area.
My audio dropped out again. Boom, boom, 1 2 1 2. Testing.
No, I hear you.
Testing.
Gotcha.
1 2 1 2.
I think it actually got better.
Right.
Every once in a while I refresh.
There we go.
Here's like that one's facing the other way on the other side of the hill. This little entrance right here.
Can you get in? Can you go in there? Like, is there?
Yeah, I go inside here.
Is this a mine in here? Or?
This is called a stamp mill, is what they call it. And so is the first one too. That little one that was on the side of the freeway. They're stamp mills. Yeah, dude, they're absolutely insane. There's Mona Kay, world famous YouTube star, my wife. Oh, she tells me to go back. Oh yeah, so I look at the sign real quick just so we can see this, and if you want to pause it, it gives the narrative always.
1861 to 1882.
1860, baby, everything in my area.
8.5, 85 stamp, driven by something water wheels. Crushed 4 tons of ore only.
Quaint little water wheels,
With 36 something water turbine until something of 1909. Oh, 1909. And in 1910 rebuilt. Interesting.
Was there fire in this one? There's fire.
Carrying
there's definitely
gold hill ore.
And later on, there's always a plaque about somebody's death. Like, it's great. Everywhere. Yeah, so you got that thing right there. It's a multi-play. That's Sam. He's getting it done.
This little creek there.
He was scared. We were scared. I got him right when I quit drinking, and he was all scared, and I was scared too. So we went through a lot together. Now we got confidence. We're just walking around. But so now I go in this thing. That's right. Mona Kay called me back, and then I go in this thing, and it's all musty in there, and like I'm building up my
But it's
confidence to go
nothing.
in
It
a wheel
looks
cave.
like it looks like you're gonna go into a fucking room, but it's nothing.
It's nothing. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to go further.
It's a big fucking nothing burger.
It's strange, but no. But watch though.
Oh,
Well,
that's
look
a
at
doorway.
Look at that. Yeah, covered up.
That's a doorway.
Like concreted over. And then look at the brick in 1860s when they did all the brick and shit, like in the sides of this door. The right side of that door is all. But dude, there's just so much.
If I did know what it was, I'd probably say it's like some sort of cell.
Yeah, it looked like a
What's that
cell.
there? What's that
So
over
now
there?
that's what I'm saying. I go over here.
there?
We're gonna look at all that over there right now. The giant dude. These footings are for equipment that's so big, it would take more than cranes to lift it. I don't know why I keep looking at this thing. Okay.
It's like why if these are just quaint little water, little.
Yeah, a little water and all the dry canals and everything. See, these are all footings. There's stuff everywhere.
Yeah.
This is all like that right there was a flat bar. They use railroads for like not just railroads. They use railroads pieces to hold stuff together. You'll see later. They use it in construction as well. Very fascinating all around. Look at the freaking size of this, bro. What was this thing?
Was that?
I mean,
do you think there was track running up there or something, or?
Yeah, there's trails everywhere. The big footing on the side. There's too much. My head's spinning, so I'm like looking at this stuff, and then I'll get on top of here.
I just added hashtag walk of shame to that video.
Nice, dude.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. You get a lot of views. Like the hashtags count, dude.
Big time.
It tells you like how many videos are under each hashtag. It had like 9,000.
In fact, I self-censor now. I took fake history off of my hashtags and put history.
Dude,
look at the size of this thing.
I'll get up my latest Mudfoot adventure. It's only like a minute long. It's not that big of a deal, but I want to show you guys.
What on earth would need footings like this? Like,
look at my hands. That's why I put my hand there to see the size of this thing, dude.
Like,
I bent this. Act like I bent it. This is a half of this thing. The next video, I go to the water. There's a water tower behind me that's so absolutely so much. You know how much concrete this is, dude? This is the largest concrete pour in history. Is the Seattle the Space Needle? The footings of the Space Needle. The largest continuous single concrete pour in history, on record, is the Space Needle's footings. Okay, this shit right here.
I don't think this is concrete pour.
Yeah.
I think this is concrete coated.
Yeah.
I think this is clad.
I've been in construction my whole life, and I've seen all this shit, dude. I've built giant buildings. I'm like, dude, this is bigger than the steel that it would take to manufacture those giant nipples and those all threads. Where did that come from? Where did that nut? Where was that nut made? The nut is this big, giant nuts this big. Who manufactured that? I never used those. This is yards and yards and truck after truck after truck to be here and it would take probably, I'd say to construct this thing, it'd take about 2.5, 3 years probably.
That's it, right? So the accessibility to this place,
it'll be covered in 10 foot of snow too, by the way, in the winter. 10 foot of snow, you got to stop construction. You can't even dig after look at him. After December, you can't dig a hole at Lake Tahoe. There's a law. Like, yeah, I get all fired up with this stuff. I like the physical. I'm a physical guy. I like to get touch stuff.
Is it mounded behind it?
Yeah. I'll give you a good view of the whole to the right area. It goes up to the right to a water tower. Okay, so here's another wall. These walls are everywhere in northern Nevada. Everywhere, bro. Look at this. Look at this. Just who did this? These walkways are ancient, by the way. They're packed in so hard, nothing grows on them, ever. So who was here? How many people were here? It would take such a massive population to make this happen. And craftsmen, 100 journeymen with 200 apprentices. I mean, so then you got rock, right? So now you're going fully full, construction into mountains. So then you get into the melt stuff. So everything's on the table as far as I'm concerned. As far as historically, we're talking construction, we're talking,
It's like what the fuck is the point?
time frames.
Of those
That in the
walls?
distance is the water tower. It looks small. That thing's massive up there. That second video I go around that thing.
What was that? Do you think that was those walls there or something to do with the water canal?
So those things hold
looks
tanks.
like a water lock sort of thing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think something sat on top of those things. When you see two things together, it's usually like something supports for like pipes or something. Ancient stones, modern, so newer concrete, you never know how old it is, or concrete looking structures. I thought I knew. I don't know, dude. Coloration and stuff is it doesn't age the same. Metal ages a certain way. You can always tell metal, but like, see, that's a railroad tie. That's a railroad.
Density is interesting.
That's railroad. Oh yeah, expansion, contraction of materials, heat. These things are fascinating, bro. Endless, and
it seems to be the older stuff is the most dense.
Most dense, like trees. Like trees.
Yeah.
Noble metals are silver.
Really,
and gold.
like if you think about it in terms of like how people think in this day and age, it should be the other way around, right?
Absolutely, everything's inverted. Everything's inverted
completely.
It's almost a guarantee that if they tell you it's the opposite, and don't waste your time thinking anything else. There's the why I go to that one. I don't know if this one ends, but so that's Dayton. That's called
that could all be buried in, like, and you don't know how much is sticking out, right? Yeah.
Underneath is everything. Everything's underneath. Everything's under. This is the tips. These are the tops. Underneath that is layers. I mean, in Atlanta, they have that underground Atlanta. You can go hang out. It's 4 stories down of elevators.
I mean,
that's everywhere.
4 stories.
And 4 stories of it. You could just live down there forever.
Dude.
Stores, restaurants. Drainage, electrical.
What was that?
I've been in the underground of Atlanta, Indianapolis.
Cool.
There's some in Columbus, Ohio, and even here in Flint. There's
been there?
Extensive tunnels that go beneath Flint that connect not only some of the buildings that are there. There's bomb shelters below there.
Wow. And
when I was a teenager, we used to have all ages shows down in one of the fallout shelters.
You used to do punk rock shows?
Oh yeah.
$5 mosh pits. We had them too, man.
Absolutely, yeah.
I was little.
I always had to kind of sit out in the lobby and listen. I
Me
always
too.
enjoyed the music from a distance, and I enjoy the people and all that. But I can't, often somebody, if I would decide to go into the pit for a moment, somebody would have to pick me up and carry me.
There were
out
shows.
because
They call them
I'd pass
shows.
out.
$5, they'd be like 10 bands and punk rock bands.
The tunnels down there are extensive in Flint, and it's kind of amazing how I'm finding out how much of this is really in even the smallest of towns.
I say every day the world underneath my feet grows bigger. In my imagination.
Everywhere has got something underneath.
The deluge.
How much of it remains like there? I think there's places where it's inaccessible, but it's still there's a city under every city.
Those dirty birdies. One of my favorite ones in Flint.
They are dirty birdies indeed.
They are dirty birdies, and I will squash them. But there was a place where some of us used to like to skip school, and we called it the Pavilion. And it was like a big concrete pavilion, like where you would have concerts in the park kind of deal. There's a big park around it and everything. But we broke out some of the bars on the bottom to get into the foundation of it, which was not in use. And there's, garbage and evidence of homeless folk in there and stuff like that. But it ended up going down several levels. We came back with flashlights. And this was back in, I guess, the early 90s. So we came back with flashlights, and it ended up going down several levels. And there was a swimming pool, there were lockers,
Whoa.
bathrooms, and it became a very popular hangout for the truant crowd. You know, you get all your gear and you go down there for the day, and there's a party.
I bet your mum. I bet your mum loved that.
Oh, I bet.
I was already at the point where, like, my family and the law knew that they weren't getting me inside of school. So when
What year did you graduate, or supposed to graduate?
I was supposed to graduate in '94, and I did manage.
That's the same year that I graduated, technically. Oh no, hang on. How old are you when you graduate?
17, 16.
16.
I
16,
was
17. Yeah, it's like...
I was 90. I was 91. I didn't cut. I love school.
I like school just fine. I just don't like people, and I don't like, you know, a lot of the buildings make me uncomfortable. The lights make me sick.
The lights, man, make me asleep.
Make me
I couldn't
really
concentrate.
sick. Yeah, everything about the environment just makes me kind of sick. So I just, you know, and then I had that problem with people too. Oh, fuck people.
People, they're all fucking bastards.
They have ballasts up in the lights, and they hum, and they put me to sleep.
I could always hear it and feel it, and it makes me queasy. I just don't.
I was a special child. I had dyslexic problems, so I got to have my wrestling coach for 5 periods a day. It was I loved it, man.
Joe, you're still a bit special now, mate.
Yeah, I'm dyslexic. Fuck no.
So, but I found out about this one building in particular that back when my grandparents were teenagers and they lived in Flint and they were dating, that pool was open to the public then. And
it was spring water, guaranteed.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. So there was this beautiful, nice swimming pool below ground for some reason. And I have to mention that the water table in my county is very high. I mean, it's high all over the Great Lakes. But here in particular, I'm going, how did they...
There was giant everywhere.
The construction of that without just an amazing... I don't know that much about construction, except for what I got through like art history and friends over the years. But they would have to have had amazing levees and stuff to build that kind of thing. So close.
I want to show you guys this video real quick. All right, there's this place in Boston, this one part of Boston called Charlestown, right?
Oh,
and
Charleston.
Charleston. No, Charlestown.
No, yeah, but in English it's Charleston.
Yeah. And, it's like the Irish. A lot of the Irish immigrants came from there.
It's the Charleston.
And but it's like, all right, it's where the giant obelisk is, right? Bunker Hill, and the place is like completely like on a big slope, and it's like it's nuts. The whole place is nuts. But I do it in small sections. This is only like a minute long.
Putting on the Ritz.
Each and every day, I can see that light at me.
See, there's the obelisk. So that's the Bunker Hill Monument. Now this house right here, right? All right.
She wrecked.
Look! You see that little thing down there, underneath the steps? That little opening underneath the steps, dude. That's a door, dude. That stairs go down, and that's someone's apartment. Watch.
I forgot that I know this song.
Dude, I got this guy playing this song.
Hey,
in Harvard.
Your love
they won't stop the video.
I stopped the video. This guy.
No, I mean
this guy that's singing is a guy who plays guitar and for money in Harvard Square, probably homeless. And I got him one day doing the song, and he exactly, and he was good. And I got it up on my channel somewhere, but I used it in the video, you know. So that's a slope. Hey, that street, this side street, goes way up like a big slope, but all of them do. I'm missing the target here at the bottom.
got to hide your love away.
Look at it.
You know how it goes down.
Look.
Right.
1, 2, 3, 4 steps. And then that's a brick wall right there. And that's the person's doorway. So they basically live underground, dude.
Yeah.
Like
sick, dude. Look how thick. Look at the thickness of that. I always trip out on the thickness. You got layers and layers of bricks.
Oh yeah,
I got all kinds of videos showing that.
The whole place is
Yeah.
like that. So like I don't know. Like I don't think I
That's
could do it all
dude.
in
That's
one
two.
video.
That's 24 inches. That right there. It's 2 foot.
That's what
It's
she
massive.
said. That's what she said.
Hey-oh.
And then there's another apartment up there. Wait, look at the mud flood windows. Like,
Love
and
it,
then look,
bro.
and look,
Mud
and that's
flood
another one.
windows.
And that's another one down there.
That's another
Look.
door. That's another doorway down there. Another
Yeah.
apartment.
And bricks, all brick underneath.
Yeah.
Some of it's unexplainable, man.
Not just, it's red brick. It's red brick.
There's Michelle.
Look, and look at those stairs.
There's Michelle.
By the way, guys,
Look how big the doorway is. And those are stairs that go up to other apartments that are like head level.
Apartments up, apartments down, apartments everywhere.
Hey! You got to hide your love away.
But yeah, that was basically it. But like, it's like they dug the thing out and moved in. You know, they dug it out. They built steps down, and they dug their way through the door, and they just, you know what I'm saying? Did the place over.
Build a house. How are you gonna build it? Dig it down.
Just gonna find it. Found a house.
Yeah,
I think
the foundries.
They found a house. They found a house, and they dug down like
Or
I don't know.
founded, whatever. Yeah.
Foundries.
Well, when they first found it, they didn't think to dig down. They thought, oh, we'll just build we'll make this the front door. We'll build some steps up to this, and we won't worry about that. And then later on,
It
they
reminds me of Sydney, like a lot of places I was walking around in Sydney. It's
Yeah,
exactly
Sydney.
the same thing.
You're right.
Have you ever been, have you ever seen
right.
pictures that in Bath in England, Bath, Bath, right, or Bath, if you're from up north. There's a level of street where it's 2,000 years old, so they say, Roman baths. Then the next level is in the 1700s, and then the next level is current day. Like there's three distinct levels, literally like just piled.
I've seen all that stuff, man. I watch hours of this stuff.
It's insane.
I love it. I love it. I can't get enough of it.
The baths and the waterways.
Like those swimming pools, like you're talking about, those were everywhere. Also, like the Sutro baths. The biggest one they found was in Montana. It was 300 foot long and 100 foot wide. In the right outside, there was Indians were scalping people, but inside there was a pool, 300. You know what I'm saying? That was the narrative. Like in Montana, you talking Montana, dude. Like it's just that's crazy, man. It's crazy. They were to make people healthy, and they were helpful to people, which those things are gone. Things that were helpful to people are gone now.
Water helps people, like people going to the baths and relaxing in the baths. It helps them all ground.
Now you gotta go to Florida and
into
stuff.
natural.
Think,
The water's
that as well, you know.
the water's being held in natural stone, so it's all very grounding, very
I found one on one of my videos, and I didn't know
pure
it until I
water.
talked to a guy.
You know, purifying your waters.
There's like a hot springs hot tub that I found on one of my videos. I didn't realize what it was until I told my buddy about it. He goes, "Oh, dude, that's a warm springs, and it's piped from the hills into this little pool, and you could take this cover off. It's on one of my videos. A big covers over it in the middle of nowhere. So you could pull the cover up and sit in it. I didn't realize that, and it smells like sulfur though. But yeah,
What is it? That made me think of the time machine hot tub.
Yeah,
hot tub time machine.
Make me younger.
Or maybe there's some truth in it there somewhere then.
You almost sounded like Alex
remember,
Jones for a
like,
second then. I thought you were going to do an Alex Jones then. When you start, you sound a little bit like
Hot
Alex
Springs are done in the fish gate.
Right, so hang on. We got this is who was it that shared it? Bane. Bane Bear. This is Bane Bear. So I don't know what this is. Bane Bear, can you give us the background on this? What is this? First time as a headliner. First time doing more than 5 to 7 minutes. Is that streaming?
The music? Oh no, stand up.
Just JP or right.
It's stand up comedy, isn't it?
Mute up for a sec. Oh yeah, Bane Bear's a comic, and he's a stand-up comic, right? Bear, mute up.
Let's hear a big round of applause for Bane Bear. Oh, thank you very much. Please, all of you, not at once, not at once. Security! Security! Oh my goodness, how are we doing tonight? This is a hot mic. What was your name, sweetheart? I never got your name. What is it? Graceland. Graceland, what a beautiful name. You are a beautiful child. Let me tell you what, you're a glorious little angelic thing. So because you're here, I have to keep all of my jokes at G level, which is great because it's like a testing hump for me. It's like being in a video game with that one part you can't beat, because that's the definition of a good comic. Can you do 7 minutes of material without being obscene? Tom is walking out of the room as I'm about to intro a joke I custom wrote for him. That's okay, I don't have feelings like a human. No, I'm kidding. I know when you saw me initially, you thought, is this like an Amish road worker or a Mormon paramedic or an out-of-work Presbyterian worker? What's really funny is I saw Tom Emmons, Peachy Tom, put his glasses on before. He has Morpheus glasses, like the ones that just rest on the nose. I mean, you should have seen it. It was quite the spectacle. Thank you. So glad the person I made that joke about got the joke and laughed heartily. That makes it worth it. I know I look like the love child of MacGyver and Martha Stewart. I'll be like, you know, you can fix that with a pencil, but if it happens to snap and hit you in the eye, you can put some lavender oil on it. But, oh, I've been researching a lot of weird things on the internet because it's the internet, and they allow you to research all kinds of weird things. Did you know that we have a Paris, Texas? Paris, Texas, where some chick can be like, I'm from Paris, Texas. Also, center of the country is Texas County, Missouri. They didn't even have power till 1957, which is amazing because that's the same year NASA came into being. But I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole.
My mum was
Anyways,
born.
one prank I would love to. This is on my ladies. Men won't tell you this, but secretly our bucket list is really divided into thirds. It's things we want to do, like kayak the Nile or skydive naked with smoke bombs and a jock strap, because you don't want it to flap.
See you later,
obviously.
Buggy.
But our bucket list, we don't tell you this, is really divided into thirds. Like one is things you physically do. One is things you exotic. It's a menu of exotic foods we'll never eat. Okay, and then I forgot the third part because I am terribly incompetent. Had a train of thought and it was moving fast.
Oh, mate.
And the third one is pranks we haven't done on our friends yet. Okay. As you get older, you have to tone down the pranks because tying shoelaces together could end up with like a broken hip or something, right? But the prank I want to do is I want to take a beautiful woman. Good luck finding one who's willing. Who wants to get a free steak to like a 5-star restaurant where they have like the tablecloths and the ties, and then with a completely serious face pretend to be in depth into the menu, and then look up at the server, male or female, and say, do you know if your chef cooks with, I can't believe it's not gluten. It's a powder. It smells like wheat. It comes in a beef, chicken, or shrimp base. It's like ramen. Would you mind asking? And the chick that's with me has got to be completely in on this because the server, any server worth their salt, will be like, Yeah, let me ask, because you know, then they have to go and talk to the chef, and you don't know if the chef had a bad day or a good day. They have a bad day, spit on your steak, sizzle, sizzle, flip, spit, sizzle, sizzle, flip. You're gonna get some spit. But if it's been a good day, he's gonna be like, 20 years of culinary arts. I can't believe it's not gluten. They really told you to ask me if I cook with I can't believe it's not gluten to fight the glutes, which are, by the way, your butt muscles. But yeah, ass end of that joke. Anyways, you could end up with like a free appetizer or a free dessert, but that's one prank that's on my bucket list that I would love to try. Also, bucket list, like I said, part of it is like really just an exotic menu of items we never tried. I'm a lover of meat. I love steak. I love hamburger. I love veal. Okay, I don't want to have to see them get slaughtered. I know they're baby calves. They're delicious. Spread some lemon on them and some A1 sauce. It's amazing. What if the peacock is the veal of the chicken world? Because they don't fly a lot. Tender. Real expensive. I've heard they taste like turkey. But that's on my bucket list. But what really gets me is what if I start a trend and then it gets popularized? And you don't see it because you're not really thinking it through. But that gets popularized. We then have peacock farms strictly for a food that I had on my bucket list. And then we have an establishment where it doesn't matter if the cashier is male or female, gay or straight, or if the customer is male or female, gay or straight. You can't take the order of that sandwich or give the order of that sandwich without it being hilarious. On either spectrum, you could be a 40-year-old truck driver, chain wallet, knife, gun in the truck, ZZ Top beard, come in and be like, I'll just kill the snake by the bathroom if anyone needs a belt of the peacock meat sandwich with fries. And then 30 seconds behind him is the gayest guy your brain can imagine. He's going, peacock meat sandwich with fries, you know? So it doesn't matter if you're super straight, super gay, you can't order that sandwich without it being hilarious and flaming gay. Because you know, here's the thing. The third aspect of that is the cashier. It doesn't matter if male, female, gay, or straight. How do you, as a human being, have the stamina of a straight face to say, oh, you want to shake with that? Because then the gay guy is just going to jump back in and be like, you know it. See, I gotta go in a little bit. Okay, all right, I can do with that. I can't believe it's not.
I'll tell you what, man. Right, I'm gonna stop it there so that everybody has a chance to talk. The loop is off, so there will be no echo. That stand-up comedy, man, I could not. I
hardest.
Couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't be able to do it.
So difficult. That's good. You gotta. I feel like it maybe a little slower, huh? A little more comfortable. Maybe get the jokes a little slower or something like that. Maybe?
I feel that a lot of the people that you were speaking to maybe were jabbed up and fully.
Those are great jokes, man.
Because they definitely deserved more laughter than I heard in the room. Where is it? Because it looks like some sort of fucking like you look like it's at the NAFI. You know, like a military or something. Like, you know, where the.
I'll get off right now.
What is it? Where is that? Is it a bar or is that a club? But fair play, dude. That was that was good. Where is everybody? Where's everybody gone? Seth from Strost.
Seth, he's been gone for a while.
I'm still here. I'm just doing things on the phone, and I don't want to like look rude. I'm just taking care of some stuff, you know.
No worries, man.
A lot going on.
I got a lot going on, yeah. You know, but
well,
it's not too big. It's not too big of a deal.
You've had quite an eventful day with the.
Yeah.
It's gonna take you time to get your heart kind of regular.
Well, it's exhausting, isn't it?
It's exhausting, yeah. It's exhausting.
Yeah.
And then people coming into your space, you know, like, dude, it's like that takes a while to wash off, man. Someone kind of getting all in your space and like their energy was in your room and stuff, dude. It's like.
But also, black mold's the worst, dude.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, it just you know,
fucking dealing
the what happened was like the shingles fell off the roof like 3 years ago, and I noticed. Even the mailman noticed and told them, right?
Dang.
Like, and when it first happened, it wasn't even that bad. It was like it was just wood showing, and it looked like clean, good wood, you know. So I was like, you know, we told them right away that the roof was falling apart, and they just didn't care, ignored it for like 3 or 4 years, and then now it's like leaking in. Like it just started. I don't know. We don't know how long it was leaking in, but like for us, we noticed it in the closet.
See, that's when it's a small problem, right? If they actually just did it and fixed it at the time,
it would have been
bigger problems later.
Yeah,
right?
but that's what they do. They do it with everything. Yep. It's like they let everything just break down like until it's completely broken to the ground before they like rebuild it.
Unrentable.
Yeah,
we'll do
like
something.
When I first got here, like the all right, like where the kitchen sink is, whatever, the kitchen counter, whatever you want to call it, right? It was like, it was so old and like warped in from water over the years that like it was like falling apart, and like there was no cabinets, nothing worked, and like it was crazy. And then like for a while I lived like that because like the place was cheap at first. It was only like $500 when we first moved in, you know. It was like really cheap. And then like he kept, every time you make him fix something, he goes up. It's like, dude, we can do better. We can do better.
Hmm.
You know?
The bitch
gotta do
about
better. That's what Biden says.
The bitch about it is just the whole having to find a security deposit for the new place, and you know, it's
not even that, dude. It's like all the places that here we're noticing, it's like they want you to have like basically like an income of like $4,000 between the two of you before they even like.
Yeah, they means test you. They means test you before you fucking move in.
And you're gonna have it like on paper. Like we don't got that, dude. You know what
First,
I mean?
last, and deposit in California. It's nuts, dude. Like no way. Costs $10,000 to move somewhere and stuff.
That's just money. Like it should be like you show up to a place, you give them the money, and they just give it to you. You know, like. But it's not like that anymore.
Cool, man. Well, I hope you get better, Ray. I hope things go good for you, buddy. I'm gonna go explore. I got a lead on something cool today. I'm gonna go make a cool video.
No worries, dude.
Love
See you later.
Get out there and do it.
Yeah, man. Are you so nice, buddy? I'm subbed to Real After All. Real. So what do we call you, Real? Are you? What should we call you? Because your chat name's different.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting that I'm here.
Yeah. What do I call it?
I know.
Are you not really?
Listen. I know, but I'm not gonna dox. But I know. But it did slip out earlier. But I wondered how many people
Jenny.
noticed.
It's okay.
So Jenny, your handle though? What do you have? Because I had two.
I'm not really here.
Not really
I'm not
here.
really here.
Okay,
Yeah.
not really here.
I'm not
I
really here.
subbed you.
Not really here.
I subbed you.
But really,
And that's so. It's
She's
always
really-
funny.
She's-
It's always.
I mean, it's better than not all here.
I'm not all there as well. You'll figure that out as time goes on.
Her doll has a doll. Okay.
My doll has a doll, and she's
Do you know
probably
what?
got one in her little sewing box with button eyes attached.
I freaking love that your doll has got a doll. I absolutely love that, man.
All right. Thanks again, Richie. You're the best, buddy.
Thank you, Joe, man.
Seth, Voy the Conqueror, Callum, and everybody else. Okay, guys.
Peace out, dude. Peace. Bogey Views shared this. I think Bogey Views has gone. He said he had to go. Got to go. But shared this. I don't know what's being said. I thought we were going to see some images, but what it looks like is pareidolia. It looks like
What the meltology, like this stuff?
I'm
not convinced. I'm not convinced that it's melted.
No. This is supposed to be from the Mars rover.
So,
like, all I'll say is,
it's the same.
All I'll say is, unless this is a mockery video, I really hope, Bogey, that you're not entertaining an idea that there might actually be beings on planet Mars. I watched a 4K video the other. We all did actually. I showed it, a 4K video, supposed to be 4K footage of Mars, and it was very, very clearly a close-up 4K image of some sort of rock. They were just filming a rock.
Yeah.
Some sort of, well, it was some sort, I don't know if it was igneous or, you know, it had different textures, and it had different, you know, but it was just a bloody rock. They were filming a fucking rock.
It's funny what people think of as real, right?
I know, mate. I know. It's like,
I wonder
no,
what
but
the
they.
budget for that production was like. Wow.
No, but it's come from NASA. It's 4K images that have come from Mars.
Has to be.
They've come from Mars, man.
Or the bottom of the saucepan, you know.
Yeah, it's
That's
crazy.
always a good look. Yeah.
Well,
does it actually move? Is this a moving image, or is this just a still image too?
oh no, it's just a still image. It's just a still image. Let me see. You won't be able to hear. You won't be able to hear what's being said, but let me see what's being said. Tell you what I do. I'll put the closed captions on. Oh, they're tiny.
Oh, yeah.
No. That's a pretty good pareidolia.
Mars.
And that's all that is. I'm sorry. I can see what he's looking at. I can see. Looks like it's kind of handbag. There's the hair. There's the face. From a rover on Mars. A remote control vehicle on Mars that's sending live images back. No, sorry. Bogey, I love you, man, but no. No. Well, whatever it is, like, it's, yeah. Really? Does Bogey really believe that those images coming back from Mars?
I think he's having a laugh, right?
I think he must be. Yeah. It must be parody.
That's all they're like the face on Mars and all of that. It's like, yeah,
dude,
have fun.
Mars, the Milky Way, the galaxy, all sorts of candy chocolate. Milky Ways. I love Milky Ways, right? I bloody love Milky Ways. They're lovely.
And I used to like the Mars bars and all of that as well. Yeah.
I actually had a Mars bar the other day.
Before I gave up sugar, right?
I had a Mars bar the other day.
And space, right? Gravity.
Give it all up.
And evolution. Oh.
I didn't give up
What a
Mars
weight
bars.
off my shoulders, right?
I didn't give up Mars bars when I gave up gravity and evolution. I still, like I said, I actually, I wouldn't say I enjoyed it, but
I still enjoy Star Trek though, just with a different perception of what's going on.
Completely different perception.
Different view. Yeah, yeah.
It's like watching a comical pantomime.
But I never put myself in there too. I was never invested in any of this shit. Like like I would always think of it like if I was actually there, that's the last thing I'd want to be doing was being on a ship like that or anything, with a uniform on and all the bullshit that goes along with that. I'd be some other character, right? I'd be some other fucking character. So I was never really invested in that way. So it was easy to get. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like if you can't handle a regular 9 to 5 in this society, how are you going to handle 24/7, 365?
never
Scott did a
looking
great
up to
job.
that, right?
Mm.
Oh my
Val-
God.
Valley Parks, right? Anybody that has ever played around with remote control vehicles, because even if it's not, even if it's a program that's sent to the thing and then it's some sort of AI that's operating, it's remote control. Anybody that's ever operated a remote control vehicle, particularly
Bit of a
anything that has to run over dust, anything that collects dust, anything that has to go over rough terrain, stuff like that. There's all kinds of fiddly little bits, fiddly little parts and stuff, and they go wrong. And they're guaranteed to go wrong at least once during the day when you're playing around with them, right? So the idea that they've got this highly technologically advanced bit of machinery on a planet that's allegedly how many fucking million miles away, right? that they can actually operate this fucking thing and have images sent back and all that, when we can't even manage that on our own Earth, and we're meant to believe that they can do it a million. Wow! Come on, please. Go and get a remote control. Go and get a remote control and see. Go on, Callum.
Just raise the sea level, Richie. Just raise the sea level and test it. It's easy, man. Just do that.
Well, just test the barometer. It's really easy with the barometer, man. Just when next time there's a flood, get your barometer out and test the air pressure, and then you'll be able to tell if the water level's risen. I see what he's getting at.
Prove it all.
I get no, but I see what he's getting. No, I see what he's getting at. I see what he's getting at. He's saying basically that if my theory that the water level is being risen artificially.
Oh, wait. Do you know this, Richie?
Oh yeah. Do you know what? I never actually covered that. I never covered that with him. Actually, we should have talked about that. About the NASCAR effect. The NASCAR effect, mate.
Same shit. Different smell. Right. Prove that.
Go,
what
man.
the fuck are you talking about, mate? Yeah.
Listen, I think I was very.
Can't explain this. Then it's all fake.
I think I was very cool. I was very cool with him, and I think that we were a little bit unkind, because it was a bit like bringing a 4-year-old in and trying to explain to a 4-year-old, quantum theory or something. Like it's
quantum theory.
Well, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I was trying to think of something.
String theory.
Yeah. Trying to explain deep alchemy to a 4-year-old child. I think NASA are aliens talking from Uranus.
Impossible. If you know what's going on there between the left and the right brain, it's literally impossible. The belief is there, That's why they can only break it down for themselves as well, because the logic stops. And then because of the logic, the right half fills in all the bits and pieces. That's why these people can't see. They see exactly what they believe as well. That's it.
I was really fascinated by bendy lasers, man. Like a laser light will bend. It does make sense that it would bend because of refraction through water, humidity levels, stuff like that. Particles in the air affecting the light.
No, dude. Gravity bent it.
Gravity.
So you've got a laser going straight across the lake. That's not what you're seeing. You're seeing a bend, and the laser is bending too. Do you not understand what's happening? Right?
The gravity's dragging the particles of
the
laser beam
laser
light.
is bending. because of the water is bending. So there, you know, this is what I'm talking about with this theory. I have to invent another bit of bullshit to explain my bit of bullshit to start with. And then I have to explain another bit of bullshit to explain all the holes in this bit of bullshit. This is kind of sounding like a lie creates another lie, creates another lie, and you have, right?
And
Where's the start, mate? Go back to the start, please. All right. When Einstein bent the fucking shit to do the same thing, you know, to invent a globe.
Einstein did better than that. Einstein was a genius.
He bent everything.
Einstein just said, the problem seems to be ether. Ether seems to be the one thing that's really messing with this whole theory of relative. I know. We'll just say it doesn't exist. We'll just say it doesn't exist. Ether doesn't exist, everybody, and now my theory works.
Ish.
Oh, I like
but pretty much. Yeah.
I should have done that in a German accent, but now my theory works.
Suggested something that is impossible to prove.
I just
such as
removed
the experiment, the equipment that you're using to prove the ether, to prove that we're stationary and there's ether, right? That equipment, it shrunk because of the globe and stuff. It shrunk, and you can't measure that, but that's what happened. Okay? So we're globe now. Okay? That's what he did. That's literally what he did. Right? That was his first.
Could you just replicate on a scaled down scaled down model? Just replicate the Big Bang. Like, just show us, demonstrate how that actually worked.
In real life, please. Where everything fails, by the way. It's like, you know, your model, because you've built a model and you're saying everything's this model and it's all true or whatever, has to explain all the observations, not just yours, right? I don't have a model. I don't have to. I'm just poking holes in your model, right?
Don't you think it's weird that he seems to think that he's done these experiments with his class multiple times, repeated observations where using lasers he's proven curvature. How has he managed to do that when nobody else on Earth has managed to do that?
Well, unfortunately, all he's done is twisted reality for a whole bunch of people and made it really hard for a whole bunch of people to find reality because they're just more fucked up. From what I see, basically, right?
Hang on.
He came up with an explanation for.
he tried to explain that the laser was being curved.
Because there is a curve. Because the water is curving. First assumption.
Hang on, because the actual result was, the observation was that there was no curvature, but the assumption was that there was curvature.
Yeah.
He's saying he's put in that fucking bendy laser result to be able to account for the fact. Oh yeah, no. The laser is just actually following the curve.
Inventive reasoning. Do you see it in action?
Gravity is pulling it round, and it's
So you invented another bullshit thing to explain our observations of reality. Okay.
What do you do?
As opposed to going back to the start and going, hey, maybe we got it all wrong.
So this,
all of it.
You know, this like Klaus Schwab has a theory that there are some useless eaters out there. Do you think that there are? There's just
Look, if your theory was there's a whole bunch of useless eaters out there, let's make them more useless and then let's make them eat more. Does that make any sense, right?
From a certain perspective, if you're trying to separate the worthwhile from the worthless. Yeah.
But it's also creating something. You're creating that reality that you believe in as well, right?
Right, that's just like what we're saying. We do actually create our own realities. Each one of us has a reality bubble that we live in. We all live in bubbles. They're all some of the bubbles reach out.
Make your bubble cool, you know.
But that's just the reality. Every one of us lives in a reality bubble.
Yeah.
There is a theory out there that Tesla
We can
ruined
only
this
get
world
it
by
so
opening a
close,
portal
right?
back in the day.
We can only get it so close. We can't get it perfect. We can only get it so close. Be happy with that. You know, as well. I mean, that's the walking the path with, you know, without knowledge and with all knowledge together as one, moving forward. It's going to be a little bit uncomfortable, but that is part of the journey as well. And it's how you find basically.
Say that again, Jen.
I said that's a mild way to put it. It's been more than uncomfortable for me here. I have not had a good experience. And I don't feel like I've written that for myself. In many instances, if that's the case, then there are some people, creatures, whatever they are here, that are way more powerful than me. And they gave me some serious obstacles to walk past, swim through,
right,
and knock down. So I don't, for one moment, believe that I create all of my own reality. Or that I'm all that
we're
different.
co-creators. We are co-creators.
I need to get a lot better at it then, because there are limits.
So, this idea that you won't ever be given anything more than you can handle. Everything that happens because you can handle it. You will be able to get through it, and getting through it will give you skills, valuable skills that you'll need later. You know. So can you say that these things that have happened have shown you stuff? You've been witness to things, like you've learned lessons.
I've been witness to things that I suppose we've all got those things that when we tell them to other people, they go, "Oh, somebody needs to lock you up. You didn't take your meds today. You witnessed what?" I've witnessed the weird on many levels. And it has taught me a lot, but it keeps teaching me, and I'm getting tired. Some of us are just tired. I was just making progress towards, moving up from something really tragic just recently and making great progress. And somebody decided for me that I needed just a little bit more to fight off. And they did a good job. They did a great job. But I'm going to get through it. I 100% know I'm going to get through it, because those people don't even know who they picked to fight.
When you've witnessed crazy, I mean, it takes crazy to digest it, right? It takes some. That's
you have to embrace it and go full out crazy yourself, but walk that line between, do I become the murderous scum they are who came after me?
Yeah.
Or do I just kind of back off and watch and let some more of it happen and take the scars?
You're
right
bigger.
now I'm taking a lot.
Yeah. You're bigger and better than that, right? And I think really in the scripture, what they talk about, like whatever the armor of God, man, when whatever is sent to you with ill intent will end up destroying the person that sent it.
Ooh, I don't know how they're even still walking around then. Like, how long does it take? And I keep encountering new people.
Yeah.
Especially now that I've gotten involved with this as a social way to not have to put myself out there and get a migraine from that. I'll take a migraine from this, because then at least, I can shut it off if I really want to.
Well, hopefully you don't get a
but
migraine.
I've met some truly evil characters.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't know, because they think that they've had it rough or whatever, or the character they're playing has had it rough. I don't know which it is anymore. But then they put things on me without quite knowing who I am or what I have really been through. They think they do because they did dox me. They know who I am or where I am. That's not funny. That's not funny. I didn't get
No, but
that.
that actually tells you more about them and about their path.
Oh, it sure does.
Right?
It sure does. Insecure twits
Yeah.
go after what they believe to be the weak. But I have always
And
known,
when you show
I have
yourself,
always known from the time I was very small that God speaks to me.
Yeah.
And that's part of embracing the madness. I knew that a long time ago. I have moments where it is very clear, and other times where I ignore it for my own safety.
you know, and when people dox you or oh, she's here and she's there, and like, so, and that's their best. That's their best. Oh, so
Why
this
would they bother?
why would you
French am
bother
I?
to somebody who's actually laying it all out on the
If
line,
I don't matter unless I
right?
live rent free in your head.
So one of the ways I've turned a lot of things around for myself is like it's empowering.
And I think
It's like-
I wish I would have been there in the room, in the chat room, when they doxed you, and I would say, my reaction would be, oh, cool, I'm going to write her a letter. I'm going to send her a card because I really love this woman, right? just to
Oh, I
fuck
have
the
some.
paradigm.
I'm a good detective, and I've done a very good job the last couple of months of keeping my crap together and allowing this to go on. And there are a couple times where I even, I'm just going to admit this right now. I went back through some things and reinforced a level of programming for myself so that I could maintain some happy and get through this and keep my character in place. I'm not a dummy. Shit. Opened a can of whoop ass is what they did. I may be small on the outside, but I'm retarded as fuck. I'm big on the inside.
Control.
And
It's gaining control.
I'm working on the control level right now, but anger is something that I had gotten rid of pretty well. And now it's back, and I didn't need that back to fight with. I've done a really good job. And I feel like I shouldn't have to keep doing more because other people are spoiled.
Yeah. So do you, because
I'm sending you a big hug.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just like it really pisses me off, these sorts of things, because I'm the sort of guy that just like I want to just go and sort it out,
Hurt
you know,
people.
in the male way. Just like but you can't do that with these people. Yeah, you can't. You can't. You know, I can't go and physically confront anyone.
No,
and in my case, I have always been the punchline. And they will say right to me, isn't it cute when she's all angry like that? Look at that. That's fucking adorable. What are you going to do? And they just keep going. Well, if I wasn't picking on you, who would? We pick on you because we love you.
Right.
But there's a certain point in your life when that's all you've had. And it doesn't feel like love at all. It feels like torture.
Listen,
were you
I'm
ever
sorry.
in the mood to pinch out their eyes and say, well, if I wouldn't pinch out this eye? I mean, you know, who would? I mean,
I've got this.
I mean, do I really have to pinch out the other eye to make my point clear, dude?
I've just got this. I've just got this image. Listen, I've just got this image. It's like a little GIF just played out in my mind, right? Of you, and you just look with a big smile on your face, like, yeah, oh yeah, sweet innocent me. You turn around, pick up a frying pan, and just go smack.
Yes.
Right.
It is.
Here you go, sweet innocent little me. Boom.
My sincere hope that during one of these energetic fluctuations of the realm, my superpowers do kick in. You know, I did study martial arts and I was not bad, thank you. I could throw a 260-pound man. Now, that was 10 years ago, mind you. But
this isn't a physical battle, man.
Memory.
This isn't a physical
it has
physical
been
battle.
for me at times.
Mm.
It has been a very physical realm for me, and that is why I learned those things. But I'm at a point where my body even won't allow me to do those things to protect myself. You know, I was just like, 3 years ago, I was just dating the guy who just died, and I mentioned something about formerly enjoying martial arts. And, he thought it'd be funny to show me that, you know, any guy can take me down. You ain't shit, girl. And I hurt us both. You know, he was not expecting me to be able to flip him, mount him, and hold him. But, you know, I didn't know that he had a rib injury previously, and it had been, you know, at least 6 or 7 years for me since I'd had to think that quickly. And I was lucky that muscle memory instinct like kicked in, and my body just did it. And I'm really hoping that that is something that continues when I find myself in these situations, that my muscle memory will take over.
It will, if you were to ever find yourself in that situation.
You've got it.
Well, I had an experience too a couple of years ago where the exact opposite happened.
Can I ask you, like, how long did you train for that? You know, I mean, you must have trained. You know, for, I think you trained Tai Chi or Qigong.
I did Kung Fu for I don't know, 3 or 4 years, and Jiu-Jitsu for about 2 years. But I broke my ankle right before my blue belt test, and then every time I try to go back, I kept refracturing the ankle. And I tried kickboxing, but I naturally move slow, so I never got very good at it.
I mean, personally, I'd say, listen, lady, you live in America, I'd just buy a gun and don't worry about it.
I can't do guns at this point. I have thought about it, but I can't. I had someone that I absolutely loved. He was my hero, and he pointed a gun at me when I was pregnant.
Ooh.
And it ruined it for me. You know what I mean? I went from princess to furniture.
Wow.
Don't matter at all. And guns detach people from the value of another person so quickly.
Yeah.
No, if you want to come at me, you come at me with your hands. At least give me a chance. Some kind of chance. You know what I mean? You're not killing me for food. Come at me.
So
come at me, baby.
Yeah,
I'm curious to find out. Like, so because I had a gun pointed at me, I think once or twice, and so what was your reaction to it? Like the immediate reaction. What was your first reaction?
I did freeze. I dropped what was in my hand. I was doing like home upgrades. I was painting and patching walls. I was pregnant. You know, I was going through that nesting.
Totally off guard.
Totally off guard. We were having a normal afternoon argument, and I was holding tools. You know, like
and coming
and
from
we
somebody
that.
Right, and coming from somebody that you would never have expected that.
Never. We had our problems before that, and there were, you know, I was thinking about leaving him anyway. He'd hit me before and stuff like that. You know,
so you
through me, things like
dropped your how do you say your painting tools and everything, and
yeah, I froze. And I had been into guns before that. I hunted. I was my dad's favorite. You know, I went hunting with my father, and I had guns of my own up until then and everything, but a switch just flipped in me like that. I was like, I don't want that ever around my daughter. It wasn't about me anymore. I was pregnant. Before that, it had been fine. You know, I had been in situations where people got crazy and waving guns around, but not at me.
Because I'm curious about your reaction, right? But you're a woman and you're pregnant at the time, so that's like I can't compare the situation. But yeah, I still want to know. Yeah,
it still bothers me. I still have those moments, especially because you know I live in a kind of rural area. I'm surrounded by farms, but just a few minutes from the city. And guns go off here all the time. I can be sitting here just enjoying morning coffee, and a gun goes off outside the window. My dad's out there just taking pop shots at critters. And it's still, you know, I roll with it pretty well now. But I have those days where I'm a little off or whatever, and that sound will,
will set you off.
yeah,
Yeah, of course.
Well, that's body memory too there as well, right?
it is, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes it's a little more than, you know, one person should have to.
And so, and so, when was that? That was like 20 years ago, 30 years ago. What?
I guess I would have been 22 or 23 when I was pregnant. So.
Oh, so that's only 16 years ago.
Ha! Thank you. No. So I'm 47 now. So that would be.
So you're 76.
Yes.
No, she's not. She's from 76.
That's what I mean.
I might be 76.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
You never know with good costume and proper lighting. Could just be immortal.
So yeah, I'm 77. I was born in 77. So you was a year older than me.
Oh no! Am I the oldest? Am I?
No, you should, dude. That's not how you talk to women. You say earlier. You might say earlier, but you know you don't say older.
Sorry. You were born slightly just before me. I'll tell you what. You don't look like you were born in 1976.
I know.
I look like I was born in 1970.
I wouldn't go that far, but no, I don't know how I ended up looking like. I did all right. But I think it's because I actually did the things I was supposed to do to take care of my health on some levels. Even though I smoked, I didn't ever drink because I got assaulted when I was drinking. I was very young and I got assaulted. I learned my lesson on so many things that other people.
I'm not losing my control like that again. Yeah.
And I think that's a
I
very
learned all
good
my
lesson,
lessons very quickly.
because that is when the demons assault you, right? When it's called spirits, not for no reason, right? I mean, it's
not a fucking joke, man.
Yeah, dude, that's when they get you.
Yeah, and I knew there was something wrong physically with the way that I fit into the world when I was very young. So many things made me sick that weren't bothering other people, so I just avoided them. Instead of, there was a period where I wanted to have more of what they consider a life, so I took the medications and I forced myself to go to those places with the bright lights and the loud sounds and lots of people, and I kept damaging myself by doing it. And I came to a moment where I realized that all of their stuff, of their therapy, the way they tell you to deal with the world, and the medicines they give you in order to do it, you're still taking all the damage. All you're doing is masking the symptom for a minute. So they were having me go out and continuously traumatize myself day in, day out, and put that pharmakia Band-Aid on top of it, so I didn't know how much damage I was really taking.
Yeah, just mask it all.
Yeah.
Mask the pain.
When I hear,
but before and after,
explain like what they've been through. I mean, that's even more. I mean, it gives more insight. But I've also seen people disappear. From my side, because they took the drugs, and then later on you learn, all these drugs do is they make you want to kill yourself.
Well, and I was fine before I got involved in it. I knew that it was the world that was jacked and not me when I was young and small. Wow. And I knew that it was the food and the environment that was making my body react and not something wrong with me. I mean, there was also things that were changing. I had some very interesting tutors and mentors over the years because I couldn't go into a school, as often as other people could, and certainly not the same kinds. So I had many different avenues to, attain education. And they told me, I don't remember which one of them it was told me really young, because I was developing too quickly, that it would be in my best interest to start looking at the hormone content in the foods that I was consuming. And this was the 80s.
Just to normalize you, right?
Just to help me normalize myself and keep me from...
Just not to excel, but just to you know, to fit
put
in.
it down, because I had been assaulted when I was 12. I was assaulted, but I looked like a woman already. This is as far as it ever went, though, because by some magical mix of taking their hormone avoidance seriously, and you know, if you get into sports and working out early, it does kind of stunt your growth a little bit. I did both.
So you kept that look forever. You started looking like a grown woman at 12 years old, and then
but I'm the same size that I was.
Yeah, you sort of stopped. You didn't develop any further. It just.
That's why you still have those young looks about you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got off as much of the food as I could, and I tried to do that for my daughter. Then when I had her, I tried to, from the moment I knew I was pregnant, you know, because I still enjoyed a cheeseburger every now and then. I'm not, you know, a saint or anything by any means. But, you know, once I was pregnant, I thought about it, and I was like, this person is going to be even more susceptible to that hormonal change in her biology that's completely unnatural than I was, because the world has progressed now another decade. So until other people had to start helping me care for her at a couple of years old, she never had sugar. She never had hormones. Wow. I was very upset, you know, that I had to start giving her formula supplements, but my body couldn't produce big enough for a child.
Yeah, but you managed for several years, right?
Yeah, I managed for a while to keep most of it off of her until she was.
I mean, that's the best beginning that you can give.
In the beginning,
and you can keep it all off until she goes to school.
She's gone now. She's dead.
And you know,
that's another one of those things where those people who decided they would perpetrate a joke on me.
Hang on a second. Hang on.
When I hear that story,
hang on. Children.
Hang on. You just said she's gone now?
My daughter is dead. I found her. She self-deleted in my home.
No.
Yeah. Those people with their funny jokes and their little scripts behind the scenes, their little note of discord through which they help to operate and make it look so seamless, as if some things are going on that are perhaps not. I am no dummy. And if they went home and they hugged their children even once in the last decade, you better hope that there is no justice ever. Because some of us did not deserve that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Every second counts, right? Every word counts. Every
word counts.
Every short little span of attention counts. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, people don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're participating in when they go along with something because they think they're going to pull some brilliant awakening out of it or whatever. Oh, you've just... all this karma and this transmutation that they've talked about in this community that I've witnessed. Wow. You better hope it's all fake, because you just brought a heaping ton of it on yourselves. Because they did not know me. They thought they did because they got the bits that were made public because I allowed them to be. And I've thought about, there is a potential that some of my accounts were hacked and they could have gotten files from my computer or found where my email addresses were registered other places. I'm not stupid. I've known some brilliant people. I know how this shit works.
Yeah.
So they could have gotten my writings. They could have seen my paintings, and that's how they know the titles. Or they could be my space brothers. What the French do I know?
Oh yeah, but yeah, it's crazy like that. I mean,
it's crazy like that. But they better all hope there is no such
thing. If you speak it out loud, I hear you say now, right? In such a dire situation as you were describing, and then they start kicking on you, and even, I mean, this is what they do. But can I ask of you, if you don't want to extrapolate on it,
I'm an open book, and I may as well be because they know where I live.
How old was you? What age was your daughter when
she was 16? She was just shy of 17. She had one more driver's ed class to attend. We had her car picked out because my husband had taken hers out and drunkenly crashed it. She wasn't ready for it. I was going to give her my car, and then I was going to upgrade. And he didn't want to ruin his sports car, so he took mine out drinking, and crashed it. So I had just gone out and we picked her out a car for her birthday, which was coming up. Cute little VW Bug that all of her instruments would fit into the hatchback of. We were so excited. And I caught him cheating on me again. And 2 weeks later, I found my daughter hanging in my basement. So for those of you in the know, there's your handshake.
That's I mean, I cannot even imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like a movie to me.
It does, doesn't it?
No, it does. It's
I
worse.
could not.
It's worse.
Why would I have written all of this reality for myself? So I hear certain amounts of that going around here too, in the truth community, that we write our own realities and stuff like that. And if that's the case,
Okay, so what is your take on that? I mean, after being through that.
What the hell was I after with that?
I should be clear with what I was talking about as well too. The reality I'm talking about is a social reality that people create.
Right.
The reality is exactly what it is. As harsh as what it is, everything of what it is. It is what it is. But it's the social reality where people can block out the real reality as well, right?
Yeah.
And this is where it's a problem. Yeah.
So I think that things like this that happen, because like if in a way, my car accident, my girlfriend who died, she was someone's daughter. She just turned 19. And she was someone's daughter and someone's sister, and because I fell asleep at the wheel, she was killed instantly. So it's not the same. She didn't take her own life, but they lost, they lost someone out of nowhere. Just, not just someone.
So how would you explain
not just someone
that?
either.
I mean, how would you?
So this thing happened to them because of me. I think that I'm a bit of a fatalist, and it's one of the ways that I've managed to come to terms with things, is because there are certain things that are written into our lives that we have to experience, that we're going to go through, because going through those things are going to strengthen us. Because
I can't figure out why one person needs to be that strong anymore, though, and that's what pissed me off with this.
I think, Jen, because
Especially
what's coming,
it's all lies.
I think what's coming is going to be harder. Or maybe no. Or actually, what's coming is not going to be as hard. Like what's coming to those people that have never actually experienced anything quite that earth-shattering. It's going to be earth-shattering to them, but to those of us that have been through that sort of paradigm, that like the entire universe completely shattering into a million pieces around you.
I have taken some hope from that thought, that these people who they think they've had adversity, they think they've had things to struggle through they don't know yet. They don't know yet. I have detached myself from,
I know what you're saying.
Personal property, from personal liberty, from even the control of my own body, because I have been forcefully shown that all of that is an illusion.
Right.
All I have to do is speak the wrong word, and someone is going to come and pick me up and lock me up.
Right.
And if they want to, they will do what they want to my body.
And I've been there, right? And I've been locked up, and but then even that, dude, girl. You know, I'm just
Do
there.
that.
You can call me a
This is
dude. I'm
that.
told, bro.
You're do
You want to go
that.
to the gun show?
No, but even then, I
I'll
think
fuck a motherfucker
when I look
up.
back at
I
it,
ain't playing.
I know I'm lucky. You know, I live in the Netherlands. You know, if this happened to me, something similar in Mexico, I would have died. You know, pretty much like if you say the wrong word, boom, you're dead. And so I consider myself lucky too, right? And I'm actually able to protest that much.
Yeah.
But then again, I'm like, dude,
It's
there's
like no. If this was North Korea, if you were in North Korea,
I could have been raped. I could have been dead. I could have been sliced in half. You know, no, it's just and so yeah. I mean, yeah, like you said, you've been through worse stuff. I mean, you've had a child, and then you know,
The only one
take
I'll ever
itself
have
away
too.
at 16 years old. I mean, that's even worse. And that not even.
Yeah, I
worse.
had to know
Like,
her for a
I
long
can't-
time. I've had a lot of people come to me and go, "Oh, I had a miscarriage once," or you know, we had a child. They were ill and they passed when they were 1 or 2. They made it a week.
And their
And
pain
I
might even
think
be bigger than yours, right?
it's not even about who's got bigger pain, but most of these people also had like 2 or 3 kids and a spouse and parents who didn't do horrible things to them. You know what I mean? And they always, there is some privilege point in most
And
people's life that they don't
don't you
realize they
think
have
that
that's
we
gotten
all
them through.
come to the conclusion like, oh wow, I could have never dealt with that, but I could deal with my own trouble, even though your own trouble might have been worse, right? Because you know, or even less.
well,
But
I don't think there's any question about this. This is the point, though, isn't it? It's like what you've been through is pretty much, you know, it's got to be one of the worst things that a woman would have to go through.
Yeah.
Any woman's going to
Yeah.
admit that and agree with that. It's the worst, losing your only child.
I will never have another unless I take my eggs and, you know,
Well-
get somebody else to carry them for me.
And also, listen,
With some jackass's sperm. That I don't like.
don't rule out the possibility that there's just amazing things are going to happen over the next 60 years, and
They better.
we're all going to live. We're all going to live till way past 100, and in 2060 we'll all be sat around the fire.
dude, if I die
Talking
at
about
80, you know, I'm gonna visit you at Tenerife because I'm gonna come to Tenerife and hold you responsible.
Dude, when you die, right, you're gonna be like,
I'm gonna visit you.
I'm not gonna
I'm
go
gonna
to
hold you responsible.
Why would I go to fucking Tenerife? you go off to Valhalla, man. Off to the halls of Valhalla.
Yeah, maybe so. But first, I'm gonna go to Tenerife. Like, dude, I'm gonna have to go to Valhalla now. But you said
Yeah, but I
could
can't
live here
speak to.
forever.
Dude, I can't speak to the dead. I might be able to sense you near me. I mean,
You might fight. You know.
I don't know. I thought I was talking to dead people for a while, and then they started showing up places, and I'm like, oh, yeah,
just
in
white-
fact,
no,
not a dead person at all. I
No,
just
it's-
hadn't met
it's
you
white
yet in the
people.
real world.
I see white people.
I see zombies. I see freaking zombies everywhere.
I see zombie people. Yeah.
It is this. We are in the zombie apocalypse.
Oh yeah.
I
Don't
think
care
so.
what anybody says.
I
It
kind
isn't
of
a-
thought for a while that's what Scripture was talking about, like with the dead.
The
dead
Walking
rising
Dead.
first.
Yes,
Are they here
the-
already?
yes.
We are in the land of the dead.
The
The
Walking
paper
Dead.
makes you dead. The
Yep.
government makes you dead.
I mean,
And
I'm not hiding
you're
it.
voting.
I live literally in the Netherlands. So, you know.
Elsie,
Right. I mean, like
Elsie
how
Black,
clever.
Elsie Black, who was here earlier, absolutely thinks that he is his straw man, and he is essentially. We had a dead zombie on the show.
That was interesting.
It was a proud
We had a conversation with the dead zombie peeps. Come on.
That's
What,
why.
what are those?
At least we do
What
know
are those
that
lines in the
explain the
sky?
whole thing,
Clouds.
What was that?
That's when
Dennis?
I kind of
stepped
shut up.
out, dude. I couldn't take it any longer. I couldn't take it in. And people in
I saw
chat
you
were
popped
telling me, dude, relax, behave. I was like, no. I mean, why does Richie let this kind of people on? These
Well,
people
Right.
aren't people.
Because because it's it's an opportunity for them to show themselves for what they are, idiots.
But
It's
that's a good thing of you doing, allowing that.
there was a time when I couldn't. There was a time when I couldn't. I would have been going at him. I would have been laughing, calling him all kinds of names. You're a fucking idiot, mate. What are you brain dead? Did you hear? But yeah, but so, listen, just coming back to Jenny. I can only imagine, right? I can only imagine. All I can say is, really seriously, you must be like a seriously fucking powerful, incredibly strong person, and there's a reason. Like all of everything that's happened has made you who you are now. What we've got coming up in the future is gonna be fucking difficult for most people, and it's gonna be a walk in the park for you.
That's kind of what I've been hoping. As the events mount up around me and I cannot control them, to tell me that I have control over this and that I'm writing this is bullshit. I predicted my boyfriend's death to the day. And I have witnesses. I was making it in my art. The number is everywhere. And it's my birthday as well. This is not a joke.
Yeah.
And I know there's things that people don't want to believe are real right now. But, and I don't know what is real for other people. It's our interpretations of it are so different. And they're based on our experience up till the point that you try to explain it. And that's what changed it.
I would say the reason that you were able to predict your boyfriend's death was because there was essentially some sort of soul contract in place that was gonna happen.
I didn't even believe in that kind of stuff as being having any real weight in my life until recently. I kind of thought that was one of the bullhonkery aspects of uncovering the nature of our reality, like soul contracts. Bullhonkery. Why would I have agreed to this?
Everything about this realm is contract.
Can I just have this done and dealt and be over with?
Right? Why can't I quit?
No.
This is the first woman that I hear make this clear statement, like, it's not a deal. I didn't come into this world. I was tricked into this world. I'm not manifesting this bullshit around me. You, all the other good people are not manifesting the bullshit around you. Some other thing is doing it. She is actually making a very clear statement, and I'm supporting that, She's the first one on the YouTubes to ever do so in my whole YouTube career, and I'm on it for 24/7, like for the last 7 or 8 years.
So, boy,
and
Jenny was just about to say
even though you're not here.
Dude, she was just about to say about how she is. Were you going to say you feel differently about the soul contract thing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy to hear that.
I for most of my life kept walking around thinking, what did I do? If there's karma, if this is, I don't know, then what did I do to deserve these circumstances? Because I know that I can do Jedi programming on people when I want to. I used to do it to my last husband, and it ticked him off. But we'd be having a conversation, and I could program him as we spoke, and I called it the Jedi Mall Trip, where I would get him to gradually, through the conversation, drive to where I wanted him to go. And the next thing he knew, he'd be at the mall parking lot in front of Starbucks. And I'd be like, well, since we're here, baby, let's go in and get a cappuccino, darling. And he'd go, how the fuck do you do that? And
I
I'd
love
say,
the fact that we've got a woman here that does admit that she uses Jedi mind tricks.
Oh,
like that.
Jedi mall tricks, baby.
Jedi mall tricks, right? Okay, Jedi mall tricks.
Right. These
See,
people
this
don't know
is
who they're
kind of
from.
what I think about people in costumes and stuff as well. If someone in a costume's coming to you to hypnotize you, well, fair game.
Yes,
Right.
they have, the game is afoot. If that's what you're coming at me with, and I've always been very successful with it, but I know that there is a point at which you are overstepping boundaries. You put other people in danger. You can intrude on their privacy by getting them to admit things in public or in a conversation, just putting them in a certain frame of mind where they begin to hypnotically admit things that they should not
It's a
admit.
tool not to use, it's a tool
I
to
can
use
do it when I want to.
responsibly and carefully.
It's like
You know,
a
and that's the
verbal.
difference.
It's like a.
though. The
It's like
people that are using that tool for bad means, that's what they're doing
Yes.
wrong. They're
It's-
doing
Yeah, I don't
wrong.
think there's anything
That's
wrong
what
with
it
getting
is.
myself a cappuccino while we're out and about.
verbal sodium
Or to
pentothal.
protect yourself, right?
You give them an injection of verbal sodium pentothal, and they just start spilling their guts.
Yes. Yeah, and I mean, like, it's hard for me
You
sometimes
have
to
tools.
maintain the kind of like mind frame that you have to be holding in order to do that in a conversation with somebody else. You know what I mean? I'm not at that level right now because I'm dealing with some fresh trauma, and it will take me a minute. You know, it's daily right now. But yeah, so as far as soul contracts go, I must have agreed to some of these things to experience them all in one lifetime. Because I've heard lots of people talk about the one they experienced, or they've had these 2 major traumas or 3. For God's sake, I've had so many that there must be a purpose for me.
So
God has to have a grand
But
purpose.
is there
for
a
me.
theme in all these traumas? I mean, you said, some people have 1 or 2, and you said that you have so many. So can you find a general theme or several themes in these traumas that are projected on you in this life, so to say? Because I'm trying to, I'm like, what the fuck? What's this? I think I found it.
Well, I think I have a theory, but it's a wacky woo theory, and it is basically that those people who are basically destined to do big things, in some way, they are destined to do big things. Part of that is that they have a pretty shitty life and really bad experiences to deal with beforehand, which basically give them the tools that they need to be able so that when the shit really hits the fan, when the reset comes, because it's going to be in our lifetime, and when that happens, we all have the tools that that we need to be able to get through it, to be able to survive it.
I hear what you're saying.
Right.
It kind of relates to.
So it'll be a walk in the park for us, because we've already had our traumas. We've already dealt with that sort of shit.
I see what you're saying, but I would relate it to the artist, to the path that the artist walks, right?
I
goes
suppose.
To trauma and finds a way to get rid of it, either in play or in function or in.
But trauma didn't make me want to be an artist, right? With the music,
Yeah,
it wasn't trauma that did
born
that.
with this.
No, not necessarily, but very often it is like, oh, how did you become such a great artist? And
The
very
experience
often,
allowed
and
expression.
sometimes it's not the expression or the style, but sometimes it's the production, right? Sometimes somebody wants to flee away from the situation and finds his refuge in the production of whatever that may be.
And the escaping into the focus that is that goes into the production of whatever it is that they're producing.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it might even be destruction, right? Their production, their refuge might even be destruction, right? And they become a vandalist or whatever.
Well, and so that's whether the what they're feeling they turn into distress or eustress, isn't it? It's whether it's
exactly. Yeah, exactly. And so if they find their refuge in creation, and they make a lot of things, just to be busy, just to keep their hands busy, and they make a lot of things, and it's all ugly, but they make 159 things. Not everything's going to be ugly, dude. one of these ugly things are going to be so ugly, then it's beautiful, right? And so, and some person might see it and say, wow, this is a fucking artist, dude. I mean, everything is ugly, but 1 in 159 articles is just, genius.
Well, that's Salvador Dali right there. So it's strangely strange, but strangely.
He was very productive, but he was also very genius. Yeah, but yeah, in a way, he also knew that secret. Yeah, he said to himself, even if I produce bullshit, crap, it's still Salvador Dali. But that's coming from a different. That's coming from a different instigation, so to say.
Jenny, it might not mean anything, right? Probably like it. Yeah, it might not mean anything to you, but I promise you, I absolutely promise you, that's why things have got to happen the way they have. It's a really shitty way. Like, it's who the heck would want that? But it's the only way for you to strengthen, and that has happened because you're still here. You didn't.
No choice. There is no choice.
Right. That's how I feel about it as well.
There is no choice.
That's how I feel about it. That's why I didn't check out.
That sounds comforting. I mean, that sounds
Yeah.
comforting. The way you say it, there is no choice.
Well,
fuck, that actually sounds comforting, Jenny.
That's why I never checked out. I never checked out because for me, there's no. I can't check myself out. End of story. I'm not allowed to do it as far as I'm concerned.
I have tried, and I am not allowed. I can tell you sincerely, I am not allowed to check out. I have tried.
Right. For me, I've had four times I should have been killed and wasn't. So it's like, who the fuck am I to check out when I've been saved 4 times? When basically, I'm still here. I just don't have the right to check out. I don't think that we do. I don't think that any of us are allowed
I think
to
there are
check
some
out.
people who get to check out. I do think there are some, and I am also one of those people who's of the belief that not all of us have the same sorts of souls. It may not be that other people don't have a purpose in the show or whatever.
Right.
But their soul, their ending, whatever happens to them after their carcass dies, may be different than ours. And for me, for whatever I am, I'm not allowed to leave right now.
I don't think that any conscious being is allowed to leave. I don't think anybody that has reached that level of consciousness where they are aware of and attempt to communicate with and listen to and be guided by something greater than themselves outside of this realm. They're still stuck in this realm, still being of this realm, not just in it. They don't, they're not fully conscious, so they don't. It doesn't matter if they check out. They're essentially they're background characters in a bigger story.
That's what I think. Yeah, they are background characters. I think this, maybe that the soul or the consciousness is there if you choose to reach for it.
Mm.
But there may be some walking around who aren't even born with the potential to reach for it.
Mm.
They will never be able to even make the grasp. Whereas some people who have the ability or could have the ability to reach their soul may not make the attempt. But there are some who just
Howdy,
will.
Captain. Shout out, Captain Rankin. Yeah, I think it's because of what's coming, not what's like. It's all about what's coming.
Something is coming.
Something's coming, and it's a big, and it's going to be a walk in the park for us because we've already been through the mill.
I'm not particularly looking forward to the whole thing, to be honest. I mean, I'm a sinner, you know.
We're all sinners,
And,
dude.
and so if justice comes, you know, I'm still a sinner. So,
Have you
like I
ever?
said, I'm not particularly looking forward
you
to
ever?
the whole thing.
What are your sins, bro? Have you ever gone out and intentionally hurt anybody and intentionally caused harm or loss to anybody?
No.
No. What are your sins then? You've watched a bit of porn and you drink and you know that's see. I personally don't see them as sins. I see that as life. It's a lower vibration thing. Some of the it's about where you're.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
So it's
But
only if you.
even then, you know,
I mean,
knowing that, but especially knowing that, take it to a deeper level, right? So
Hmm.
it's not a sin of the world, right? So you have your own values and your own normations and normalizations. Even then, it's like, yeah, well, you know, I allow myself these things that I know are not good, but I still do them, you know. So you know that might be considered a sin too. You know, in that, you know what I'm saying.
I mean, I think that you're allowed to, you know. I don't think that there's a judgment in that sense, right? I don't think that we're going to get judged in that sense for what we've done. It will just.
I
It will
don't.
be
I
a.
don't feel bad for getting drunk or smoking weed. I don't.
I
But
don't anymore.
what's that, Jenny? Sorry.
I don't feel guilty about some of those things anymore, really, especially when I
Right.
do come to that conclusion that for some of us, and I am not speaking across the board for everybody, but some of us have no choice. And so, you know, if the the end is written from the beginning, right? And my creator knows me from beginning to end. He knows what I will do and whether or not I'm going to choose this or that or whatever.
Yeah.
So,
Knows
you
your
know,
heart.
even those things that I do along the way that may be sinful or however you want to classify it in words,
The Creator knows
already
your
done.
heart.
Yeah, it's all there. It's already done. You know? The
When
Creator knows my heart, and He will know me, and I will know Him when that time.
I'm not worried
so,
about
but
Akhenaten
this
weighing
is
my
interesting.
heart.
Yeah, but this is an interesting thing, right? Because you talk about He knows your heart, and she says, well, you know, He will know this is not bad. And so I'm actually trying to weigh these things, right? Because this is actually what we're talking about. Like, let's put this on the balance. Let's put this on the scales, right? Like, is it so bad to do this, and or is it? I think, you know, going on that scale, I would say it's worse to lie and to intentionally lie and keep on lying when you know you're wrong and hurting another person. I think that's way more sinful.
Right.
than to
I think
drink.
that's the crux of it, though. It's
I think
are
that's
you
way
hurting
more
someone else? Is what
Yeah, or
you've
you keeping it.
what you've done, whatever it is that you have, has it hurt somebody else, and was that intentional or was that a completely unintentional? You know, there's sometimes we can.
It's
We
just
need
so-
we need to recognise
so-
when we've been responsible for
therefore-
hurting somebody without intending to. You
Yeah.
know, when we hurt people
That has
without
a limit,
intending
right?
to. But that's not. The trouble is that's not on you. That's
But
actually on the other
therefore-
person.
But therefore, I cannot blame the people that grew the weed. Therefore, I cannot blame the people that brewed my alcohol, that brewed my beers. You know, okay, it's I who did it. You know, it's not like I can blame. If it comes to that, we cannot blame the breweries, right? We cannot say like, oh, and so therefore, you know, it is. But like you said, did it intentionally in the moment? Did it in the moment hurt somebody? No, it didn't. You know, like you can't blame the gun producer, the gun company, for killing
Right.
somebody in the street, right?
Dude, if every time you
It
got
always
drunk,
works in the moment.
if every time you got
Always
drunk,
works in the moment.
if every time you got drunk, you went out and you beat up women, and you got in fights, and you caused damage to damage to people.
Yeah, story of my
then,
life.
Then that would be. I was going to say, but that would be something that you'd have to maybe question yourself going out and getting drunk and say, but if you're just getting drunk at home or you're not causing any major disruptions, you're not causing any. Maybe you're just being a bit loud, but you're not causing any damage or harm to anybody other than hurting people's feelings. That's what all you do is maybe hurt people's feelings. Then it's not the only damage that's being done really is to yourself. And if I don't see that as a sin. It's not wise. It's not the best thing to do, but it's not a sin.
Wise.
It's not a sin. It's not like, whoa, you will burn in hell for eternity because you fucking got drunk, And
yeah, I don't.
If you walk the streets yelling and singing at like 3 a.m, 4 a.m, it's not wise. It's not sinful, but again,
it's conspicuous. It's conspicuous,
and it's also very conspicuous.
It might draw attention. That might be a little bit, combative or like, shut the fuck up, and then that might draw a reaction from you because you're drunk. Like, fucking come on in.
You might sing harder.
Come on in. Down here. Come on, let's see it. Down here. Fucking sort. But no. Listen. I think maybe the 7 deadly sins.
No, dude, the 7 deadly sins, they start with pride, right? And pride has a whole month in this era. In this epoch, somehow pride got a whole month of celebration. That should actually be and nobody says
year, I think now. Probably.
So,
I think it's just ongoing now. They just extended it.
I think it's a good thing to take pride in one's work and take pride in one's appearance, but not. There's two types of pride. There's two types of pride. There's the pride that you feel but you don't speak. You don't tell people. You feel it because you know that in some way your higher self is giving you a little pat on the head, saying, "Well done, you did the right thing."
And
right?
okay, and that's the pride that says
that pride's good.
That is the pride that says, "All glory goes to God."
Yes,
all glory,
yes.
I mean, I'm not a religious guy, but that is what that
it is. And what you said the other day about instead to turn that pride around to gratefulness, like to gratitude.
Thank you for making it able for me to put all this together, to recreate it to this, right? When you create a song, for you, Callum, when you're able to just turn the switches like, in the way that you would like.
Thank you for giving me that gift. Yeah, thank you
for
the gift.
Well, appreciation.
Right? You don't feel the pride. You're just like, you're just enjoying it.
Oh, dude, that's why when people listen,
enjoying it.
When people tell me, when people just tell, like, I really do hate the compliments when people are telling me how amazing on guitar, what an amazing guitarist I am, and all of that, right? Because that is something that I don't think about that. That's something that I just, because of muscle memory and just some basic patterns, it's not that, it doesn't seem that, it's not something that I feel like I should be proud of, because it's not.
No, but that's easy. I mean, that's
how amazing they are.
I mean, don't you think it's easier to not be able to defend that word, but just say I'm grateful, instead of I'm not proud. No, just say I'm grateful to be able to do that, right?
Yeah, and I mean, generally that's kind of what my answer is. Though, is like, look, I'm really lucky to be able to do it. It's something that comes more naturally to me than to others, so I'm lucky to be able to do it.
Exactly.
But what I want to hear is the compliments that mean the most to me are just, we had a really good night. Thank you, man. We had a really good night. That was a really good night. That was a good atmosphere. That was a good set list. Right. That's a nice, simple. We had a good night. That's it. I love that, man. Fucking love that.
Yeah, but
Because
that's,
the
I
end
mean,
in mind, too.
I don't want people telling me how good I am. I don't want that. I'm like, look, listen, I wouldn't be stood up here if I didn't think I was some sort of good. You know,
Right.
that's why I'm here. You know, that's why I'm so confident, because I kind of know I'm kind of good. I don't
yeah,
want you to come and
okay,
tell
so
me how
but,
good I am.
You're
I just want you to
appreciating
say,
the skill for what the skill is as well.
right. I just want to know that you had a
The
good time,
ability
man.
to even be able to do it.
Yeah.
And you can see
Yeah.
that in others and appreciate that as well.
Oh, I appreciate it. Where in others, it's just
And it's the
so
same
much
feeling.
better.
There you
So
go.
much better. Like, look at
Resonant.
Gabriella. Look at Gabriella, mate, on the guitar. She's a different level. She's next level. Like, if I
when
could
we
play
started.
like that, and sing, then
I
I'd
can't,
be like fucking John
Richie,
Mayer.
I can't appreciate that as much as you can. That's a gift. Right?
Because you don't play guitar, so right.
I don't see it with your perspective allows you to appreciate that and feel that.
Yeah.
You know, that's not pride as I see it, but that is appreciation and gratitude and beautiful.
Yeah.
Right.
Shout out to Scotland. How's it going there, Yin Yang? I did not expect Yin Yang to come from Scotland.
Ach, hey.
Hey, the knee. And Tommy, tell the truth. It's good to see you there, man. Everybody chatting is actually chatting in Ray's chat because we're still linked up to Boston Ray's.
Oh, I was going, where are these people? I don't
Yeah,
see
who are these people?
Yeah, they've taken over. We've still got 16 people watching.
They are paired.
We've got 16, but we're paired up. We're still paired up to 7 hours, man. We've been going for
They're
7
not
hours.
appled, they're paired.
I don't know if I am smart enough to figure out how to stream this to my channel when I do these things.
All you do is follow the instructions, right? You go up to the little dots, the little 3 dots above your name, press that, and then it will say link to your channel. And then if you've got your channel, if you've got a channel that you can stream to, you just follow the thing. It will say, you know, which channel do you want to do it, and then you just click, put in your. I don't know if you have to put in your password or if it's, you know, all done through.
If you're already logged in, it should just.
Yeah.
Wow, there's a scary message from the Nightbot. It says, "Join this channel if."
To get access to perks, yeah, I know he's got.
What does it say?
To get access to perks. So
what did it say? I mean, I didn't even read it.
Join this channel to get access to perks.
Oh yeah, that's what it said. Yeah.
So yeah, it's a bot, man. you can activate them. I think once you've monetized, you can activate them, or you could, I don't know. Nightbot is. I don't think Nightbot is exclusive to YouTube.
I think it is.
I thought I'd seen Nightbot on Discord.
Yeah,
I
think you're right. I think you're right.
That's why I don't trust Nightbot.
Never did, never have.
I won't ever put. I'm not ever going to put a chatbot onto my channel. No, I'm not going to do that. I don't trust all these fucking chatbot things. Give them all permission to do things. Nah. I guess I've just had my whole experience with Discord. That learned me a lot. It's a shame, man. It's a shame that shit happens, because Discord is actually a really, really cool idea. It's a really awesome platform, man.
Yeah.
It's just the fucking people.
Dude, you can't keep on talking like that. You make me start to think of, and I knew that once I start to do this accent, it sounds totally just Truly made up.
It sounds like a little bit of the
Truly made
Swedish.
up. I know
It's,
what you're doing.
you're sounding like a little bit of the Swedish.
It sounds just as stupid as you trying to do somewhat of a Scottish accent.
My
You know?
Scottish.
Yes,
I see.
you know,
Oh,
what are you
listen,
trying to do?
listen.
You're trying to do Irish.
Listen,
Irish.
pal.
You're trying to do Irish.
Look,
These fucking people.
it doesn't.
You sound corky, dude.
Oh,
You
no,
sound corky.
Diddly-dee potato.
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 No, there's no gays in Ireland, Kathleen.
No way. No way.
There's no gays in Ireland, Kathleen.
But it's just a little bit more expressive when we speak like this, though, Kathleen.
Because you have these little stupid misconceptions and this.
No, but if I was to talk to everybody when I was talking to everybody, if I was to do it like that, would it actually make people listen? Because I feel like that nobody's really listening to me every time when I'm trying to talk to
First time
people.
I saw that clip, I thought it was real.
Well, it was real.
No, it's not real.
Of course it was real.
No, it's not real. It's not real.
People talk like that all the time.
No, really?
I do.
It's not real. No. There's
No,
no
listen.
reality on YouTube, Richie.
Listen to me, right, listen. It's true. It's true. That they get a little bit like that in Ireland, but it was a little bit stereotyped, and they don't all talk like that. What?
So how about all the gatekeepers?
Oh, the what?
Gatekeepers.
Oh, the gatekeepers?
Yeah. You heard about gatekeepers? Alex Jones, he's
Oh,
a gatekeeper.
Gatekeepers? Well,
over the tea.
Of course. No, I mean, he's a gatekeeper.
listen, it's all about the keymaster, right? And the key holder, and the keymaster, right?
You need to go see the keymaster.
Yeah. And what is it? What's the bloody god?
Talking about Janos.
No, I'm thinking it's it's
The one
Ghostbusters.
with the eyes.
Ghostbusters. No, it's
Argos.
with the woman.
Argos.
Oh. Gozer.
Gozer.
Oh, Gozer. Dude, that's our word. Dude, that's our word. That's our word for dude in Dutch.
Gozer.
Gozer.
No way.
That is so awesome.
Yeah, wel gozer. Yeah.
It's like, dude.
Nee,
This great big demonic demon turns up.
No. I mean,
Gozer.
the word for
That
dude
movie just gained a
the
level of
word for
80s
dude is
awesome.
gast. But gozer is very, very close to gast. The word gozer in Dutch is very close to dude. You know, in our conception, hey gozer, hey gast. That's like,
Gozer.
hey gozer, hey dude. You know, that's more or less.
It's so close to geezer, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
hang on a sec. So G is pronounced gozer, right? And in Spanish, G is he.
Is that, yeah, hey.
So there's a similarity between the Spanish. It's
No,
like,
it's different.
no, in the sense that it's not g or j, it's h or h.
Guttural. It's really guttural. Yeah. But then again, in Hispanic, it's more elevated. The guttural pronunciation is more elevated in the mouth, right?
It's less.
It's close to the tongue. It's
there's
close
less-
to the tongue. The Dutch g is like the people think, oh, what are you gonna do? Don't throw up, dude. No, I'm just speaking
Gozer.
language.
Gozer.
Hey, gozer. Yeah. Other people would say, hey, gozer, or people in the southern Netherlands, they would pronounce a softer G. They would say, hey, gozer. Gozer.
Gozer. See, that's
They would say
more
gozer.
Spanish. That's more Hispanic kind of. Gozer.
But, you know, we down here in the gutter, we say, gutter, goot, godverdomme, gozer. Wat ga je me nou maken, joh? Doe toch niet zo raar, joh. And sometimes our R sounds like a g too.
Yeah. It's the same in
So when other people hear our language, it's like, what?
Reis.
No, it's not.
That's similar to, so that's like German with the Reichstag.
Yeah,
It's done, instead of rolling the tongue, it's done with the tongue flapping at the back kind of thing. Like instead of at the front of the mouth, it's done at the back of the mouth.
Yeah.
Instead of Reichstag, it's Reichstag. Yeah.
When I mean, it's very typical that because you're an artist and you actually decide, or you feel, where does the sound come from, right? And when you get that feeling of the tongue, like, these people pronounce everything in the back of the mouth,
Yeah.
and these people don't even use the back of their mouth.
Yeah.
All they do is they pronounce everything in the front of the mouth. You know, like people in Slavic languages, everything's pronounced more or less in front of the mouth.
Your thing is you know, like sort of, or it's kind of in the middle of the mouth.
Yeah, that's true. And but then there's also people that are, you know, they're best described as, it seems like they're having this kind of hot potato in the back of their mouth.
No,
but
it's
they don't want to
plums.
throw it out. They
No,
want it in.
it's plums. Actually,
That
it's
pretty
plums.
much describes it. Like, what the
You have to be able to hold at least 2 plums in your mouth when you
Right.
speak, and it's
Yeah,
all
exactly.
about
So-
enunciation, my dear.
So that also very clearly,
Enunciate.
right? I mean, so
Clearly.
I like it when people are able, because once upon a time, this Slovenian guy explained to me, like, yeah, but this is how people from Germany speak, and this is how they speak that. And he explained it so clearly to me, like, it's like they hold a stone in their
Feeling it.
mouth, and these people only talk to the top of their mouth. These people only talk to the front of their mouth. And this guy explained it so clearly.
Australians chew. We chew our words.
You chew,
yeah,
yeah.
mate. Yeah.
Oh, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Mate, you've got to chew your
Mate.
words. I
Mate.
mean, get your mouth around that one. No.
An elongated mate, like, mate.
Aye, mate.
That's a very high praise sort of thing. Mate.
Isn't it also?
But there's also like
a
the
sign of
command,
sympathy,
mate.
isn't it? Well, that's shorter, but you've also got sympathy,
Mate.
like, oh mate.
Mate. See, that's long for an old friend.
See, because English we've got a
But
similar
if
thing.
it's someone you don't like and it's not a mate, it's mate.
Right, but if
Yeah,
it's
mate.
if it's something that you're impressed with, it's it's like
Mate.
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 Oh, mate.
Yeah. It's in the A, right?
There-
That's where you
there's
have
a prefix as well,
Mate.
but often there's the prefix of oh,
Deal you,
oh
mate.
mate, you know.
Give it a chew.
When did you chuck the shrimp on the barbie? When did you call them shrimp? Since when were they ever called shrimp?
What's a shrimp?
It's
Prawn.
a prawn. Stick
Okay.
another
We got
prawn
like
on the
prawn.
barbie, or is
We
that
got some prawn.
is
Yeah.
that a Mandela effect, or do you cook prawn on the barbie?
People have bizarre things in their head from tourist things. You know, it's kind of like oh, what were those big parades, those big fairs and stuff back in the day?
You mean the
wasn't-
World
it
Fair?
wasn't Barbie
They
porn.
built it all out of plaster of Paris or
No,
whatever.
it was a prawn on the Barbie, or was it Barbie porn? I forget.
Fucking hell. Jesus.
How do you have a prawn?
Why did you have to take it there?
That's pretty good.
Is that even a thing? I think that should be a thing.
Everything's.
Don't even go there. Don't even go there.
No,
Don't
I-
even go there.
Dude, I just like to play with letters in a word, you know.
Yeah, I know. But
I had this word called klantenpas, and then I said, yeah, but we have a klantenpas in the plantenkas, and dude, I'm gonna stop there, you know. So.
For those that know.
So yeah. Look, it's
That's also why learning different languages widens your expression. If you use more of your tool, you have more expression.
Yeah.
You have more capability.
Yep, you can say you can call someone a bastard to their face without them even realizing that's what you just done. Sí, cabrón.
Oh, most of us are catching
and smile
on now.
while you're doing it, right?
I had a sister-in-law who was from Paraguay, and not just from Paraguay where they speak many languages, but from a village. She spoke a tiny dialect of Guarani. So she taught us and I wish I could remember. Oh, she gave us a beautiful cabinet full of cuss words and strange sayings to say in Guarani, and then nobody's
these always the first words that you learn in a different language. Always. Right?
Do you know what?
Always.
Portuguese and
Most
Spanish.
essential first.
Portuguese. I can honestly say Portuguese and Spanish. It's not what happened. I didn't learn all the swear words first. I didn't learn the swear words until a little bit later.
I think you're just misremembering.
What did you learn first, though?
So what did you?
What did I? Hi. What? No. What did I learn first? I learned how to say hi. I'm learning this language. I don't speak it well. Can you speak?
Nobody
can you speak
believes
English?
that.
So,
Even if
hola,
that's
sí.
Richie,
Perdón.
even if that's true, nobody's gonna believe that.
Perdón, discúlpame. Yo aprendiendo a hablar español para 7 años. No hablo muy bien. Posible habla inglés. And that's it. And they go, no, you speak Spanish. I say, no, I speak that. No, I can understand more. It's just I can't string the words together so well. To when I want to say something, I can't use the words so well. Yeah.
Oh, dude. I mean, but Spanish is such a beautiful language. Why don't you inundate in it? I would have just inundated myself, let me bathe.
Sí, pero aquí, pero no es posible aquí. Mucho inglés, mucho.
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué, mi hermano? ¿Por qué no español?
Yo entiendo hablar más español, pero
muy bueno.
Yo tengo difícil.
You will manage better in English, right?
I spend most of the time using the translator and just popping it into the translator, going, "There you go," and they go, "Oh yeah, no worries." And they put the reply in WhatsApp. We use Google Translate, and it's like.
I would actually enjoy being, not able to express myself in Dutch or English, and they just be like, "Oh fuck, how the hell do I get out of here? I know I'm going to get out of here, just by language, but how? I mean, I like that. Just step into a bar in Slovakia, Slovenia, and you just know 5 words, but you come out, a wiser man,
But I mean, that has kind of. I've been in some situations where I've not been able to, they haven't spoken a word of English, and I've managed to get through. I managed to get through it. I went through
hours of conversation, and I don't know what I said.
3 days in Spain.
I don't know what was said.
Oh yeah. It's just a lot of
light language. Haki-taki,
nodding.
A lot of communication going on.
There's a lot of facial expressions, hand gestures, and
laughing.
Yeah. And just lots.
That's what helps a lot too, is laughing
and smiling
in communication, smiling and laughing. Yeah.
Especially when they say something that you don't understand, you just look at them with a big beaming smile and just shake your head. And I ain't got no clue what you just said, man. But I love your energy.
Like this. So I've seen that a lot from people as well when you don't know, and somehow this shape just comes up, and that means so many things.
It means the television.
This means a cup of tea. This means a cup of tea.
What the fuck?
And some things like,
What the
This means a
fuck?
cup of
Do
tea.
it again. I
Somehow
didn't
we
see
got
it.
there.
I stepped away.
This means tea in every fucking language. This means cup of tea, doesn't it? I thought this means in every. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, but only with the.
No,
only,
what you are
It's
doing is
very
time
simple.
out. What
Yeah.
you're doing is time out, Richie.
Yes.
No,
That's just
but
time
Oh
out.
yeah,
what
time
he's doing
out.
is, let's have a cup of tea.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's
With the
whoa,
eyes.
dude.
Yeah, the
Whoa.
expression, the facial expression that accompanies it is very important. You know.
Well, especially if you're doing that.
And,
Right.
and
Oh,
They're
wide eye, like.
You're going
but
to take
it-
notice of what you're saying right
and,
now.
and also that the hand, just the hand straight up. You know, whoa, or yeah, or this one. Stop!
when
Stop!
When I
Stop!
would see Callum doing that, I would say, Callum, let's have a cup of tea. You know, I mean, right? I would say that. Yeah, I would say that. That's a cup of tea, Callum.
See that this is wrong, right? This is wrong. So that's where miscommunication is easy. You have to.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Yeah. You make it also palatable, right?
Did anybody see? Did anybody else see on CNN? They were using, or it was a press conference that they did, that the White House did, and the sign language interpreter that they were using was
This is hot chocolate.
fake.
Sorry.
Again.
Was fake and was just doing absolute bullshit, like.
Everybody.
And,
I mean,
and then got outed for
dude,
it. Fucking.
How would you feel if I would tell you that all the sign language experts that you've seen in your life were fake to begin with?
I know. I've just
I mean,
just said
how
something
about that?
very.
I mean, how would you deal with that? Did you think the other ones were real to begin with?
Everyone
I mean,
uses sign language.
they were all-
to
We just
a degree.
kinda-
I mean,
all-
you
they were all
see
just,
people doing it.
Sign
all
language
the-
experts are psyched to begin with.
We just kind of, I don't know. We just kind of assume that they are real, and that if they weren't, that there would be a lot of deaf people going, "What the fuck? What the fuck are they saying?"
I have seen that.
That's-
I have seen that. Like, you know, there are some symbols and stuff that I've seen. I'm like, wait a second. You know, like periphery or something.
There's, I forget what it is. I watched where the guy's talking to this other guy in sign language, right? And then he walks away from him, and somebody says to him, "Oh, dude, I didn't know you know sign language." And he goes, "Oh, I don't. I was just saying I don't know. The only sign language I know is I don't know sign language. Fuck off, you weirdo."
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, right. Oh, I love that. I love it. Dude, that's very close to my experience. What's that? Some Italian dude said to me, I was laying on the beach, right? I might have been 14, 15 years old, something like that. And I was lying there, and this guy said, "Hey, are you Dutch?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, have a nice day, you motherfucker." So, but he just stood there, just over my feet, right? And I said, "Well, all I have to do is just, lift my foot up really fast, and you're gonna get kicked in the nuts." So that's what I did. And then only later on, I was thinking, like, of course, this is some stupid dude who asked somebody, how do we say hello, in Dutch? And some Dutch guy told him, hello. Well, you say hello, motherfucker, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Pretty much how that story goes. But yeah, I didn't learn the hard way. He learned the hard way.
You have to laugh. At the end of the day, it's all just a ride.
But I felt so guilty, dude, because it was such an innocent guy. It was such a, he wasn't an idiot. He was just a very friendly guy. He had the best of intentions, I'm sure. I felt very guilty because I can still see his face. Like, this was just somebody that wanted to connect, right? And he just said, "Hey, what the fuck, motherfucker?" That's just.
But that's not what he said. What he actually said was, "Hello,
good morning." Yeah, right.
Good morning. Yeah. What a lovely day it is. Whatever.
And hang on, let me get this straight.
You look really interesting to talk to. Whatever.
He said he just came up and said, "Hey, how you doing?" And he went, "Hey there, motherfucker!" Douche, and kicked him in the balls.
It's like somebody told him how to say hi in Dutch, right? And he saw some people that he identified as Dutch, and so
he's like,
that's
where's the nearest toilet? Is what he thought he was saying.
Oh yeah, whatever, right?
Don't worry about it. I'm good now.
I mean, you must have played this trick on somebody too once upon a time, haven't you?
I think maybe that trick's being played on me, and I haven't used certain words until I check them out. Right.
I had it done to me in Greece.
I do my own fucking research.
Oh, you had it done to you.
I heard it done to me in Greece with Greek.
Now you remember, right? Oh, that kick in the nuts. Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't get kicked.
I did get some warnings.
I did my due diligence and fucking researched it before I used it, and then realised that it was actually meant it was Greek for
Don't believe
wanker.
what people tell you. Hello.
It was Greek for wanker.
There you go.
Ella Malaka. Although technically, I guess you could say that it's a friendly greeting.
Yeah, you can say that.
It doesn't mean friend. It doesn't mean hello, friend. Ella Malaka.
Yeah, I mean, but you're not gonna make many friends,
Well, no, if it's somebody that you don't fucking know, and particularly an English guy walking up to a Greek guy and saying, just like it's like a Greek guy coming up to an English guy and saying, "All right, cunt."
Wanker.
All right, tosser.
See, this is where reading body language and facial expressions and stuff probably really helps, when it doesn't match, right?
Right? If that is still, if you're talking about people that are still able to.
That was back in the day when I still enjoyed a drink, and we ended up going back to their apartment and drinking the Greek firewater, like Greek bacino. No, not ouzo. Next level. More homemade than ouzo. It's called.
Oh, that's even worse. I can't even imagine.
No, it's called
licorice. Ouzo.
No, this was just called firewater. They just called it firewater, and it was like firewater. It didn't really have a flavour. It just had a sensation. Yeah, it was moonshine basically.
That's moonshine.
Jesus, it got you drunk, man. It got you really drunk.
Dude, I think we have this stuff in the Netherlands. It's worse than moonshine. It's distillated moonshine, and then they just let it drain in this berry, the Geneva berry, and one glass is too much already. That's just one shot. It's like, okay, stop there. Just do that at 8 o'clock, and you don't have to drink for the rest of the whole night.
That's
pretty much.
That's a bit like real. Oh God, what's absinthe? Real absinthe.
Yeah, it's close. It's close to the Geneva, to gin, but it's not gin. It's Geneva.
Gin.
And okay,
Love
and
gin.
so there's this store in the Netherlands, in Holland, and it says on the top of the porch, it says, "You never can tell."
Oh,
So
you never can tell.
you never,
Never
can tell.
can tell.
You never can tell. But it says you never can tell. Because, dude,
Oh, you never can tell. Oh, I like
You
it. It's
never
very
can
good.
tell.
because, dude, 2 shots of your neighbor and you cannot tell.
You
can't
never remember.
No, you never remember after your neighbor. If you take 3 shots, I can't even count for that. But if you take 2 shots, you will not remember. Take 3 shots, I don't even know what happens.
Dude, that was
You get
that's
taken.
for me. That was Sambuca. Like as soon or Jägermeister.
Ooh,
As soon as
Sambuca,
as
yeah,
soon
I
as the
think there's the
Sambuca or the
Christian
Jägermeister twin Jaeger bombs with Jägermeister, vodka and Red Bull, and that was like blackout time. From that moment, don't expect to remember anything after that. For me.
I collected a lot of Jaeger bottles because I really
Oh
liked the
God,
bottle.
I used to like the bottle. They were quite
Yeah.
cool. Stick a candle in it. They were pretty cool.
I chopped them up, but they were square. So they were really hard to cut, square bottles. So I think I gave up at some point. So I had a whole bunch of those.
I had this Jägermeister moment with my
Green.
sister in Austria when we were doing this ski vacation, right? And so we were in this quite classy resort. And so, one of these nights we went out and it was like pre-season, so it wasn't very busy. So, let me get a shot of Jägermeister, right? In this, how do you say, mountain hut, right? And he said, yeah, well, that will be $20 or 20 ducats. I said, what the fuck? I said, what? And then that's for one
What else
glass or 2 glasses. I don't even remember. No, it might not have been that drastic, but I looked at my sister. I mean, we looked at each other like, what? How much? I mean, and the glass was just a bit moist, it wasn't even like filled. And we said, and so what is a double portion? And he poured another portion. We looked at each other and I said, how much is that? Yeah, that'll be $20. And we looked at the glass like it's not even half full. And they called that a shot. And so how much when you fill the glass? And we looked at each other. He said, yeah, that will be like 60. And we looked at each other, okay. And I just paid the fucking 60. I said, oh, this is like the most expensive drink that we ever had, Rebecca. And we just sipped it up. I said, okay, fuck, we're never gonna.
So what's so special about it? Let's see. Right?
Yeah, nothing. I mean, nothing.
Ew.
That's so disgusting. Like $60 to get our shot glass filled.
I would have gone. I would have kept going. I would have gone. And so fill up another glass. So how much is that?
Yeah, until you're up to 1,000. Right?
How much is the bottle? Like if you were just to...
Yeah, so
and then I'd go, yeah, nah, just give us something.
Oh,
yeah. Get that back in the bottle, you bitch.
That would be excellent too.
With that.
Yeah, that's a way to get out of that situation. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
I
Just
have
see how far you can go.
I have no fear because I have no fail. Right. If you don't have a fail, if you don't go into anything with failure as a preset, you're good. And you are good too because you can go for it.
Yeah.
We
had a great night. We had a great
vacation. I call them right outs. You have unlimited outs in this life, really.
Yeah.
I learnt that through poker.
Yeah.
Through magic. Also through magic. Magic is one of the biggest learners in that because you learn about your own superpowers through that as well. Because going into something because you have an out. So going into something knowing that it's going to fail. That's my outcome. I actually need this to fail in your eyes or whatever, so I can set this other thing up or whatever. Or you can shoot for something knowing that if it fails, then that only makes the next thing I have even stronger, right? In terms of effects and what you can do like this as well, right? So then a lot of times I've actually predicted things, like throwing people's cards out when I didn't know their card yet or whatever as well. Because it just came to me, I threw it out and I'm like, okay, cool. That works then. When you just purely predict something, right? And it happens when it's our instinct as well. We have a huge instinct of knowing. It's the first thing that comes up. And we're so programmed to ignoring it. But it's there, and it's there in everyone, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes we need to jump in without that fear of failure to learn that. It's the fear that stops us from seeing that as well, and makes us ignore it a lot of times. Like, not logical. It's not logical. No. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Right? Not left brain.
Yeah. Now that you say not logical, because I was thinking logical, I had this. I had this application, right, the other day. It was my second application since a long while. And I thought, just by the construction of it, by the information that I got from it, and I constructed an idea of what it was going to be like. Like, okay, so there's going to be a man and a woman sitting in front of me and a desk between us. And it was not like that at all. But because I imagined, like, oh, it's going to be a man and a woman, and it's going to be this totally professional situation that I don't agree with. So it's probably going to be nothing. But, it was completely the opposite. I just ended this.
Not what you expected.
Not at all, because I ended.
Opened you up again.
I couldn't even find the number on the street, and I thought, oh, it must be in here. This must be the place. And then I said, oh yeah, this is the place. And then a guy said, hey, I'm a Victor, and welcome to my store. And so I met actually the instigator of the whole company. And he said, you must be Seth. I said, yeah, that's me. And so we didn't stop talking until I stopped talking and said, like, okay, but like, how is the day gonna be, right? We got it off so good. This is not at all what I imagined. It's totally different.
Which meant that actually what happened was came off the cuff from you, because you were all set for this one outcome. You were all set. You were ready.
Nothing.
Yeah, you were ready for it to just be a nothing burger, come out and just but that's not what happened. So like Callum said, it opened you up, and actually, because it was a nice surprise, it opened you up to be
yeah. I met
being off the cuff with the guy,
people,
which is which was natural. You had a natural experience with him.
Yeah, and that's a good word to use, because it's a more balanced experience now as well, which is our nature. If we have a nature, if humans have a nature, don't you think it would be similar to nature? Nature's nature, If we allow that a lot of the times, things balance themselves out. We just have to allow it. We talk ourselves out of it so much, all the time. Busy, stay busy, stay busy, stay busy.
But try not to present yourself as a peacock.
Sometimes you have to open the wings and give a good display.
That's very true.
They give the best display I have ever seen in my life. It's just magical.
Yeah.
Don't fuck with that.
Where I used to
live,
live,
fuck with that.
where I used to live, there were these like gravel pits and stuff, and this huge spot of land where the guy that owned it, he kept peacocks there, and then every Sunday he'd do a Sunday market there. So everybody would rock up, you know, and it'd be a big full-on Sunday market, but still with the peacocks walking around everywhere. So the peacock cry, you know, that cry. Yeah. But it's familiar to me. It's very familiar to me. And when they, you know, when they do. When their back feather, when their males, when their back feathers go, when they found, and also picking up peacock feathers, because there was always a peacock feather lying around. You could always grab a peacock feather lying around.
Magical.
Somewhere. And so it was pretty cool, man.
Just in terms of that, whatever that is, it has like the full spectrum going on and color and stuff.
It's
like
the eye. It's the eye. They've got the eye, the all-seeing eye on them. Every single one of them has got an all-seeing eye on it.
I mean, I think
and the rainbow spectrum, you know, the full spectrum of colours, and you know, and the all-seeing eye. And you can tell that Cullen was actually in.
Raised in a turkey farm.
What is that? What's that? Expressive.
Pantomime.
No, it's expressive theatre. It's like a bit like expressive dance.
It works. It works on me.
It's all in the eyes.
I don't know. There's a couple of Japanese styles of dance that are really, really expressive. The No dancers. Have you ever seen that? I think it's No is the title of the style. They're another like mask wearing troupe.
Is that the one where the ladies seem like they're gliding everywhere? Their feet.
I think they're the ones that literally try to emulate water. I have a recording of it somewhere. I wish I could find it, but I have so much like old media that I don't even have players for anymore. I don't know if it's any good and stuff, but I got to see some once a long time ago, and they look like water. The way that the muscles moved under their skin, like they captured it somehow.
Grace. Yeah.
I like Indian with Indian dancing. Like every single movement is you know, it's like the song is a story, or the dance is a story being told, and you know, all the different hand movements and stuff. It's all really significant. I like me a bit of Bollywood.
I love Bollywood myself. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on, but every time I go to pick up takeout, there's something on, and I'm like riveted, you know, for a good
that's just because it's a screen and it's moving.
Oh, it's the outfits.
It's the makeup and it's the hair on the men and stuff.
So
the hairstyles and the makeup and the expressions on the face, and it's all very expressive and very, and there's also the level of, you know, black screen black matte. You know, you can see the fucking line around them where they've been super.
It's the next level of stupid.
It's like, I mean, come on. It's like they're fucking, it's like their moon landing, man. It's like their moon landings, you know?
Yeah, it is. It's like they landed here.
Right on.
They're not telling you that they landed on the moon. But they landed here on the moon. That's like,
we're off to Button Moon. We'll follow Mr. Punjabi.
There is nothing finer than getting the whole picture across with, like, you know, you've only got crayons and glitter made from dirt. What can you give me? You've got 15 minutes to go. And your best team,
you've got
best people.
You've got this toilet.
So racist of you.
You've got
whatever, man. I get stuck with mud and paper to deal with a lot, and I come up with good stories.
You've got a cardboard. You've got a cardboard roll from the inside of a toilet roll.
Whatever you do,
you've got some
if
glitter.
you just spray it gold.
Glitter, sellotape, sticky belt plastic, and you got some gold spray paint.
Yeah, and I mean, that's pretty much the missions that we got as a toddler, right? In kindergarten, and we were like, yeah, we're gonna do that. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yes, teacher.
We can
will
have
make
our
a
own
spaceship
space agency.
out of toilet rolls and
We can.
glitters. Of course we will.
We can play
Just
with
listen
toilet
to our
rolls.
story, because
And we
this
can
is where we came from, and this is where you go. Look at all the glitters on my toilet roll. Oh.
Use your imagination a little bit, and the next thing you know, we're all on Mars together.
Hey, we
looking at like the women on Mars and stuff, and the faces on Mars.
Honestly, I think that Mars was the original Earth and is actually the true Earth, and this is Mars. We're on Mars now.
Probably.
I wonder about that. Like,
no.
Yeah, man.
Like does the dome? If
Mars
it's a dome,
is the true
does it
Earth,
move?
man. That's why there's a pyramid there and stuff, because that's where they first built the pyramids on Mars, man, and we had to escape.
I think it must be.
They built it was like they
burned up
depicted it
that
in
little section and
Futurama,
moved
man.
The dome over like.
They depicted it in Futurama. That's how they know they can terraform, because they terraformed Earth before they came here.
Yeah, and then they just picked up the Did your grandmother have one of those bread bowls with the little glass top that you take off to let some air in or whatever? Like a trifle dish. That's what we are. We're in a trifle, and they just take off the lid every now and then and set it aside, and they go, now we're going to let some mold grow under that one.
Hey, but what? I'm looking at your picture, and there's I mean, you're not a puppet, but I saw there's like, what is that?
What?
Real, after all. You just, what are you doing?
What?
That's weird.
What's weird? What's happening?
What's going on?
Hey, you're weird.
I
knew that, but thank you.
What
Weird
the fuck?
I mean, she doesn't only have a fake plant eating.
Dude, what the fuck you talking
were you not here when we were
about,
introduced
man?
to Barb? Barb is my office assistant. She
Well,
is
no,
a
because it was
man-eating
Voynich. It was Voy that actually said, "I fucking
Oh no,
love
it's
your."
of course no. It's I think it was the stick that she's holding in her hand that made me think that it was like a wire.
No, that's the Audrey Hepburn
Yeah.
cigarette holder.
See, I
Giving
was
up cigarettes, but I still feel the need for the prop.
There we
So-
go.
I love it.
And
I
you
really
can-
appreciate the prop.
You can
It makes me look really distinguished and.
It does.
I've never seen anybody smoking a joint with one of those things. I want to get me one of them.
Yeah, I actually haven't put weed inside of it yet because I'm worried that it'll get gummed up down in the hole, and the hole is so much smaller.
But
So
can you if you got a tobacconist, can you go and get a pipe cleaner?
You know what? I'll bet it comes apart. I haven't attempted it yet, and maybe once it's apart, there's a larger opening inside of there.
I've seen this thing going on in these thrift shops, as you call it in America, but these secondhand stores, right? But then again, they're going to be so old and dirty, so I'm not going to buy them. So I think I'm going to have to carve one myself.
For a smoking implement or anything I'm going to put to my mouth, I wonder about the, moisture growing bacteria, just a little bit up in there somewhere. Ooh.
Well, not the moisture, but more the spirit.
That's a possibility.
Yeah.
So I really want a Gandalf pipe.
I think that would be really cool, and
I want to be able
Yes.
to sit here, puffing on a Gandalf pipe. I want to. And if I get a Gandalf pipe, I'm going to wear my glasses more.
But You want to be old and wise, and then but still you want to smoke. I mean, that's a bit of a
something you
contradiction.
might be missing.
It's
from
absolutely not a
Gandalf.
contradiction. It's absolutely not a contradiction because I don't buy into any of this bullshit fucking smoking is bad for you narrative. I don't buy it. I'm sorry. No.
Well, depends what you're smoking.
Depends on what you're smoking, how much of it you're smoking, and how. But I think I'm okay. I think I can smoke a pipe.
Thing.
Look at Not Really Here, who's real after all. I mean, she's smoking.
I'm imagining a delicious strain of tobacco right here.
Right.
It's kind of working. I'm getting better at it. The visualization.
Dude.
Well, a lot of it is just that habit.
That one just she just deflected. She just completely deflected that one. It was like a ninja, like, and just deflected
What did I deflect?
it
I didn't even catch it. That's how.
So you are.
That's how zen I am.
Jenny, because you are smoking.
Oh. Touche. All right. Thank you.
Just deflected like. Listen,
I think the chat just stopped somewhere.
Well, Nigel just said about NASA taking the pick. Did NASA take the pick? Which pick? What pick are we talking about?
A while ago.
Well, it looks like it didn't move in a while, the chat.
All I know is that Tommy has done more countdowns than NASA.
So, yeah, chat hasn't moved for a while, man. I don't even know how many people we've got watching. We might only have 2 people.
That means we're riveting.
We've got 16 people. We've got 16 people watching us on YouTube, and
I think we're terribly entertaining. This has been a very good call.
We've got 10 people watching us on.
I think so. I think it always.
10 people watching us on Rumble. So shout out to Rumble.
10 on Rumble.
There's 10 people watching on Rumble. It's just dropped down to 9. There's one person has said something. I don't think it's a person actually. I think it's a bot. Has left DWAC shareholders. DWAC is set to merge with Trump's Truth Social and will liquidate on September 8th if you don't vote. Every vote counts. Cool. Blah 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 blah.
No, that's a
to
person.
Vote directly. You can also
change it this time.
You are the
This is
deciding
one.
factor. Get to your poll.
You have to vote.
My name's not on the fucking ballot.
The thing I thought of the other day is like,
What a coincidence.
So Trump has his own like social forum, right? His own social platform, social media platform, and it's named T, right? His symbol is a T, right? And now the other symbol of Twitter is an X. So I mean, what does that symbolize, guys? I mean, that's weird. That's weird. That's typical. It's typical. It's not weird.
It is a good
No, it's
point.
not
Like
weird.
they
It's
exchange
typical.
logos periodically at switch offices, almost like, okay, this is my role for a minute. Here, switch
Yeah.
the logo or something. I don't know. I look at it like that
It's
a lot of the time in the
decisive.
media now.
It's decisive, right? It's a T is decisive, an X is decisive, an O or an M, would provide a spectrum, would provide a space, as a T would not, as an X would not. So right, yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like so Trump provides a new platform, and his symbol is the T, and then Twitter doesn't make it a T. Weird enough, because it's Twitter, so it should have like it has 3 T's in it, but it will just present itself as an X. That's weird. But it's very telling. It's all crosses. It ends, I mean, it marks the spot. I mean, it says an end, Here it ends. So it doesn't represent an open space. It doesn't represent how do you say, a square or an open space or a plane or whatever. No, it represents an end, a T, an X.
Dot your I's, cross your T's.
Yeah.
I
But you
I
know what I'm
to, I
saying.
like to dot my T's and
so
cross my
that's
I's.
very weird for platforms to say, oh, but we're gonna be all about free speech, but our symbol is gonna be a T, and our symbol is gonna be an X. Yeah, but we're all about free speech. Free speech.
Truth.
Really? I mean, come on.
Truth
Who's
begins
gonna
with
buy?
T.
Are people gonna buy this? The only thing that will be, I mean, symbology will be their downfall.
Truth begins with T.
And it ends with a
What'd you do about that? What'd you do about truth begins with T?
Yeah. Oh, remember English being a satanic language to begin
Right, and also that it's all fucking upside down. So
Because
actually, what we're saying is truth is actually a
all other
fucking lie.
words-
So does that mean that a lie is the truth?
Twisted.
It's twisted,
Does that mean the T is continuously the middle finger? I don't know. Kind of almost feel that way too.
I think.
May I tickle you with a little twisted truth?
I think that symbology will be their downfall.
Well, we need to hurry up and.
Maybe just the sim.
They are bosses. Yes, Captain Rankin. I mean, it's pretty fucking obvious.
Always interesting and enlightening conversation. Thank you very much, dude. Then we got Tommy Tell the Truth in
TT
Boston Ray's channel.
Tommy.
There's another tell that's fucking 4 T's right there. TTTT. He's got 4 T's. And if you put 4 T's round in a circle, and what you got there is like a
box, the square.
It's like a no. It
The
looks
square.
like it looks
Cube.
a bit like a. Like
You've
a,
got the cube right there. Got the cube.
No, it looks like
Kill
it
ya.
looks like it. It looks like it. The Templar cross. That's it. The cross of David.
People
Like
be dancing
which is
around
the original Christian cross is actually more in a circle than with the elongated bit at the bottom there. Before in the beginning it was more of just a circle. With the cross in the middle.
Are
like
we
that because
starting
it was
like
dead.
the weird accents again? See?
Well, yeah, it's just bad on my own.
I'm gonna
It's
try an
fucking-
accent and
Always listen.
gonna send from you.
Look.
Just put a whole bunch of
I
accents.
wish that one of the
That's all.
voices that I could do was something like yours there, Seth, from the South. Nah, I see. I can't. I wish I could emulate you. I can't impersonate anybody.
Vomit.
But
Ah.
Just to
it's
help. That's it. That's it. Now you. That's it. Boy.
Nah.
I'm currently joking.
I don't even want to attempt
Oh, I
this.
thought you were speaking.
Yeah, you're gonna have
like-
to. Yeah. I would like to.
When if
I
your
would like-
accent is
I
like
would like to have
a
Jenny-
bit a little bit like it's almost like the Swedish. It's,
No.
No, but it is almost 9.
So,
9!
So what other languages do you speak, Jennifer?
None at the moment. Isn't that's messed up? I have I spoke
I don't believe
Spanish
you. No, I
very
can't-
fluently when I was younger, but I got taken away from it.
No.
And never had the opportunity to immerse myself again. And I don't give a shit that much anymore at this point.
I do.
I should, because I have a gift for it. I can look at it and figure it out, and I can sit in a room with people and figure out what they're talking about just by remembering the very basics and by reading in multiple languages. And always, like my whole life, I encounter a word that I don't know, and I will go discover its meaning and its multiple uses, and that gives you a good sense of language, even though I don't technically speak it. I think somebody was saying this earlier.
No, but I get it. I mean, but to me, it's strange. But I live in a very tiny country, right? So for me, it's not necessary, right? If I want to travel abroad, I'm going to have to speak another language, especially back in the day. And so in America, if you want to travel, you can travel for miles and miles and hundreds and
thousands of miles, and everybody
still
speaks
speak
what I'm
English.
speaking. So I've taken that snobby course where I haven't bothered to keep up with another language because everybody who encounters me is going to be doing it my way, for the most part. And that is a lazy American thing. Sorry, but
But
not
that's why
sorry.
my Spanish hasn't got any better really in
Yeah,
8
most of the
years,
time,
because so many people, as soon as I try to speak Spanish, they know I'm English, and then they'll speak back. They'll and it just turns into English. It always ends up turning into English. So I can only ever I never get past the first bit.
Yeah, I'd like to re-immerse myself in Spanish, or pick up Greek. If I
Greek, oh man, Greek is difficult.
So you did learn Spanish.
I was fluent in Spanish. I was like on a bilingual team, and everything like that. I
was still in school.
Flint East Side is straight up Hispanic, or it was. In the 70s and 80s, it was Hispanic. The little white girls are words.
Yeah, but you lose that. I studied Spanish too, for 2 years in school, and I thought I was pretty good at it, right? But I never was among Spanish people, when I learned
You
it.
never had to practice it or immerse yourself in it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like review it,
but
keep viewing it.
But still, I thought, I'm good at it. But when I tried to remember something like 15 or 20 years later, I was like, no, it's all gone.
See, pero
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's gone, and I never had a knack for the accents, or I never could get the pronunciation
pronunciations
of many different languages are just, they're a step extra for me. I do have a speech impediment that I work very hard already.
Well, you ain't doing a bad
Well,
job
I
there,
haven't
because I'd never
noticed
guessed.
yet.
I'd never guessed that. I would
I
never guessed
Oh,
haven't
it's one of those things that they somehow know that I have, which means somebody knows me or has helped me.
Well, that's.
So I'm just going to put it out there right now.
We
That's
are.
another one of those things that people take.
No,
their
but that's
perception of
very
another
weird that
for
somebody
granted. I'm working hard.
Have you
at even
noticed
now.
a speech impediment? Or, we are very. We will see like many things, right? We are very not remarkable, but how you say this? Observative people. The three of us, So, what is your speech impediment? I cannot imagine.
I have a list.
No.
I have a good list.
So,
because I think lisps are sexy, and you don't have one.
I would say.
Thank you for not thinking that I have one.
No,
Because some
that's
people notice it right away. And
does any of you other guys notice that
I have not even nearly detected a lisp.
not even a speech impediment whatsoever, let alone a lisp?
I'm good at my craft.
I think I always found, so I always thought that a little lisp was a little bit cute, but like
that's nice.
I don't. So there's speech impediments, and then there's speech impediments, and a lisp I don't see it. It's not a speech impediment. It's
I was embarrassed. It probably wasn't even that bad, and it's not even that bad now. But I can hear it. I can hear it.
So if it was like really, you got it absolutely impossible to, it's
That's
not.
one of the
That's
reasons
that's
that
a
I don't
bloody
indulge
list,
in
man.
alcohol.
That's a fucking list.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Some
Daffy
motor
Duck.
control.
Daffy Duck. Like
Yeah, it's
that,
never been that bad.
that's a fucking speech impediment. That's
What's
not
the other one? Suffering succotash.
suffering succotash. Yeah.
Suffering succotash.
Suffering
Yeah,
succotash.
it's not quite that pronounced, but it's there. And like if I relaxed even for a moment and I start speaking with people and I get really animated and into it, and we're chugging along all strong, like, and the passion starts coming out. Then someone, inevitably, there is somebody in a smart crowd who will go, "Did you just fucking lisp? Did you just seriously say?"
No.
And they'll imitate me, and I'll go.
Now all of us will be looking out for the lisp.
Right.
Like, now
Now,
she's
I can
finally
say,
permission now
like,
because
oh,
it's
now
on
she's
file
finally
somewhere.
I can say categorically that if that were to ever happen, I don't think I'd even fucking say anything. Like, it wouldn't be it just
You
wouldn't
haven't
be a
had my
thing.
friends.
I wouldn't, like, it'd just be like, you know?
No. I just want to hear you lisp now.
I really want to hear it. I want to hear
No,
it.
I'm working. It's a subconscious thing now. At this point, I'm always kind of.
You don't get to, Roy. You don't get.
Yeah, no, you'll catch it. We'll be on more conversations together now, and eventually you'll catch it.
Do you know what? Is it wrong, right, that I really am. I get something out of watching. Who is it? The guys, the fucking, you know,
The Tourette's.
the Tourette's,
Yeah.
Tourette's, man. Tourette's is awesome. Like, I'd love to have a friend with really bad Tourette's, because it'd just be like,
I would too.
sweet gold all the time. Go anywhere with them and just be like, woo. Yeah, like, I can't do that whistle with my teeth, with my tongue. But yeah, I watched these three middle-aged guys with Tourette's, or middle-aged to sort of like bit in their 50s. But all three of them had really quite strong Tourette's, man. And they went out for a holiday for like a weekend away or something, man.
Together.
It was gold. It was fucking gold. But the trouble is, it's not gold for them. It's not like, it is actually really fucking frustrating, isn't it, for them? Because they just
for them
can't.
it was the day out too.
No, but when they do get stuck into a real loop with it, and they can't seem to control it, and I can see how it can be really.
Hey, but dude, the whole
each other off.
The whole thing.
Top
I
wanker.
told you.
Top wanker.
I told you that I had to join the army, right? And there was this guy, and he
piss and shit.
He would just do this, like, at moments that you wouldn't expect it. So it would really go off really weird. Like, what the fuck?
Was this your commanding officer?
No. It was this guy that nobody liked. You know, it was this total no one. This total nobody.
He might have been a genius.
Yeah, he was genius. Yeah, I totally recognized the genius in him. You know.
He was having a good time.
Might have been on purpose too, yeah.
Dude, he came up with words.
Laughing at everybody. I know I would be if I was
at least for 3 or 4 months, you know, until we found out who did it, you know. So for 3 months, I mean, he actually got this thing going, you know. And then, you know, because everybody started to hate it, you know, people found out who did it. And it was like, oh, we can't blame this guy, you know. So, yeah, it was genius. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Hey, listen.
Dude.
The prize goes to Tommy Tell the Truth over on Boston Ray's channel for mentioning boobies before anybody on my channel.
So, the entity returns.
Yeah, but I want to tell Tommy, you know, that's not the way you tell that joke. I mean, there's a point, you know, you have to be
timing.
I mean, boobies are pointless without. Oh yeah, that's how you tell them. Yeah, without nipples. Yeah,
timing. You'll get the hang of it.
Yeah, I think so. Once upon a time.
Keep practicing. One day you'll be big enough. I don't want to go further.
Like, listen, right? Boobies are boobies, but
One
when you
day.
start talking about nipples, then that makes it all sexual. So it's like, you know,
Entities. Oh, you got that? It's always late, isn't it? Always late. I like a bit of wordplay.
I wasn't expecting that. Because I sometimes joke about myself as an ent. Because I'm like that elusive old lady who's running around in the trees, like, you ain't gonna find me, motherfuckers. I'm running.
Yeah, she's a little fucking little crossbow.
And all the kids in town call me Aunt Jenny because
Look at her. I think
friends of
that
my
she
kids.
thinks that she's a fairy. You know.
Oh, you're so lucky because I thought it was overkill. I had wings attached to the back of my chair. And I took them off because, like, I am a ridiculous creature. Oh my God.
You're not a ridiculous creature at
And
all.
sometimes I feel like embarrassed about it. And then I go, wait a minute. Who are you going to tell? You're going to tell my cool friends.
You're like
I can
you're
show
like
you
a
them if you'd like. Would you
you're
like to
like a
see
you're
them?
like you're like Tinkerbell.
Yeah, but I know Kung Fu. So.
I think Tinkerbell could look after herself. You know, I think Tinkerbell could always look after herself.
She'll survive.
So, yeah, I mean, I like that. I'm Tinkerbell,
Sounds
but
like
I know Kung Fu.
Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell.
Set you on fire.
I can show them to you. Do you want to see the wings?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Totally. Is that even a question?
I mean, I can't believe
we
she
already
felt
saw
really
the
nice to ask her.
the flesh-eating plant in the raw. Wings.
Almost a Barbie eating.
I mean, I'm going to be a little bit upset if there's not a wand as well.
It is a Barbie eating thing, right? Like the Alfa Romeo. Oh
wow!
Oh, nice.
Wow!
Yeah, we like that.
Wow, that's like pearlescent, like.
Whoa,
Wow! Look at that! Look at that! That shine there.
There's the angle of the angel.
Yeah, there you go. Have they got lights in them?
Oh, Amazon. Just for $3, guys. On Amazon.
Oh no! Fuck that!
No, what?
I can't get it. Bollocks! Fuck it!
I had them tied on there before, and I'm like, I couldn't
No,
get
they
them to
weren't.
tie
No.
back on a short
Sod off
notice.
then.
I like them though. I mean,
Fuck that crap.
They were very.
Well
I love
right.
when they caught the light. When they caught the light, that sort of yellowish, that gold kind of, you know.
Oh,
Very,
they're beautiful wings. I do love them. I would put them on for you, but you can't wear them with this kind of dress. They won't fit.
right. Do you think
Oh.
if you were to jump off the roof,
Never.
if you were to jump off the roof of your house, do you think they'd work?
No, no.
To a degree.
No, but I'm hoping that eventually.
Define work.
With practice.
Yes.
Just define work.
Yeah.
Yes,
I do
they
know
would
people
look like
falling.
wings. They'd look like wings all the way down.
All the way, and they would flutter.
Would
I'm
they
sure of
operate?
that.
Would they operate like wings? No.
Did you see me?
I meant to do that.
Caucasian
Yeah.
Sasquatch
Different style. but-
enjoys ridiculous creatures.
Well, you have
And-
found one.
Bro, of course I'm still going. What are you talking? You're still going. You're a machine. I am
Sound
El
like
Machina. El Machina.
8 hours.
I wish it actually paid on an hourly rate, like so I could actually clock a card at the end of it and say, yes, I've just earned X amount of money.
That was a hard day.
But
Right.
unfortunately, yeah.
There was this weird guy came in. Did
Start
some
talking
sort of
about bendy lasers,
dance.
man.
lasers. We're laser focused.
Dude, I'm gonna be.
Bendy
I
lasers.
hope I'm gonna be. I think I'm gonna be in another dimension pretty soon. I mean, I'm gonna do some 8-hour a day job pretty soon. Right? Or
It's
10.
going to be really good, dude. It's
Yeah,
going to be
enjoy it.
very,
They call
very
that cheap.
rewarding. It's going to be very rewarding. You're gonna
Yeah.
you're gonna feel at the end of the day.
I've been on YouTube for the last 4 years, you know? So it's gonna be a totally different. It's gonna be shift.
Well,
And
dude, this is a fucking beautiful moment because you can merge the two, right? You can actually turn your job into so, and you can do what what's his name
no, that's not my
Phil.
thing. No.
Stop right there.
Stop.
Stop! Can I just stop you there?
Do the
Can I
T
just
thing
stop
and
you
the O
there?
thing.
No.
All right. No. I'm not.
But you could show yeah. Today, man. Today I've got to put this new put a lock on this door.
I might. You know, I might. But
I've got to build a greenhouse. Today I've got to install a sex. A sex
much.
swing.
I'm gonna have
you
to
know.
do a lot of how do you call this? Not roofing. How do you call this? A flounder. Shit.
A flounder. That sounds like a. Sounds like a fire. Sounds like lighting a fire.
Yeah, and then like bridges and tree houses. I'm actually
building tree houses and bridges. Wow.
Yeah. Those are pretty much the extremes and everything in between, right? And so that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah.
Build a bridge. Get over
it. Right.
Build a bridge. Do you have to build a bridge over water? We did watch your stand up earlier, Bane Bear. Did you? I didn't realise you weren't actually there when we watched it. Yeah, we watched. We had a good chuckle, man. I'll tell you what, buddy. I couldn't do stand up. I couldn't do it. I could not do it, man. It's when you've got a song, when you're playing music, it's different to telling jokes. I think definitely getting up in front of people and playing music is so much easier than getting up in front of people and telling them jokes. What I see what I do is so much easier, mate. It was it was good though. Definitely made me chuckle, man.
Lavender oil.
So I've got to take the dogs out for a walk. I can leave you guys talking.
I gotta go to sleep.
You gotta go to sleep.
No despair. Yeah, dude. What time is it for you there?
Oh, I can't say it because I'll just be confirming the nut.
Okay.
The
Well, it's 7.
Okay,
It's
but
7
hear
o'clock.
it.
the
Hear it.
Illuminati's. Yeah,
I mean, the Illuminati time on
is,
this
isn't
end is 20:02, so it's 20.
3:32.
So
Just.
that's weird.
Oh well, that's 33 then, I suppose. Not 2.
Well, yeah, we got 15 people watching. We've been going for 8 hours and 20 minutes. Is that 6 or an 8? I can't. It's going to be an 8, isn't it?
8.
Oh, you need your glasses.
I need my glasses.
Oh, there's where you see the hours. I learned again.
Hey, it was so nice. It was so nice meeting you, Real, after all.
Holy crap! 8 hours. Yeah.
And nice to meet you too, boy.
And
or Seth. I'm sorry, Seth.
Yeah, whatever.
Whoever we are, we don't know.
You.
And
Hey.
I love being here with you,
Yes.
Richie.
You're-
And Gal.
It's always a pleasure, dude. Thank you very much for being here. And
Oh,
Jenny.
it's 3:33 now, so I'm going to leave too now. So just had to hit
man.
that, timing, wizard timing. I mean, wizard timing.
I'm straight up Illuminati.
Illuminati confirmed.
Much love all.
I'll write a song. Illuminati confirmed. And Voice gone as well. Right, Voice going. Boom, boom. They're all dropping off.
I'll
Everyone's
take off.
dropping off.
Much love, everyone. Figure out how
we'll,
to do this.
we will call it a night then. At 8 hours and 20 minutes. At 7 minutes. 3 minutes past 7 in the evening here, Greenwich Mean Time. Jenny, thank you. It's been a pleasure. Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow. If you're not busy, if you're not doing anything, I intend to be back tomorrow. Tommy, tell the truth. Shout out, mate, and no despair bear over there in Boston Ray's channel. Ben Flat, my new sub. Thanks for subbing, dude. Captain Rankin, adios, buddy. Thanks for being here. Everybody else in my chat, Bane Bear, Arthur FE,
And I'm hopefully for some of the people, so that they get a chance to come see us and listen, that they would, at least, they would be, their hearts would be lifted temporarily, and they get a laugh.
And
That's
they
all
get-
I want.
And they get to experience community with like-minded people, and so you're not alone, because all they see in the corporate media is telling them that their thoughts are insane. You're crazy to think this way, and I tell them, no, it's okay, and there's a lot of other people who think like that too.
They can try to destroy you and attack your character and the little things, soundbite here and there, whatever, in a tweet, but they can't, if you provide a platform where you can discuss ideas and see that, you know what, we're all okay here. It's going to be okay. They're normal people.
Yeah, we're not crazy, we're not murderers, we're not trying to undermine democracy.
And we're all okay here. It's going to be okay. They're normal people.
Yeah, we're not crazy, we're not murderers, we're not trying to undermine democracy.
I know.